Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to the UAE RMC. It's round 3, and we're back at the Al Ain International Kart Circuit. My name is Joe Bradley. Alongside me is Henry Baudet, and we're about to get going with our qualifying sessions. The weather here is absolutely fabulous. Highs of 28 to 30 degrees coming this afternoon. The sun is shining. Henry, where else in the world would you want to be right now?
Karting never ever stops. 1 week ago, some of these drivers were in Bahrain for the Rotax Grand Finals. Fast forward just 6 days, and they are here at the home of karting in the United Arab Emirates, the Al Ain Raceway. It's one round, 2 days, and a much different format than what we've been used to at the start of the season, Joe.
It might be a spread-out format, but the intensity is going to remain very high. We're spreading the intensity over 2 days, aren't we?
Yes, we are. Call it an early Christmas present.
It absolutely
for all
is.
of you watching at home, courtesy of the UAE Rotax Max Challenge organisers.
We're about to get going with our qualifying sessions, which are a little bit different.
They
but
are.
Before we talk about the sessions being different, we might be at the Al Ain International Car Track,
yes,
but we've got a slight variation.
We do.
We are on a different configuration of circuit. We are 10 metres shorter.
Yep.
However, the challenge still remains. We've got 2 corners less. However, the corner that we're going to use is the F1 iteration of the circuit here, as it's designated.
That's what it's called, yes.
And from turn 2, instead of going to a sweeping right-hander, we go to a very, very tight hairpin at turn 3. More of that later when we get out on track. Qualifying about to go ahead. Then we're followed by 3 heats. Then we break, go for a nice dinner,
yes,
go to sleep, come back tomorrow for the pre-finals and the finals. But getting back to qualifying, Henry, we've got something very exciting in hand, haven't we?
Yes, indeed. So this is the start of Micromax qualifying, but this session will only decide grid positions 6 through to 22. Because at the end of this session, and there is the new area of the track on the F1 circuit variant. At the end of this session, this 5 minutes, is it 5 minutes or 6 minutes? 6 minutes.
Yeah.
The top 5 drivers from this session will be put to one side, and they will be lined up 5th, 4th, 3rd, 2nd, and 1st in that order, and they will be released out for Superpole.
Individually.
Individually.
With a slight gap. We've got a Superpole that is made for television.
It is
Absolutely is. We love it.
It is. You know, they will go out, the drivers, and they have been told when they are released for Superpole, you must be flat chat from the moment you leave the pit lane.
None of the tactical shenanigans that we see in some of our qualifying sessions. They've got to literally get straight on with it and get that optimum. 1 fast lap, Henry.
Yep.
Only 1 lap across the line.
Yep.
Goes green, and then a checkered flag next time round. So the pressure is really on these youngsters.
And it is. It's a great, great example of how to, teach young drivers, or young and old drivers, pressure, because it all boils down to 1 lap. On top of that, there are championship points available. 10 points for pole position, 8 for second, 6 for third. Then it is 4 for fourth and 2 for fifth. You also might notice some new camera angles and Karting Live TV pushing the envelope as always to make this circuit just look and feel different, including a great, great camera angle, which we're going to see very, very shortly. We talked about the bump. Well, here it is, down the main straight. Now watch the bump there into turn number 1. That camera angle is going to capture all
of the action.
The intensity at the starts going into turn number 1.
Now,
so, yeah.
We talk about the races not being won at turn 1, Henry, but they can certainly end at turn 1. And but that comes very much later. It's all about optimising your lap time now. We're on to our first green flag lap. We've got the first of the times posted. We're not going to pay too much attention to those because the drivers are just really finding their feet. Tyres beginning to come under pressure. Tyres beginning to get to their optimum running temperature. And now we're going to see those drivers having to focus because it's all about qualifying in that top 5 to have a chance of any kind of crack at the pole position.
And already early stages, well, Samar Chopra and Liam O'Hanlon, the top two in the championship, are first and second in reverse order because O'Hanlon is your championship leader. Chopra is second. Enzo Falzarano, Jensen Kelly, there's Liam O'Hanlon now moving to the top of the charts. The Saif Al Khalifa now going fastest of all. So keep an eye, the top 5 times. The top 5 drivers will be your Superpole drivers. At the moment, those 5 would be Al Khalifa, O'Hanlon, Fryenstein, Tabazza and Chopra.
Just outside of that Superpole qualifying session, Jensen Kelly, he's going to have to find just a couple of hundredths of a second to get involved in that, as has Adam Al-Sheikh, who has got, again, only hundredths and thousands of a second in this. Vabiav Ponna, he's just outside that top 5. Ruud Rapatap Shekwat, he's in 9th. Cameron Harvey in 10th. And then Enzo Falzarano in 11th. At the moment, though, the main body of carts just coming through to complete another lap. We're inside of 2 minutes already, Henry. This 6 minutes just ebbs away very, very quickly, and already a change at the top.
Yeah, and yes, Saif Al Khalifa, fresh off qualifying for the final in the Rotax Cracks Challenge Grand Finals in Bahrain. Finished, I believe, well, he qualified inside the top 20. I think he may have retired for the final. But Saif, qualifying for the Grand Finals for his native country of Bahrain, I believe. As looking down the order, Saif Al Khalifa in cart number 2. Leading the way. Just goes to show some of the boost in confidence for an appearance at the Grand Finals. And we will talk a lot about the Grand Finals because the UAE celebrated their best ever Grand Finals last week, and we will be celebrating that during the course of the day.
It's quite an achievement, Henry, to have the UAE on the 3rd step of the podium when it came to the team's trophy.
Yep, the Nations Cup, that's right.
Considering 8 quality drivers there, getting them into that position globally in the world of Rotax karting, that is quite an accolade there, and congratulations to everyone involved.
Yes, indeed, and we'll get into the machinations of how the Nations Cup is calculated a little bit later on. But as the time ticks down, 20 seconds to go, Khalifa, Al Khalifa, Ponna, Harvey, O'Hanlon, Tabazza and Fryenstein, your top 6. Well, Fryenstein, podium finisher at Al Fassan, currently half a tenth, 500ths of a second away from a place in Superpole.
It's going to be checkered flag this time round,
It's
Henry.
now or never, now or never.
Checkered flag has been unfurled as the main body of these Micromax carts come across the line. This is their last opportunity. What has this lap time brought for the grid? Liam O'Hanlon to the top of the screen there with a 59.365. That's the pole position time, 59.494 from Adam El-Sheikh. Samar Chopra qualifies 3rd. Saif Al Khalifa from the top of the screen to 4th place. And the last qualifier for Superpole, Alexander Fryenstein. They will be the 5 drivers that will take part in Superpole coming very shortly. Outside of that top 5 is Vlabahab Ponna, he's in 6th. Cameron Harvey 7th. 8th was Amar Tabazza. Jensen Kelly just inside the top 10, I should say, and Enzo Falzarano in 10th there.
You can see on your screens there the mechanical flag going out for one of our novice drivers. Only 2 novices in Micromax this week. That is Qinyi Su in cart number 7, the Sam Pollock Racing driver from China.
20th then?
Well, it should be. I was going to say, on the entry list, it's down as Qinyi Su, but of course in China, you say the surname first, so it's Su Qinyu.
Yes, I think only right. We call Ye Yifei, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
On the entry list is Yifei Ye.
Yes.
Following in his footsteps, I would imagine.
And, well, we will now look at watching the screen develop. So, O'Hanlon, Al-Sheikh, Chopra, Al Khalifa, Fryenstein. Ponna will start 6th. Well, Ponna guaranteed 6th position. The top 5 will now line up. It'll be Fryenstein will go out first, followed by Al Khalifa, followed by Chopra, followed by Al Sheikh, who's just returning from a broken arm, let's remember, and then O'Hanlon will go out last. One out lap, they'll take the green flag, and then that is their one and only timed lap, and they must be flat chat the minute they leave the pits.
From 6th place down, that is the grid locked in for the heats for Micromax. Cameron Harvey, Amar Tabatsa, Jensen Kelly, Enzo Falzerano, they're your top 10. Outside the top 10, Ruud Rabatap, Shikwat, Tadeusz Prochaska, they are in that position there. 13th, Evans Voronins, Ivan Jenovic, Abdulaziz Al-Saraf, Tayab Haroun, Felix Souza Jebjerg, and Vladimir Henry. How we're going to say Vladimir's name?
It's Vladimir Tverdoglebov.
Yes, we had an
interesting conversation.
We had a lecture with Mum, didn't we?
Yes.
Ayansh Patil, Zhu Kwanyai, Rofiwa Nwambi, and Saif El Mina. They are our final qualifiers. Down to 22 karts in Micromax. Another sign of the UAE RMC growing in all of the classes here. When you look back at the Invitational in round 1, we've got grids that are expanding throughout our classes as we prepare now for what is undoubtedly going to be one of the highlights of the season, our Superpole here at the Al Ain Raceway for round 3.
So you can see on the scoring pylon on the right-hand side of your screen, 5 names. O'Hanlon, Al Sheikh, Chopra, Al Khalifa, and Fryenstein.
Just want to say, Henry, these drivers have not gone into any kind of pit garage situation. They are basically off that session there, being lined up 5th, 4th, 3rd, 2nd, 1st.
Yeah, you're not allowed to make any setup changes, any tyre pressure changes, you're not
nothing
allowed to
at all.
Add fuel, nothing.
Yeah. Tyres are cooling down.
Yes.
So they're not going to be quite there. They should be there by the time they take the green flag.
Yes.
Across the line to start there.
Provided, of course, the drivers heed the instructions and do go flat out from the minute they leave the pit lane. Now, there you can see Guy Sheffield. There we go. So Fryenstein begins Superpole.
Here we go then. We'll follow Alexander on his outlap as he continues around the track here into the new section here, into turn number 2. And then the hairpin at 3 now, instead of just turning right there, we turn through 180. That makes this corner there, the left-hander at turn 4, very fast indeed, and increases the entry speed into turn 5 and 6 here. That's a very fast entry, and now onto the infield section through the hairpin at 7, and then that acceleration zone through turn 8. Into the double apex turns 9 and 10, and that's very important there to get a good speed down the back straight here, back towards us in our commentary box, just underneath us for the penultimate turn here. All important to keep the kart across to the left, optimising the line through the right-hander. And here we go then, Alexander Fryenstein on his hot lap for Superpole in the Micromax Superpole session. He starts the important bit. Already on the track are the other competitors. Saif Al Khalifa, Samar Chopra, Adam Al Sheikh, and Liam O'Hanlon have been released onto circuit as well. Fryenstein will be the first driver to post his Superpole time. And we'll just keep an eye, just keeping it nice. These are the 5 fastest drivers out of qualifying, so we're expecting to be optimising every single inch of the Al Ain kart track here as he continues already towards the final stages of the lap. Onto the back straight then. Job almost complete for Alexander Fryenstein. Heading down towards that very fast turn 11. It's a 180-degree sweeping left-hander. Took the kart across to the left. Here we go then, across the line. He's got green sector times, purple sector for Samar Chopra, purple sector for Khalifa. And his time of a 60.244 across the line now for Khalifa. Follows him through, checkered flag for him. The number 29 goes to the top. The number 2 goes to the top. Said Al Khalifa, a 59.65. Samar Chopra, the number 29, 59.532. What can Al Sheikh pull out the bag? Liam O'Hanlon on track as well. Just waiting for the first of our Superpole sessions to Al Sheikh into third. Sama Chopra stays on the pole, but what can O'Hanlon do? Heads down to the checkered flag now. Liam O'Hanlon takes the checkered flag and does not go on to pole position. In fact, he's on the second row of the grid. Championship leader Liam O'Hanlon can only pull out a 59.794. That's about 400ths of a second off the pole. The pole sitter, though, Samar Chopra, will sit on the Micromax pole position. Superpole goes to him with a 59.532. Saif Al Khalifa will line up alongside for the heats with a 59.651. We've got Adam Al Sheikh with a 59.752. Liam O'Hanlon on a 59.794. And Alexander Feinstein will be the first driver on row 3 in that 5th spot with a 60.244. Well, I'm pretty sure you'll agree, as there is our grid from Superpole. We have a lovely little interview with Liam O'Hanlon, who came into round 3 here at Alain, at the head of the Micromax Championship, and full of confidence, young Liam. I can tell he'll not be happy with that second row start, but hey, it's a long weekend ahead of us. We've got 3 heats, a pre-final and a final, so anything can happen. And Sama Chopra, the driver who will want to maintain that position at the head of the Micromax field. We have got Henry being deployed down to the Parc Fermé, where we should be able to get a chat to Samar. Get the insight. It's a pressured situation, isn't it? It's a real pressured situation. I want to bring in my producer. Which one is it? This one, Nick?
I think it's this one. Yeah.
Oh, hello, Nick. Nick Damon here, who is producing the pictures for us. Beautiful pictures here at the Alain Kart Circuit. We love Superpole sessions, don't we?
I've got a lot of experience with Superpole. They've been running them in RC events for a while.
Have they?
Yeah.
Well, we're familiar with sports car racing, with Hyperpole.
Superpole.
Yeah. I love them. Nürburgring 24 hours.
There and then stick pole off.
That's right, yes. Yeah. It is super, though. And from our point of view, who are bringing you this television coverage of round 3 of the UAE RMC, it just adds a level of excitement. Certainly I get excited, but that's my job too, isn't it?
Well, yes. I mean, if you didn't get excited, why would you be here? No, it's a really interesting addition to the programme. I'm about to have a cough now. I haven't coughed until I came outside speaking, obviously.
Of course.
Yeah, it's an interesting addition to the whole situation. But I think it's that first one. Interesting that Liam dropped down to 4th from being first, so it just shows that sometimes, obviously, some of these times which we see are set in a pack and there's a tow. Well, it's not necessarily maybe those 200 or 300 a second from the tow were the advantage.
Well, Liam, of course, finished the qualifying session at the top of the timing screen. That doesn't necessarily give him the pole position with the Superpole process. No. So that does mix up that top 5, and that, of course, will therefore then mix up how we go about during the heat phase of the weekend. Just to remind everybody that we are available on YouTube on the UAE RMC YouTube channel, and also available on Karting Live TV's YouTube channel. Please send us your inquiries via the live stream chat on either of those channels, whichever you choose to view the coverage on. Henry and I, and sometimes even Nick will jump in.
Sometimes
he will.
Special bonus me rambling. So I'm still waiting for Henry to appear in my little box, but it isn't all turned on yet even, so you know.
We've got the Minimax qualifiers preparing for their qualifying session underneath the easy ups there, just to keep the shade. It's a lot cooler than when we were out here for the Invitational and round 1. It was towards 40 degrees back there in September, warm, but it's still very warm.
Especially when the sun's shining. This is to start off with commentators' moans, but the sun is shining right in our eyes at the moment. But in about half an hour we'll be fine, and we'll be able to actually look out the window without being blinded.
And when you are in the direct sunlight, I mean, temperature at the moment is about 25, 26 degrees, which is still warm. Not for the locals here. They've got their big coats on, haven't they?
It was like 26 last night, and there was a couple of people who had the big woolly jackets.
That's right. And you and I are in shorts and
t-shirts. They're oozing, yeah.
Yes. There is a need to keep, especially in the heat of the afternoon here. The track temperature will get up towards over 40 degrees, which will give the engineers a bit of a thought process to get the best out of what tyre pressure to run. Also, Nick, I noticed that in tomorrow's finals, we've got almost an endurance race, 20-lap finals for the senior classes.
For the bigger classes, yeah. It's a long. But obviously, they are saving 10 metres a lap, of course.
They are, but I would, you're going to ask a lot of those tyres towards the end of the weekend. Same set of Mojos. The Micromax and Minimax carts are on the Mojo C2. Micromax carts 105 kilograms, Minimax, which are about to see, slightly heavier, about 10 kilograms heavier on 115. 8 to 11-year-olds are for the Micromax class. The slightly older kids are in Minimax, the 10 to 13-year-olds. We have, of course, got Junior Rotax and Senior Max, which are basically have an age range of 15 to 100, if you feel like it, at getting towards that centenary birthday. So we are...
still waiting for Henry.
We're still waiting for Henry to gather up Samar Chopra. He's got to wait for the officials to release Samar Chopra. He's got to be weighed. There is a technical inspection of the carts, etc. That's got to ensue. But Henry may have found his way through the labyrinth of fencing into the Parc Fermé interview area with the backdrop. Many Maxes have been given I think that's a 30-second board.
Yeah, they might be rolling before. We might cut away from this pre-qualifying to see from Henry, or Henry may have decided to just give him a bad
Henry's
job.
Probably stopped and chatted to somebody on the way.
Yeah, several people.
There's every chance.
Every chance.
Yes. So Mini Max qualifying coming
right,
up
okay.
Next.
It's
Okay. Well, we might have to wait a little while.
Okay, I think we'll just Henry and we'll just leave that one for now, and we'll come back to it.
Yeah, we'll come back. We can grab Samar Chopra.
We'll grab Samar later. Sorry about that. We'll just cut it back later.
We have got Minimax. It's all about Minimax now. We quickly move on, don't we, in the UAE RMC. And now we are all about the Minimax Championship as they are about to go out. LBJ Stubbs is the driver that is currently at the front of the championship table. He's on 258 points. Now we'll go into the machinations of the championship going forward to the remaining rounds in the season. Attica Meir, who has been very, very impressive. Attica on 255 points, not that far off, and only 10 points behind Attica is Benjamin Kraczkowicz, who, of course, is the Micromax World Finals winner in Bahrain just a week ago. And great news from that, representing the UAE, of course. Fourth place in the championship, Austin Gray. All of these drivers now out on track, and we will be, again, it's all about qualifying in that top five. And LBJ Stubbs, the first driver across the line. Kia Ivanov, Charlie Page is out there. Attica Meir not yet across the line to start her flying lap. With the body of the main body of carts, two carts beginning to break away in this session and basically dragging one another down. The physics of aerodynamics taking over there when two carts can cut through the air a little bit quicker than just one cart. You'd have to ask an aerodynamicist how that actually, you've got the sciences behind that, but it does work. These two breaking away absolutely bumper to bumper, and think that's Albie J. Stubbs just trying to get a hold of the number there. Oh, when he gets it all wrong, that driver there. It was as if his aero downforce washed away coming out onto the back straight, but here we go. Coming through the final turn. And the number 196, Albie J. Stubbs for Sam Pollitt Racing across here from the UK. Crosses the line. First lap's being posted then. Austin Gray starts very well at 57.3. Paul Schutzman, an absolutely delighted winner was Paul Schutzman at round 2 at Al Fassan. Delighted to have taken the victory in Minimax. I've never seen a more joyful podium than Paul Schutzman on that one. This, of course, just there. All right, it's a quick lap, but it's a cycling lap, isn't it? And you were not going to see any optimised lap there on the first lap past the start-finish straight, the start-finish line. This is where we start getting serious, though, as the field come through the penultimate turn. through the right-hander. LBJ Stubbs leading the field round. Let's see what Albie can produce here for Sam Pollitt. Crosses the line, not quite quicker than Karachakovic, goes to the top of the screen. A 56.781 for Benjamin, the current World Finals champion, at the head of the Minimax screen. Austin Gray, second. Best lap there, 57.111. Kurt Ivanov, 57.140. And then Charlie Page in fourth. LBJ Stubbs, the final qualifier there in fifth place, just outside Superpole qualification. We have got Paul Schutzman, Mikhail Mitrikin, Rayan Khan Rashid, Max Payton. As we get ready to complete 3 laps here, the field will pour across the line. Atika Meir has not come out for this session. Mubarak Mohammed, another driver that has not appeared. So problems for championship protagonist Atika Meir has not come out in this qualifying session. This will cost her dearly going forward into the heats. Henry's rejoined us. Just get his breath back, Henry.
Yes, sorry.
No surprise to see who's at the top of the field, but big surprise is Atika Meir has not come through and has not
unless it's tactical. Unless it's tactical. Unless Axel GP, Mark Baines and Jay Taylor, who of course is 1 week away from winning the grand finals as a mechanic with Tom Reed, have decided that this is going to be a dry run for potential Superpole, although I haven't seen Attica.
That is quite. I've known Jay Taylor since he was 5 years old, and yes, he's a confident guy. But
unless, of course, there's a problem with Attica, because I haven't seen him this morning.
I'd say that's a problem because it's a 1 minute left in this
session.
session.
Yeah, no, I think that must be a problem.
Charlie Page at the top of the screen at the moment, Henry. Charlie Page with a 56.617. That's the target time for Benjamin Kraczkowicz with a 57.226. 56.781 for Benjamin. And LBJ Stubbs back up to third. Kurt Ivanov, Austin Gray, Mikhail Mitrikin still just outside that top 5 Superpole qualification. And Schutzman struggling to get on terms with the top 5 here.
So we'll concentrate on who is out there. Charlie Page, who in his last Micromax race of his career a week ago was leading the grand finals when he got involved in an incident and sadly was taken out, but he was taken out whilst leading the grand finals. LBJ Stubbs, P2, Gray, Karachkovic. Of course, Karachkovic, the reigning Micromax Grand Finals champion, as we watch them through that new section, through the Formula One hairpin. I think we should call it turn number 3. Now look at that great new low camera angle down at the entrance to turn number 6. And the checkered flag is out. At the time the checkered flag comes out, your top 5 Superpole contenders are Page, Stubbs, Gray, Karachkovic and Mitrokin. Will that change in the final couple of corners of each driver's final flying lap?
Charlie Page getting the slipstream on LBJ Stubbs as they head towards the checkered flag to finish this qualifying session. It's Page who stays quickest. His best lap of 56.61 stays his quickest lap time. 56.730 is LBJ Stubbs. Austin Gray finishes third. Benjamin Kraczkowicz finishes fourth. And the Mikhail Mitrikin right at the very last moment there. Mikhail qualifies for Superpole and comes fifth. Just outside then, and the grid locked in from 6th place down over to 16th. We've got Kurt Ivanov and Paul Schutzman 6th and 7th. But Charlie Page there, following LBJ Stubbs, they didn't actually go quicker on that last lap, Henry.
No, they didn't need to. And, of course, now, I think that of the 2 of the drivers we're looking at now, the driver that'll be happier, believe it or not, LBJ Stubbs. Why? Because he just did a very quick lap without the aid of a slipstream, which, of course, he's going to have to do again now in Superpole. Page, great result, P2 following Stubbs. Has he got the same speed without the addition of a driver to follow?
Without the science.
Yes.
Without the science of aerodynamics coming into play.
Yeah, I apologise to all fans of Samar Chopra who didn't get to hear Samar. That would have been a technical failure on my part.
Oh, really?
As you all know, ladies and gentlemen, I am a technical dinosaur, and my prehistoric knowledge didn't quite translate to switching the on button.
Well, Henry, that is very big of you to admit
cart
that.
Coming back on trolley, on recovery vehicle. Would that be either Mubarak Mohammed, one of our novice drivers, or is that Atika Mia? Well, try and get a number check on that cart as driver hops off the recovery quad, and it looks like it is the 154. So that is Mubarak Mohammed, who did make it out, the CRG driver, but didn't make it any further than turn one.
Yeah, and that is a shame for Mubarak. Mubarak now is on a novice plate, so it's no hardship starting at the back of this very intense mini-max field.
Now this is
the championship story, though, is Atika Mia not taking part in that qualifying session. There's your top 5, with Kurt Ivanov just outside that top 5 Superpole qualification. First out will be Mikhail Mitrikin, followed by Benjamin Krachkovic. Austin Gray will be third out. Fourth out will be LBJ Stubbs, and then the final driver to take part in this Superpole will be Charlie Page. They'll be on track together with an interval of about, I think they said about 10 or 15 seconds.
Yes. Here's the rest of your starting lineup. Paul Schutzman, look for him coming through in P7. Some new names. Always great to see some new names. Zohair Turki. And of course, there's Mikhail Tverdokhilov. Tverdokhilov.
Henry and I are going to practice.
Yes, we're going to practice. Tverdokhilov.
And his brother's name.
Don't panic. At the back, Vaiko Payamaki, the Finnish driver, new to the championship. Rafael Zagati, as well, one of the 3 drivers from Ital Course Middle East. There were 2 at the start of the season. There are now 3. So all credit to the Ital Course Middle East team for increasing their numbers.
Atika Mia not coming out for that session, and we saw Mubarak Mohammed, the novice driver. He did come out for the session. Unfortunately, had a mechanical issue. Not quite sure what that is. I'm sure there's obviously a story behind Atika Mia. The reason why I mentioned Atika, even though she didn't take part in that, is that she is second in the UAE RMC Championship coming into round 3. So whether that will cost, still a lot of racing, of course, 3 heats, pre-final and final coming across the weekend as we begin the Minimax Superpole session then. And Kurt Ivanov, the driver, onto the track there, just weaving to get that temperature back into the tyres. The tyres will have cooled off ever so slightly. It'll be easier to get the tyres back up to their optimum running temperature here through the hairpin in this new F1 configuration, the F1 iteration of the Al Ain Raceway. And then on down that back straight through the kink at 5, much quicker now into that section. And then from there, running through that right-hander, which is a very fast sweeping right-hander. It's all important, or it will be the next lap, not so important this time to get optimised onto that back straight, but next time by for Kurt and indeed Mikhail, Austin, LBJ and Charlie Page. They will want to get onto that back straight and carry as much speed forward. Here we go then, first green flag lap for Kurt Ivanov. Ivanov will start his Superpole session here. It's all down to this lap. Massive pressure on these drivers. You can't get your braking point wrong. You can't get your turning wrong. You turn in a metre too late, you wash out wide, you're going to cost yourself time. You're not going to optimise. There was a quick glimpse of Mikhail Mitrikin starting his already into turn 4 for first driver out there, Kurt Ivanov. On to turn 5, through the hairpin there. Here we go, on to the right-hander at turn 8. And then Onto the back straight comes Kurt Ivanov as the rest of the field then are on their session. That is Mikhail Mitrikin. He's the second driver in the field. Coming through the final turn now. It will be Ivanov across the line. And let's see. Ivanov with a 57.421. Here comes Mikhail Mitrikin. He goes faster, 57.179. Austin Gray is the next kart across the line. And he goes the top, 56.946. First of the drivers into the 56s. Here they come across the line. LBJ Stubbs. What's LBJ going to pull out the bag? He doesn't go quicker. LBJ Stubbs in second. Charlie Page. We look for Charlie. He was quickest in the qualifying session. Here we are in Superpole, though. He crosses the line now and goes second. Austin Gray wins the Superpole session and will start the heats on the pole position. The JNKD driver, Austin Gray, with a 56.946, will start on pole. Second in Superpole is XL's Charlie Page with a 56.995. Look at that, 49 thousandths of a second in that. It's Sam Pollitt Racing's LBJ Stubbs will be the driver on the second row of the grid, and he will be joined by NI Racing's Mikhail Mitrikin, and Mikhail's teammate is NI Racing teammate Kurt Ivanov will start in fifth, the first of the drivers on the third row of the grid. As ever, tension. Charlie Page, he was quickest in the qualifying session but just couldn't pull it out for Superpole. 49 thousandths was the gap that he needed, and that is basically just missing a breaking point by literally inches. Centimetres can cost you 49 thousandths. It's so close here. What it does do, of course, is bode very, very well indeed for when we get to the racing sessions, the heats coming up after our qualifying processes, scheduled for about 10:40 this morning. First of the heats will be, of course, for Micromax. We'll have a series of heats before we go into our lunch break programme, which is a celebration of the UAE success. Third on the podium, third place team's podium at the 2025 Bahrain World Finals, the RMC World Finals, that is. There is the Superpole result then. Austin Gray, as we've said, 56.946 is the Superpole time. Charlie Page will start alongside LBJ Stubbs. In third, Mikhail Mitrikin alongside, and then it's Kurt Ivanov for NI Racing will start in fifth place. Great stuff from the Minimax drivers. Next up, of course, is the Junior Max qualifying session. If you thought the Micromax and the Minimax was intense, well, settle yourself down, because this is going to be even more intense. We've got a very, very intense championship. I'm going to use the word intense all through the season, I think, because everything is as we get towards the through the season.
Is it intense, Joe?
It's very intense.
Is it intense, is it?
It absolutely is. I get, how these youngsters cope with the pressure of a Superpole session is beyond me. But you saw there, they just settle in.
Laugh it off.
49,000.
You're playing cards in the driver's lounge.
Yeah, playing cards, playing Snap or something, or Uno or something.
It's not one Snap. I mean, they've advanced up to a kind of a card-based version of Monopoly, I think.
Yeah, that's the way that we relax in the driver's lounge here at Al Ain. Hello to Steph Mosdev.
Okay, let's go down to Henry with our pole sitter.
Well, 4/100ths of a second. That is what separated Austin Gray from everybody else. Austin, talk us through the lap. Talk us through how you cope with that pressure.
You know, I was really nervous through the first corner just to not mess it up. My tyres felt a little bit slidey through the first corner and the second, but they managed to, heat up through the lap, and I felt better throughout the lap, and I think I went good, yeah.
Well, I mean, good enough for pole position. Tell me, did you like that edition of Superpole? Do you think that is a nice way to change the race meeting a little bit?
Well, not if you were first in the first qualifying, no.
No, not if you're the first qualifying, but it's pressure. It's who copes. One lap, all the cards on the table, and, you've done it. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank my mom and dad supporting me, especially my dad. He's been with me all weekend and he's got me through it.
There we go. Well, one dad getting him through it, but I think the driver got himself through it most of all. Pole position man in Minimax, Austin Gray.
Confident young man there, and a little bit commiserations actually to his other competitors, to say that not as great if you went quickest in the qualifying stage. We've seen that so far twice now. Let's see what Junior Max has in store as we familiarise ourselves with the championship situation in the Junior Max category. Currently being led by Connor Clancy. Connor, absolutely the man to beat with his teammate Mitansh Jain. Connor moving up though, out of the Junior Max Championship this weekend and moving into seniors. Now then, that has left the pathway to the UAE RMC Junior Rotax Championship. The path is less cluttered, let's say, for Mitansh Jain and Veer Chopra. Can't discount Jaden Hiddick, currently 4th in the championship. Aaron Mason is 5th. Leo Anya is in 6th, and then Harrison Stevens, Saveli Kojai. All that up for grabs as Connor Clancy moves up the age group and moves into seniors. And with a championship lead, we were talking yesterday, coming into the senior class in round 3, mathematically, when taking into account drop scores, Connor Clancy can still be in contention for a senior max championship. That's a big ask when he goes up against the competitors in that category of seniors, of course. But mathematically, yes, we can speculate that that is a possibility. At the moment, though, he leads the Junior Rotax Championship. He's not here this weekend in this class, so let's see who can take up the cudgels. Mitansh Jain has been the driver that if anybody can lead at least Connor Clancy for a little bit, he's Mumbai Falcons teammate, he can do it. Mitansh Jain now with the pressure, everything to go for now. As the Junior Rotax class is released onto track, it's very, very busy there. Everybody wanting to get straight on with it, or are they? Are they going to go around very slowly and just, yes, they are. They are going to be at walking pace, which can be very confusing for a lot of the drivers and can cause absolute consternation. Now then, I know you're asking this, and I ask this all the time. Why? Yes, why? I really don't know.
I should be on this part of the program. What are they doing?
I don't know. I'm going to ask somebody, who should know. We've got Kai Hunter here, former British champion. We've got UAE champions here, and I'm not sure what these drivers are being instructed by their coaches to actually do on this lap. The clock is ticking, though. The session is moving on. The clock is ticking. We're already a minute in of this 6-minute session, and we have got everything almost in slow motion here. Now there's someone who's pulled the trigger and will get going through. They're already at the hairpin at 3 after a minute and a bit.
I was going to say Superpole might be quiet with one driver in it.
Henry, do you know anything as to what the instruction is from the coaches here about these drivers going that slowly?
I've just walked up back to the commentary position, and there are an awful lot of frustrated parents. So it seems to me they're like all shaking their hands here. Why are they doing this? What's going on? There's obviously, they're running the risk of being excluded from qualifying. They're told you can't do this. Luckily, they're only doing it on the outlap. Now, everybody is up to speed. Yes, they've lost an awful lot of time. Oh, that's their choice. But hopefully, as they all pick up speed now, the reason is nobody wants to be first. Nobody wants to be at the head of the train in qualifying.
I know the officials take the view that once you enter a live racetrack,
yes,
going at not anything towards racing speed can be deemed as unsafe.
Yes,
and that's the grey area of interpretation.
I think the redeeming factor for these drivers is they were all doing it on their outlap and nobody impeded everybody else. Now they've all got up to speed and drivers are on a flying lap. If we see anybody slowing down now, then you get the feeling that said book will be thrown at them. Yeah. But it looks as though everybody is, and that's fine in a way. When you leave the pit lane, you get given a sector to sort of sort yourself out or try and find your drafting partner. But then, when somebody decides to go, then they can't be impeded by drivers still choosing to slow down, because that does cause a problem. However, it looks as though, the field, every driver now up to racing speed. 3 minutes to go. Giuseppe Montanari, Mitan Jain and Aaron Mason are the first to set a lap time. I have to say, Giuseppe Montanari for JNKD, Giuseppe's mum and dad, they this morning, every single driver in the JNKD awning had a Christmas gift on the table with their all wrapped up in a little Christmas box. Just for all the drivers, Giuseppe's mum and dad organised that. So. I think they all.
Was it
just very nice?
Piece of Italian Christmas cake. Hopefully,
I think it's
to eat that and slow them down.
Well, they were saying about it's a personalised mug with candy in it, and the personalised mug is so that when the drivers go and get water, because there's a huge water cooler in there, they're not throwing away cups after cups after cups. They're using their own personalised mug. So it's a really nice touch.
A lovely touch. It was halfway into the session, 3 minutes into the session, before we saw our first flying lap. We've completed 2 laps at the moment. We're inside. We're coming up to 90 seconds. And remember, it's all about the top 5 here. The grid from 6th down to 23rd will be locked in. Actually, it's 22 because Ray Haber has he's withdrawn from the meeting, hasn't he, with an injury.
Fractured shoulder.
Yeah, and Ray is not taking part. So 22 karts in Junior Max. At the moment, Ari Kallenberg, with his driver coach, who we get to chat to, one British champion, Matthew Higgins, is Ari's coach, and already showing that he's worth his salt, because Ari topping the timing screens. Will he still top the timing screens with these laps completed?
Here we go. Let's have a look. It's Kallenberg, Chopra, Ward, Abu Diwan, Spencer. Jaden Hidding moves into P4. Angelina Simons now into P5, up into the Superpole position. Abu Diwan's, Oliver Spencer, Saveli Kogai, Derek Rivera, Arhan Qureshi round out the top 10. I know that Ray Haber is watching, and hopefully you are on the road to recovery already, Ray. I believe probably about 4 weeks minimum out of the saddle.
Yeah, hopefully we might see him back at Dubai. Plenty of time to recoup and get that shoulder back into shape. Ari Kallenberg stays at the top of the screen, though. His best lap is a 53.733. Look at that, 53.739, though, for Via Chopra. Alfie Ward currently in 3rd. It's all going to change, though, as the checkered flag is readied. This stream of karts, some of which are going to get across the line for another crack at it. Now the checkered flag flies, and there's a couple of drivers there who were unlucky. Sam Turner is one of the drivers to take the checkered flag first. He's down in 16th. Abdul Razak Al-Qureshi was another. He's 18th. And then Murad Baramov is in 22nd. The rest of the field, Henry, they've got a chance to go even quicker. And who can beat Ari Kallenberg? That's the question so far.
Yes, indeed. Kallenberg, Chopra, Ward, Stevens, Spencer, your top 5. So many of these drivers moving up in classes. After, for example, Ward, Oliver Spencer, all racing Minimax in the grand finals. Now they're up into juniors as we cross the line. Kallenberg, can he hold on?
No, he hasn't, Henry. He's down. He's been dropped to 5th, but he hasn't come through yet. Has he? Kallenberg's been kicked off. He's still out there on track, though. He has not taken the check. Now he takes the checkered flag. He's outside of Superpole. Oh. He's qualified 8th from the top of the screen. That's been left the property of Alfie Ward. Alfie Ward's best lap of 53.216. For JNKD, they will take the top of they'll be the last cart out in Superpole. Aaron Mason qualifies 2nd. Mitansh Jain, he's the driver from Mumbai Falcons, wanted to take up the cudgels of team honours there for the Mumbai team. Via Chopra 4th, last of the Superpole qualifiers, Jaden Hidding. The grid is locked in from 6 down over, though, Henry.
Yes, indeed. Arhan Qureshi, Oliver Spencer, Kallenberg, Stevens and the rest. But that shows as we look there. So your 5 Superpole contenders. Jaden Hidding will be the first driver out, followed by Via Chopra, then Mitant Jain. Chopra and Jain will now mainly dispute the championship with Conor Clancy's ascension into the senior ranks, with Mason and Alfie Ward going out last. It's worth telling you that the driver that was third in timed qualifying in both micro and mini has ended up on pole overall. There's a look down at the remaining runners. Angelina Simons 10th after a great performance at Alpha San. Ari Kallenberg, the difference that 1 lap makes. He was on his penultimate lap, he was top of the shop, and on his final lap, he was back in the bargain basement. Further down the order, Hans Senanayake, 18th, Forrest Schenkenberg. Samuel Turner was briefly in the top 5. He will line up 16th as we still look further down the 23 kart starting lineup. Again, good to see, well, several new names in the championship. There is Azerbaijan's Murad Bayravmov starting towards the back. Abdul Razak Al Qureshi from Saudi Arabia. Arhan Sethi from India down at the back. Now we did have, well, there's another driver whose name is missing, and I'm just having a little look to see who that is. Did I see Gabriel Baracordi out there? Brando Londono is also missing. So we're 22 strong, and there are your 5 Superpole contenders.
This is exciting stuff. Jaden Hidding for GGM, George Gibbons Motorsports driver, will be the first out on track, the first driver to be released. Via Chopra for M&M, Matthias Name Motorsport will be second. Then we have Matthias Najem, is it?
Matthias Najem.
Matthias Najem, yeah,
yes.
That's the second card. Right, there's Jaden Hidding. He's been released. He's going out, he's on his warm-up lap, and he gets straight on with it. He's got to get 10 back into those tyres. That's why he's shuffling the cart around somewhat. Via Chopper will be released very shortly. We continue monitoring Jaden Hidding, though. He's going to be the first driver across the line to take the checkered flag. He's a little bit off that yet. He's got a preparation lap in store here, as we see Jaden starting to drive the kart with smoothness and accuracy through those corners, not using too much of the curbs here. Some of the curbs need to be used. Some of the curbs you have to stay well off them because they'll slow the car down. Next time by, at this point, he will want to be absolutely maximised here. It's the Junior Max Superpole that we are focusing on now. And here he goes, the all-important final corner for Jaden Hidding. Crossing the line now, head down, tucking behind the fairing there, reducing the airflow across the bump and into turn 1. Keeping it nice and smooth there. Very, very tidy first turn there for Jaden Hidding. Into the new section here at Al Ain, the hairpin at turn 3 on the F1 configuration here at Al Ain. And then on that back section into the hairpin, through the kink at 5 and into the hairpin at 6. This is all important now. It's the slow bits that count. You've got to be fast through there. On towards the final sections of the lap. Onto the back straight for Jaden Hidding there. He's getting towards. He's showing purple in sectors 1 and 2. He's on line here for a very good lap here. The drivers behind Via Chopra not as quick in sector 1 or 2. No one is as quick as Jaden Hidding in sector 1 and 2. Therefore, Hidding goes to the top of the screen. He's the first driver across the line. Everybody showing green in sector times. There's a purple from Aaron Mason there. He's the third driver out. Via Chopra, not as quick as Jaden Hidding. 53.998 for Hidding. 54.036 for Chopra. Mitanch Jain qualifies third with a 54.043. Alfie Ward and Aaron Mason are the drivers that we are in. Aaron Mason will be next across the line. And Aaron Mason, with purple sectors in 2 and 3, goes to pole position. Can Alfie Ward pull it off? I'm not sure he's going to, because he was green in sectors 1 and 2, and he goes green in sector 3. Aaron Mason will take Junior Max pole position with a green sector 1, purple in sector 2, purple in sector 3. That means the ultimate time there in those sectors, giving him a pole position time of a 53.800. Jin Hidding, the first driver out, qualified 5th in the session, will start on the front row. It's a GGM lockout on the front row of Junior Max for George Gibbons. Mason and Hidding, 53.800, 53.998 for Hidding. Second row of the grid, Alfie Ward, a 54.033 for JNKD, and then M&M for Via Chopra. That's his team. M&M will start 4th with Via Chopra, and then starting 5th, the first of the Mumbai Falcons junior Rotax drivers, Mitanch Jain, wanting to maximise his championship points haul. Well, he's got a job in hand, hasn't he? Qualifying 5th in Superpole there. So that is our grid that is set for the junior Rotax heats coming up later on. The rest of the grid locked in during the qualifying session, of course, with our senior Rotax class being ready. It's DD2, of course, and DD Masters. So it's the gearbox class of drivers that are next. We finish up with Senior Max. So DD2, our gearbox karts, 2-ratio gearbox. More of that technically. I want to say hello to some of you watching out there in YouTube land. Steph Mozdev, can't wait to see you race Aman. So he's supporting Aman. AGS Creation, thank you guys. It's an amazing job that you're doing the broadcast, all the events. Yeah, we are, and it's quite an honour to be able to bring you the UAE RMC live for the whole season on Karting Live TV and on the UAE RMC YouTube channel. Quick B6s. We're another supporter of Aman. What's the surname, please, in the class? Waiting for your race, Aman. So Aman, out there, has got quite a support team around him, watching from wherever. Tell us where you are as well. Tell us where you are in the world. Where are you watching from in the world? It's great to have you along. It's great to be able to put the UAE RMC on towards a global audience on YouTube, isn't it? And the racing here just proving that the UAE RMC is building into be one of the finest and the most serious of the Rotax Max Challenge National Championships. With you can tell that, of course, by the result of the Bahrain World Finals, of course, with the UAE coming third. We're going to have a lot of that, more of that coming across the weekend. And, of course, we're going to celebrate that third-place podium for the Teams Championship from the Bahrain World Finals in the lunch break with a bit of a celebration and a trophy presentation, bringing that forward. We are going to go down to Parc Fermé now, where Henry has got Aaron Mason. Go, Henry.
Well, Aaron Mason, congratulations. I believe that is your very first pole position.
Yeah, I'm super happy. We worked really hard and had lots of testing on this track.
Now, lots of testing, it paid off, but all that testing had to come down to one lap. What was your mindset going into the lap? What did you know you had to do on your out lap to get your kart ready for that one flyer?
So on the out lap, I warmed the tyres as much as I could, going into every corner as hard as possible and creating all the understeer and lock. But then on the flying lap, I just kept my mind in the zone and tried to keep on the gas for as long as I could.
How hard is it to not think about who the driver behind you is and what they're doing? How hard is it just to focus on yourself? Because qualifying, normally it's all about who am I getting a slipstream from and who might be getting a slipstream from me. But Superpole is very different, isn't it?
Yeah, it's quite different. You don't get any slip, which makes basically you as a driver to see if you can get into first.
Okay, next question, last question. Can you win?
Yes.
Excellent, there we go. A win incoming for Aaron Mason, according to Aaron Mason.
Yeah, well, he's at the right part of the grid, isn't he, to start that. Confidence there oozing from Aaron Mason. He's got a big job ahead of him, not wanting to take anything from that, and we wish everybody in the Junior Max class our best wishes for some great, clean and exciting racing going forward. Hello to Gavin Hill, I should say, Gavin Hill 5116. Thank you for the kind words. It's our pleasure, as I said, to bring you the coverage of the UAE RMC, and we are going to be bringing you all of the season-long championship all the way through to April. Round 3 here, though, at Al Ain, and we're on the F1 iteration of the Al Ain circuit, slightly shorter than the track that we raced on in the Invitational in round 1 here in September. It's 10 metres shorter, around 1,370 metres. We've reduced it by two turns. We've now got 12 turns. But it isn't taking away anything, and the character of this circuit remains, with a more technical insert of a hairpin at 3. Really just change the character of that infield section there with an all-important turn 3. I think we'll see that turn come into play a lot during the race, and we'll see a bit of racecraft having to come in with a defensive driving and an offensive driving there coming into play during the race. At the moment, though, it's all about qualifying. It's all about optimising your run. It's all about getting the maximum out of your kart to qualify in the top 5 to get you through towards that and into that top 5. DD2's coming next. We've got our gearbox Rotax class coming next. It's a 2-ratio gearbox. We've got a paddle shift. It's not like a paddle shift on a conventional race car.
It's not 6 speeds up and 5 speeds down, is it?
It's not down the box and up the box. It's basically the lever on the left will give you engage first gear. The lever on the right will disengage first gear and engage second gear. And it's basically a flip between second and first gears throughout the lap.
Yeah, so basically, rather than having a fixed gear, which is a compromise between top speed and power, you can have a bit more power and a bit more top speed.
And perhaps the most important thing on these karts, in comparison to the Rotax Max karts that we see in the other classes, Nick, is the appearance of front brakes.
Yeah, which I'm surprised doesn't make more difference than it should do.
Well, it means that you are not using the rear axle. A senior Rotax and a junior Rotax only brakes on the rear axle. That's where the brake is, and you can use that brake to get the car to rotate into the corner. Not so much when you are braking the front axle. You've got a brake disc on both of the front hubs on these DD2s, so you brake much more in a conventional straight line. You get the car to rotate by carrying speed, and you get the car to rotate by a little bit more trickery with the gearbox. It sounds very complicated, it is. And people like Tony Hogg, who is a bit of a legend in this class here in the UAE, and Tony enjoying coming out of retirement and seeing himself running in the Bahrain World Championship finals was quite an honour for him. Tony not taking part this weekend. He was out practicing and taunting us with the possibility of him racing, but even though he's not racing, he still gets a mention, does Tony?
Yes, obviously he's here this weekend, as well as several other members of Team UAE who aren't racing, because during the lunch break today, we'll be going down and I'll be chatting to the members of Team UAE about last week's excellent, best ever showing in Bahrain. Still not one regular qualifying session pole sitter actually starting on pole after Superpole. Interesting indeed.
Yes.
Pressure is part of it. But yeah, obviously it just goes to show how close karting is, full stop.
It's down, literally, Henry, it's down to missing your braking point by 6 inches.
Exactly.
You miss your braking point by 6 inches, and you are scrubbing speed off.
That you
and
don't
you're
need
not,
to.
And you are costing yourself, because it literally comes down to thousandths of a second that we've seen in all of our Superpole sessions so far.
And I've been going down, and as I'm like waiting for the eventual Superpole victor, I've been speaking to some of the other drivers and said, how do you think that? Fun? And even the ones that have lost the position, yeah, that was fun. I like that. They're enjoying.
They enjoyed the pressure.
Yes, they're enjoying the different style of test. And also, it looks a little bit like Formula One, doesn't it? Where gradually you whittle the field down, and the last, Formula One's not Superpole, but really, in the current modern climate, the drivers do, say, 2 fast laps in the final part of qualifying, and for the kids, it's a bit like that, which is good for them.
But Henry, that format of qualifying is at the very top level of motorsport. You have it at Le Mans with the Hyperpole. You have it at things like the Nürburgring 24 Hours with their Superpole, which is the top 30 drivers, isn't it, Nick? I think at the Nürburgring.
Yeah, you have it at the Daytona 500.
Yes,
you have Indianapolis 500. Has always been a 4-lap qualifying average, but one driver at a time. So, the kids and the adults in the likes of DD2 and seniors that we're watching now, they sit home, they watch motor racing, and they're now put in the same position, and they can imagine, okay, this is what Max Verstappen or Lando Norris feels like when they've got one lap to get the job done. Theo Kakati heading the timesheets at the moment. Theo making his seasonal debut. Theo, who was the team manager of Team UAE last week in Bahrain, did a bit of commentary work as well. Mark Bassier, Adam Malik. One name we aren't mentioning yet, championship leader Tyler Harris. Tyler, P6 at the moment.
Not
yet. Long time to go, but not even in Superpole yet for Tyler.
Was telling me at round 2 at Al Fassan had to jump on a plane immediately after the event, or relatively after the event, head home to the UK and take his exams, which he said he was happy with. Just chatted to him in the paddock. So well done, Tyler, on getting through your exams.
Tyler is nursing a finger injury. A game of pickup basketball went slightly wrong and ended up twisting 2 of his fingers in a slightly unnatural position. They're bandaged up. Are they having an effect? Well, we'll let you be the judge of that, because at the moment, championship leader Tyler Harris is only P7. Hamza Hashisho up to P6. Maurice Knyoppers, the reigning Grand Finals E20 Masters champion. Currently, the only Masters in DD2 in the top 5. Could we get a Master driver into Superpole?
That would be phenomenal, wouldn't it? That would absolutely be phenomenal. Mind you, to qualify for a Master, you've got to be, 31, 32?
31, yes.
31. I mean, you're really old at 31. But massive credit. Here comes Ashisho, up to 4th. Said Al-Ababi, he's up to 2nd there. Theo Kakati, he continues in that first spot there. Where is Tyler Harris? There he is.
P4.
He disappeared. That's because he's popped up to 4th.
Yes, Hamza Hashisho on the bubble, as it were, ahead of Adam Malik. And of course, Adam Malik, who had a real uptick in form at the last round at Al Fassan. P6 at the moment. Knyoppers, Kyle Blockley. Now, this is Kyle Blockley's first session, I believe, of the weekend. I didn't see Kyle yesterday. He may have been here testing. But Kyle Blockley, Sami Al-Assad, Greg Watt, and Nicolo Cacciatore. Round out your 11 drivers. Checkered flag is out.
Checkered flag, Henry.
Let's have a look.
Yeah, let's see who's going to be the checkered flag for Tyler Harris. He's in 4th. Syed El Hababi, he stays in 2nd place at the moment. It looks like Theo Kakati, who's going to be first on the timing screens. Of course, this is not settling any kind of grid formation. This is the qualifiers for Superpole. In 6th place, Adam Malik. We're waiting for Moritz Knyoppers to come through. He's currently 7th. Mark Bassier can improve. Theo Kakati can actually improve. Still waiting for Moritz to take his checkered flag. And it looks like he has. There's a cart off at turns 9 and 10. I'm not sure who that is. But that would tell us why we've still got 3 carts that have not taken the checkered flag. That looks like the section is over. It's going to be Theo Kakati out 5th. Out 4th for Superpole will be Saad Al-Hababi. Out 3rd will be Mark Bassier. Out fourth, out fourth will be, out first will be Hamza Ashisho. Out second will be Tyler Harris. Out third will be Mark Bassier. Out fourth will be Said El Hababi. And out fifth will be the current fastest driver, Theo Kakati. Locked in to their grid positions, Adam Malik will start in sixth. Moritz Knopes in seventh. Kyle Blockley eighth. Samir Al-Hassad in ninth. Greg Watt with Honolulu Racing will start 10th. And Nicola Cacciatore will start in 11th place.
The driver who was parked facing the wrong way up at turns
9 and 10,
9 and 10 is coming into the pit lane now, and that driver was the 424 of Nicolo Cacciatore. Now, one thing that we haven't mentioned that has been remarkable about this morning's coverage is the amount of physical exertion that Guy Sheffield, who you can see holding his clipboard there, has had to put in. He's been pushing carts, he's been pulling carts, he has been, now he's just sent Mark Bassier away. Now, there obviously could be infractions. Benjamin Karachkovic had a penalty yesterday, and that meant that he had his best qualifying lap taken off him, which was part of the punishment for yesterday, and that's why he did not go through to Superpole. But yeah, Guy Shepherd, I mean, he's been pulling carts, pushing carts. I even seen him break into a light jog.
No.
At one, yeah, well,
I thought that was just a rumour.
No. I saw it with my own two eyes. It was a light jog, and it was for 4 paces. But it was still faster than just a mere stroll.
Joking aside, Guy Sheffield, the chap there with the clipboard, he's the guy, quite literally the guy.
Yep.
Guy Sheffield, the behind putting this UAE RMC championship on the map and developing it to the point where it's got to be one of the recognised high-level global Rotax Max Challenge.
Absolutely, and of course, Guy
places to be.
Yeah, Guy will instantly say it's not just me; it's a huge team of people, which is true. Tony Kakati, but more importantly, the staff and the crew here at Al Ain Raceway in fantastic. Now, Superpole gets underway. Hamza Hashisho.
We have a lovely chat with Hamza, don't we? In the
yes, we
break.
do.
Whether that comes up today or tomorrow, stay tuned. Lovely interview with Hamza Hashisho, and he is being run by him and his dad, who put that cart together and span of that cart, preparing it, I should say, engineering it. Hamza has been one of the drivers to challenge Tyler Harris, these first out for this Superpole session, just making his way around towards that green flag that he will be greeted by across the start-finish straight. Tyler Harris is the second driver out on track. He's just coming through the infield section now. Mark Bassier has not come out. Said El Hababi, we saw Mark Bassier being ushered off or being taken off the Superpole formation. Theo Kakati is out on track. He's the final driver to go out on track. So Mark Bassier, I think, will be starting fifth as Hashisho crosses the line to start his first flying lap. We'll be keeping an eye on the sector times. If you have got the live time and scoring up, it's available on the UAE RMC website, and you will be able to keep an eye on the sector times that this Superpole will give you an indication of who's going where. So purple for Hashisho in sector 1, purple for Tyler Harris. He's taken it away from Hashisho. So Tyler Harris, certainly the quickest driver at the moment. We wait for Al Hababi to come through, and he goes quicker still. Saad Al Hababi is the quickest driver on the track. Another purple one from Tyler Harris. Hamza Hashisho, he's going quicker than he ever has. And Theo Kakati, purple in sector 1. On target for pole is Kakati, as Hashisho pulsed the first time here in Superpole. 52.942. Purple in sector 2 has gone Said Al Hababi. Tyler Harris goes to the top of the screen. 52.676. It's Harris, Hashisho. Hababi is on schedule to go to the top of the screen, and does indeed. 52.535. It's all about Theo Kakati now, who comes out of the final turn, heads down to the checkered flag. Theo Kakati needs a purple sector 3. It doesn't come off for Kakati. and he will have to settle for second place. Aside Al-Hababi, he is on the pole position. He will get the accolade of speaking to Henry Baudet, who was hurriedly making his way down to Parc Fermé. So Said Al-Hababi, a green sector 1, 2 purples sector 2 and 3, gives him pole with a 52.535. Theo Kakati went purple in sector 1, just didn't quite find the time in sectors 2 and 3 for the remaining part of the lap, and had to settle for a 52.545, literally 1,000th of a second. 100th of a second is the gap between Al-Hababi on pole and Theo Kakati in second. Second row of the grid, unfamiliar territory so far this season. Tyler Harris is in third place. He is got a time 52.676.131 of a second. And then Hamza Ashisho, he will start alongside Harris on that second row. Mark Bassier will start fifth for qualifying into Superpole. However, Bassier did not take part in Superpole.
His cart was damaged.
His cart was damaged. Right, he didn't want to do it. Yeah, so he's starting fifth. He's on the third row of the grid. The rest of the grid, of course, locked in. Wow, let's catch our breath before we go forward then for our final qualifying process. It's the qualifying session for Senior Rotax Max, followed by Superpole for that class. The fan club for Aman is increasing.
Do we know which Aman it is?
No. Excited to see you race Aman. All I'm getting is the word Aman. I don't know if that's a surname or a first name. Kajith Thimakundi is the third of the Aman fan club.
It's always good to have a fan club. So if you're a fan of someone who isn't called Aman, please comment.
Yes. And what is Aman? Where is Aman racing?
Well, here, hopefully. Otherwise, they're in the wrong stream.
I mean, what class?
Okay, so I think we just note Henry's pointing at our pole sitter, and we're going to go down to Henry now.
Not bad for your very first time in a DD2, setting pole position in a high-pressure one-lap shootout. Saad Al-Hababi, Mumbai Falcons, congratulations.
Thank you, Habibi.
Now, talk about that lap. You secured pole position by 1/100th of a second.
Well, I thought I was third or fourth.
Step in a little bit, but people want to see you.
Well, I thought I was fourth because I thought it was too slippery. But alhamdulillah, P1.
Exactly. Now, Mark Bassier didn't go out for that session. He did qualify for it. He was involved in an incident, which meant that he had a pushback nose cone. That took his one fastest lap away. It still would have given him P5 overall, but he said, as he was getting prepped, no, my steering column's bent. That's why Mark didn't go out. So work for Mark. Can you now hold on against Theo Kakati, Tyler Harris, and the rest?
Well, inshallah, we will try. Okay. We'll do our best, inshallah.
We'll do our best indeed. That's not a bad result for your very first time in DD2. It's getting very exciting. A bigger field, 1/100th of a second separating first and second.
Great stuff. Thanks, Henry. We are about to get going with our final qualifying session. Just catching up with the rest of the world here, Nick.
Someone was on Facebook, weren't they?
On the
Not
stream.
concentrating.
No, I was trying to find out. We've got Priyan Kameta cheering for number 310, who's out in this session now. So 310 is Adish Mehta for M&M, Matthias Najim Motorsports. Adish Mehta out next. He's got his fan club joining us. And with the carts just sheltering off the, just out of the hot sun here, the temperature beginning to climb all day, really, isn't it? It's getting towards a high of 28, 30 degrees ambient with should give us, by my estimation, a track temperature usually is about over 10 degrees higher.
Yeah,
so it could be up to 45 degrees track temp.
We've got full sun, but we also got a nice breeze blowing. It's blowing right across the track at the moment, so it's not...
The tarmac tends to soak up the sun and the heat.
But this is not the darkest of dark tarmacs. It's quite a light grey of tarmacs. So the darker the tarmac, the more it soaks it up. But as I always like to give wind information, it's one of my big things is giving the wind information. It is blowing across the track at a relative... Let's hope we don't have the same sort of wind as the last time we were here. We had the sandstorm at the end of the day.
We did, yeah. We had to put a bit of a delay on things, didn't we? I mean, that can happen, I suppose. We're in the southern part of the UAE.
I think a lot of people went, yeah, well, that's not... It was all right. It wasn't a really big one. Really?
Yeah, I know. We were like overwhelmed by it. We're geographically we are just south of Dubai and Abu Dhabi, in the Abu Dhabi Emirate,
and we can see the Oman border.
And we're right on the Oman border.
And you got to see the Oman border yesterday.
We
took the wrong turning on the dual carriageway.
With border control.
Yeah, I went to get some fuel. Forgot where I was. And we ended up driving down the Oman border before we could turn back on the roundabout.
Almost visited another country.
We did, yeah. But yeah.
Yeah, this
never stop concentrating about directions if I'm driving the car. Is the car the lesson for that, isn't it, Joe?
Well, you need to give it more than 20%, really, which is a bit disconcerting.
Yeah. You could have been the driver. You hadn't decided to get coffee.
Well, use your phone.
Yes.
Let's have a look at the championship, shall we, for the senior road tax class. Now, we had drama and intrigue and controversy at round 2, didn't we? With the weekend being absolutely dominated, I've got to say, by George Nasser, who was very dominant in the heat phase, and then it all came together quite literally in the final, and he lost a side pod and was mechanically flagged, and that cost him dearly points-wise. However, he's still leading the championship, is George, and we delve a little bit deeper into that side pod issue in our paddock show. Is that going out today, Nick, the side pod story? Get a chat to George. He's typical racing driver style, though, Henry. George already not thinking about Alpha San, where he was really... he must have loved that track because he was really dominant. He's already thinking about this weekend and getting on with it.
Yeah, indeed. He was loving the track up until the final. Now he loves this track because he's fast here.
Yes.
Connor Clancy, debutant in seniors. Mentioned earlier, mathematically still has a chance with dropped scores and the amount of heats that you drop, the amount of pre-finals and finals that you
Have you
drop.
got the details of that
Not
drop?
Exactly, although it's something
We're not
like
getting towards that stage of the season yet, quite, are we?
No, but, this event, for example, you score 3 lots of heat points. Each heat is a 30 points for the win, 27 for second, 25 for third. The pre-finals are also 30, 27, 25, 24, etc. The finals, 40 points for the win, 35, 32. So this weekend, there is the potential to score a maximum of 30, 60, 90, 120, 160, 170 points this weekend. That is more than you get on a normal weekend, because normally we run a heat, a pre-final, a final. This weekend, 3 heats, pre-final, final. So, if you're missing this round, you're not necessarily causing yourself a disadvantage in the championship, because you don't drop your worst round. You drop your worst X amount of heat scores and final scores from across the entire season. So it doesn't matter that this weekend you score potential, you have more scoring opportunities, because you can just drop your worst results from any random round.
Now then, getting back to this session, finally gets into it. Now, you may have thought your picture was buffering there. It wasn't. It was the more, let's call it, tactical shenanigans that was going on when the carts were released from the collecting area. Now they get their foot down. Now they start the session proper. We're already under 4.5 minutes remaining. We've almost lost 90. Well, we did lose 90 seconds to that slow outlap for the senior max qualifiers.
But you know something, as we're watching the last drivers start their first flying lap, that opening lap, it looked like the screen might have been buffering. Drivers, that's acceptable. The race directors, they understand that the drivers need to sort of get themselves in a position. They need a little bit of time to sort themselves out. But once the front of the pack goes, everybody else needs to go at a similar time. If anybody starts slowing down or is in karting terms, we call it rolling over in qualifying now, then they're in trouble. Because then is when you can impede and ruin another driver's lap. So get up, take half a lap to play all the games you want, but then when one driver says, I've got to go and set the lap, everyone else needs to follow suit, and slowing down then becomes an issue. Now, Rian Damadasa.
People aren't slowing down here, Henry. Rian Damadasa to the top of the screen, and that young man, Conor Clancy, his first time out in the senior class, came into this round leading the junior Rotax class. He's taken the decision to step up to the senior class because he's old enough.
Yep.
And here he is at the front and the sharp end albeit after just one flying lap, but already showing purple in sector 1, on target to be leading this qualifying session after what will be 2 laps here. Field out of the final turn and about to complete their second flying lap. Let's see. Conor Clancy did go to the top of the screen, but only momentarily, as Rian Damadasa retakes that top level.
Yes. Now, Clancy coming in, he said, we'll see an interview with yourself, Joe, and Conor later on. And it was me.
That was you, yeah.
It was Conor. You'll see an interview with me and Conor later on.
In the driver's lounge. Funny that, you find you and him in the driver's lounge.
In the driver's lounge. And of course, what he did say is that you can't afford any, I'll use a golfing parlance here, you can't afford any mulligans now. Conor has to score heavily in every single race if he is to keep the championship dream, if he's alive, if he's to begin one to start with. The way he can start that championship dream is by getting into Superpole and then scoring 10 points for pole position. At the moment, he drops out of the top 5. It's George Nassar, current championship leader, Rian Damadasa, Andrea Remy, Jules Dumont, and Oscar Lambert, the top 5.
Well, we saw George's set up there, the M&M driver, his tyres coming and optimising on that third and important lap there, going quickest with a 52.215. Second best lap is a 52.322. Damadasa, Andrea Remy third, Jules Dumont is in fourth, Oscar Lambert fifth. He's the last Superpole qualifier. Grid from 6th down to 34 will be sorted here in this session with under a minute left. It's Nathan Caplan just outside the Superpole qualification. The timing screen changing all the time. Jerry Montgomery Swan he was up to 5th, he's down to 6th now. But it's Nasser completing 4 laps and staying on that fastest lap.
Yeah, Eloy Gonzalez, 9th. Clancy, 8th. Alessandro Bigi up into 7th. Briefly, he was in the top 5, as was Montgomery Swan. Alicia Knessa down in 21st, all the way back. 1.1 seconds separating 1st to 30th. Incredible stuff. Really competitive. Nassar, Lambert, Dumont, Damadasa, Remy, your top 5 as the clock is about to strike 0. Are any of these drivers going to get across the line? I don't think they will. This is it, Joe.
Yeah, this is it. The checkered flag. There was nobody going to get an extra one. George Nassar takes the checkered flag. George on the pole position as everybody now. I think that's settled, Henry. I'm going to be confident enough to call it. The 5 qualifiers into Superpole will be these drivers. George Nassar with a 52.114, with Rian Damadasa second with a 52.174, 52.175 for Oscar Lambert in third, Andrea Remy, the Swiss driver, with a 52.209, And then the final qualifier is JNKD's Jeremy Montgomery Swan with a 52.251. That is the fifth and final qualifier for Superpole, just outside Superpole, but sixth on the grid will be Enzo Tesluk. Enzo's time of 52.267. The rest of the grid there, Henry.
That's a great effort from Enzo Tesluk. Look at the names who didn't even make Superpole. Clancy, Biji, Gonzalez, Kappen, Kinua, who expecting great things from. Further down, Zayn El Hamasani, the Egyptian, not making qualifying, Superpole rather. 0.4 of a second separating the top 18 drivers down to Adi Schmetter. And still, there's one name, Joe, one name that we haven't mentioned at all. You'll not see him on this screen. You'll see him on the next screen. Kai Hunter.
Yeah.
P29.
P29, and Kai's time of 53. Let me just get the right column here. 53.088. Well off the pace there. So Kai Hunter, former British junior champion and former British champion, UKC champion here in the UAE RMC, and not things not going his way. There's obviously problems there.
This is not a Kai Hunter problem. This is a combination, I think, of trying to integrate the Hunter Motorsport methodology to the Kart Advisor Academy methodology. There's mechanics, there's engines, there's all sorts of moving parts, and it's just taking a couple of events for everything to align itself to the way that, Reese Hunter, who is out here working with Kart Advisor Academy, wants things to happen. It has been a little bit of a struggle. They will get there. They have one of the best senior Rotax drivers in the world, in my humble opinion, in Kai Hunter.
Reese himself was a British champion as well.
Yes.
So they've got two British champions there guiding them and mentoring.
It will come together. It just hasn't come together yet.
Yeah. Time is in their favour at this mid-stage of the championship. Henry, that has concluded our qualifying.
Yes.
The grids are formed.
Well, not quite all the grids. We've still got one.
Yeah, the grids are formed apart from the top 5 in seniors.
Yes, we've still got two and a half rows
yes, we have.
To decide final. There are the drivers being put into position. So, first driver out will be the 3-2-1. Well, no, Rian Damadasa is there. George Nassar is there. The 3-4-5, Andrea Remy is there. The 3-2-7 of Oscar Lambert is there. And now just being moved into position. Now, has Enzo Tesluk...
Enzo Tesluk, he's going out as the 5th place driver.
So who is...
So who is not there?
That would be... Where's Jeremy Montgomery Swan? There he is, discussing something at the bottom of your screen with race director Ken Potter. An infraction. If he received a nose cone penalty, you lose your best lap for a nose cone penalty.
So you then have to rely on your second fastest lap. Yeah.
This is something now. What a performance from Enzo Tesluk from CRG.
It is Jeremy Montgomery Swan who has been taken out of that top 5, Henry.
Yeah.
That's been confirmed there. The qualifiers are now Enzo Tesluk will be out first. Andrea Remy will follow him. Oscar Lambert out third. Rian Damadasa and George Nassar. They are our 5 Superpole qualifiers about to go out on track.
Enzo Tesluk with the... I'll get my anorak now. Enzo Tesluk with the 1988 Alex Caffey replica helmet.
Round
And he designed it without realising he was designing a virtual exact replica of the very first driver to ever bring the Dallara name into Formula One.
I'll get the coat. You need to zip your anorak up, mate.
I'm going to zip my anorak up, and I will head down to interview a Superpole winner.
Before you head off, Enzo didn't realise he'd done an Alex Caffey until you told him.
Until I told him, and then I showed him a photo, and he was like, "Oh yeah, yeah, there we go." Well, did you have that on your bingo card, ladies and gentlemen?
Alex
before 11 o'clock in the morning, Alex Caffey getting a mention on your Rotax live stream at Karting Live TV. I'll go down to see if I'll speak to Enzo Tesluck. Will he be on pole position? We'll find out.
Yeah, we're about to find out who Henry is going to have the pleasure of speaking to. This is very, very intense. Enzo Tesluck leading the Superpole qualifiers out as Tesluck goes through the final turn and across the line to start his first green flag lap. His only green flag lap. The pressure is on. You can't get it wrong. You've got to hit your braking points. You've got to hit your apexes. You've got to get everything right. You can't scrub off speed. You've got to maintain your momentum. This is the tricky part. The new hairpin here for the first time in 2025 for the 2025-26 season, I should say. On down to the back straight now towards the kink at 5 and into the hairpin at 6. He's through another hairpin, and already we look forward to him getting on to the final sections of this track here. There is Tesluck through and onto the back straight. Then here he comes, Tesluck into the penultimate corner. Here he will go into 11 through that never-ending left-hander into the final turn. Optimize the exit speed across the line. He's not purple in any of his sectors. The drivers that are behind him have gone purple, but he does go purple in 3, of course, because he's the first driver to complete that one. His time, 53.026. Andrea Remy. We look for Remy. Remy goes purple in sectors 1, 2, and 3 at that point. 52.897. What can Oscar Lambert do? Oscar Lambert goes quickest, 52.882. Look at how close that is. Dharmadasa across the line this time now. What does Dharmadasa pull out? He goes quickest, 52.731. It's all about George Nasser. Can Nasser pull it off and start from pole? Nasser crosses the line and goes to pole position, 52.677. He was green in sector 1, purple in sector 2, and purple in sector 3. The 2 sectors to end the lap was what puts George Nasser, championship leader in Senior Max, onto pole position for the heats and starting not so much where he left off at Alpha San, but starting where he wanted to end up at Alpha San. If it wasn't for that side pod issue, I'm pretty sure he's going to be hard to beat. Once again, being the man to beat here in Senior Rotax Max, George Nasser on the pole position. Rian Dharmadasa, his job is to stop it happening. 54 thousandths of a second, the gap there. 0.2 of a second for his Oscar Lambert, and then another 0.2, just over 0.2. Andrea Remy will start alongside Lambert on the second row. Enter Tesluck, promoted to that 5th and Superpole qualification spot from the qualifying session, will start in 5th. Now that does indeed conclude our qualifying process. The next time we have karts out on track, as Henry has already headed down to the Parc Fermé to grab a chat once again to George Nasser. We chat to George in the paddock show. There's a reason behind that.
So that's today.
That is today. That's yes. Today.
Yeah, we have a very packed and exciting. Normally, the lunch break is a chance for you to relax, have some lunch, and watch some interviews. We actually have a live broadcast at lunchtime as a celebration of the UAE's 3rd place in the Rotax Grand Final. And then after that, because we can't give you enough, we're going to give you a little bit of a quick paddock show as well today. And there's a completely separate paddock show Sunday, but today's paddock show has a bit of a wrap-up from Alpha San, and then we're going to have a little bit of a chat about driver coaching with a couple of the big driver coaches in the paddock. So we're going to give you extra entertainment here. We have a paddock show and a live celebration of the UAE's 3rd place in the Rotax Grand Finals last week. Joe.
Hello to Kailash Mukim. From India, Grandpa calling, book up Adish Mehta. Adish Mehta's got quite a fan club there joining in. Priya Nakameta as well, cheering on for the number 310 in the seniors. So hello, Grandad. Kailash Mukim joining us from India. Great to have you on board. Hopefully you'll stay put and just see how your driver Adish Mehta does. He qualified about 16th, I think, if my memory serves me, from that session. So in the midfield, I'm sure he's going to have a great day's racing. A great weekend's racing, actually. Just to give you an idea of what's happening now, we've got the first of our heats. The programme will be Micromax, followed by Minimax. We then have the Junior Rotax Max class, the DD2 Gearbox class, and then the Senior Max. From there, we'll go into our lunch break, and then we will follow that up with 2 more heats. But for now, let's head down to the Parc Fermé, where Henry has our pole sitter.
Drivers learn very, very quickly. And what the drivers have learnt about Superpole this morning is that when they come into the Parc Fermé area, before they hit the weighing scales, they know that I'm making a beeline for the pole sitter. So each of the 5 drivers are looking up, and it's like, as I'm walking towards them and I say, I need you for an interview, then the celebrations begin, because they know that if I want to speak to them, then they're on pole position. The best celebration was George Nassar when you found out you got pole. That really means a lot, doesn't it?
Yeah, we were struggling yesterday with pace, but now to have pole it's a dream.
You know, you've got pole at a circuit that you know well. Last round, obviously, you were really enjoying yourself until the final. Was the reaction that you got to that pole position a reflection of moving on from Al Forsan?
Yeah, but it's more of a progression from Al Forsan, really. I also pulled in Al Forsan.
You know, the championship is so competitive, with so many quick drivers taking points off each other all the time. These 10 points could actually be really significant, can't they?
Yeah, I would like those 10 points wherever possible.
Because you don't drop qualifying points. You can drop heat points, pre-final points, final points, qualifying points. You keep them, so they're very important. Tell us a little bit about, you're the only driver to have qualified fastest in regular qualifying and maintained that in Superpole. How did you do it?
Calm. I knew I had the pace after my mechanic, Jamie, told me that I was pole, so just nice and smooth.
Nice and smooth. And the eagle-eyed viewers amongst you would have realised that we have swapped our usual headwear for a Matthias Nagem Motorsport bit of attire, because man's got to represent, haven't you?
Yes, I do. Matt, you better start paying me.
There we go. Pay the man, apparently.
Thank you, Henry. Well done to George. The question we are going to ask all weekend is, once again, who can beat George Nassar in that Senior Max class? For now, though, we move from Senior Max and head towards Micromax land. With the grid already there in the collecting area, this is how they're going to line up. Sama Chopra will start on the pole position from Saif Al Khalifa alongside Adam Al Sheikh, and Liam O'Hanlon are on row 2. Alexander Freinstein and Vaibhav Ponna start on row 3. Row 4 will have Cameron Harvey and Amar Tabatsa. Jensen Kelly starts alongside Enzo Falzarano. Ruud Rapatap, Shekawat and Tadeusz Prochaska will start alongside. Evans Voronens is next. Ivan Jancevic with Abdulaziz Al-Saraf, Tayab Haroun. We've then got Felix Souza Jebjerg, Ayansh Patel, and then Rofwaya Ndwambi, Saif Elmina, Vladimir Terdokhlebov, hopefully I've got that right, and Zhu Kuanyi, rounding off the 22 kart grid. Great to have Zhu Kuanyi here from China, representing China. He's on the novice plate, so a beginner in karting. This is the youngest group out at the moment. This is the 8 to 11-year-old category. They're on the Mojo C2 tyre. They're on the 950mm chassis, which is slightly smaller than the senior and junior Rotax classes. And 105 kilograms minimum weight. Same engine, though, the 125cc Rotax water-cooled motor that you can effectively, conceptually, take from this Micromax class all the way through to your Senior Max class. Controlled lineup from Samar Chopra and Saif Al Khalifa, the poleman dictating the pace as we get things towards the green flag. And the green light will go on. And we are indeed racing towards turn one. For the first time this weekend, I think we've been sent around. I see the drivers indicating that we've had a full start as they head down the back straight. I saw one of the drivers giving it the wave around flag. The red light is still showing, so we have got a full start there. So the start procedure not quite to the liking of the start official, and we get one more lap to go around. Samar Chopra going off at racing speed, of course, to get some heat into the tyres and getting everything up to operating temperature into the top end of the circuit there, just to our left from our position. We can watch them out the window coming down that back straight. Camera angles showing us the run down to the final part of this Al-Ain circuit. And we've got Samar Chopra, Saif Al Khalifa now slowing everything down in correct style, I would say, Henry.
Yes. Obviously, a bit of a nervy start to that first race, and still a bit of a few demonstrative hand signals being waved by Samar Chopra. And, of course, Saif Al Khalifa. Uptick in fortunes, in performance for Saif Al Khalifa. Sometimes all it takes is one weekend, like Saif had in Bahrain. No, he didn't have the results he wanted at the end of the final, but overall, he proved he can compete with anybody in the world.
Well, he's competing with Samar Chopra as they come towards the line now. The red lights will go off, and we will go racing. The red lights are indeed off, and we're racing for the first time this weekend into turn one. As the pack goes through that very, very tight turn one out onto the back straight. This is the tricky bit into turn two and then the hairpin. This is an overtaking spot at this stage of any race.
Already, Samar Chopra defending the inside line. Over that little lip down into what is now turn number 4. We head through. There's turn 5. Great view up the inside. That looked like Saif Al Khalifa having a look at Chopra. Chopra holding him off, and Adam Al-Sheikh, first race back after a broken arm. Al-Sheikh is up to second in the number 55 machine for XL Motorsport.
Here they go then down the back straight towards turn number 11 here, and no changes there. Everybody behaving themselves. It's very early. This is a 6-lap race, of course, and here we are completing the first lap with Samar Chopra leading. Side-by-side action though across the line as Al-Sheikh goes alongside, slots back in. Alexander Freinstein, the driver, up to third. Then we've got Saif Al Khalifa, championship leader O'Hanlon fifth, and then in sixth Vahab Ponna. But it's still all to play for, Henry, into the hairpin at 3.
And the new camera angle we've got down on the approach turn number 1 really does give an excellent overview of how difficult that bump is and how much the karts get unsettled just as the drivers are trying to position themselves to either attack or defend into the corner. And you can see Chopra checking over his shoulder. Al-Sheikh, Freinstein, Al Khalifa, Ponna, Liam O'Hanlon, championship leader, P6. Here comes 3 wide, Adam Al-Sheikh. Freinstein to the outside, new leader, Adam Al-Sheikh.
This is outstanding and very, very early to see sort of race antics there. 3 wide into 11. Heavens to Betsy. That was outstanding racecraft. And you'll notice there, everybody, that they didn't barge or bash into each other at all. Formula One drivers, look at this, because this is where you will learn a lot about racecraft from these youngsters. Outstanding racecraft. And just look at that pack behind the leaders, Henry. All right, the top 2 beginning to break away now, but it's all to play for all the way down this Micromax field.
Yeah, one mistake from any of those top 3, and it wouldn't have just been I lose 1 position, I lose 21 positions.
Yes,
and yet they were able to keep it all together. Now we have our first breakaway. Here comes Chopra to the inside at turn number 9. Out towards 10. Chopra retakes the lead. Watch for Al Khalifa and Freinstein still in the picture. 5th and 6th is Ponna and O'Hanlon, followed by Falzerano, Harvey, Jacjevic. Ivan Yanceyevich, followed by Rudrapatrap Shekawat, Aynash Patil, Tayeb Haroon is next, all the way back to Felix Souza Jebjerg. As we watch the top two into turn 2. No one makes the move into turn 3. In fact, Adam Al-Sheikh really working with Samar Chopra there, pushing him out of turn 3, the Formula 1 hairpin, out on the back straight, into turns 5, 6 and 7. As that new camera angle as well shows just how, you've got to be turning, starting to brake and setting the cart up all at the same time. It's a great corner for multi-skills.
As a driver, braking and turning is not something that I certainly used to enjoy. It's so tricky, especially when you're already braking on the rear axle. You're already loading up the rear axle to get you through the turn, and then you're just adding in a bit of complexity by braking and turning at the same time. Here we go, Henry. It'll be 4 laps completed here, 2 laps, they're on the penultimate lap. Chopra, Al-Sheikh, Feinstein in 3rd, Al-Khalifa in 4th, Liam O'Hanlon in 5th. He's the CarChop.me replay.
And this is over the bump, up to the inside. Al-Sheikh, textbook manoeuvre into turn number 1. What you're saying, Joe, is that you would have made an excellent drag racer. Because if you didn't like braking and turning, drag racing was your thing.
Yeah, absolutely right, Henry. And you just saw the composure there of Chopra as these drivers at the front not being phased when they're being overtaken. They know they've got one more lap after this. As we head down to complete the penultimate lap, these two have broken away. And out of character, I've got to say, Henry, the rest of the pack not working together to catch the 2 leaders up. This is what it's all about, though, as they cross the line. 5 laps completed. Across the line now, Al-Sheikh, Chopra, Feinstein, O'Hanlon up to 4th ahead of Al-Khalifa going into the final lap.
Yeah, good couple of laps from Liam O'Hanlon to minimise the potential damage. Now Al-Sheikh defends through the Formula 1 hairpin, out towards the back straight. Again, the inside. Now, will we see Chopra swing to the inside? Again, turning, braking, and trying to make a pass. He waits to the next corner. Another great move from Samar Chopra. Has he gone too early? Because Al-Sheikh still has 2 or 3 opportunities. He's setting one up now.
Yeah, he's setting it up, Henry, to be absolutely optimised and defensive line from Chopra as they head down towards the penultimate turn here at 11. It's going to be side-by-side action. And Al-Sheikh has to settle in behind. It's going to be a drag race to the line there, but I think it's going to be Chopra because there's just no performance from Al-Sheikh to get alongside. And the Heat 1 win will go to Samar Chopra. Adam Al-Sheikh was 2nd. Alexander Feinstein 3rd. Liam O'Hanlon, championship leader in 4th. 5th place was Vaya Ponna. Saif Al-Khalifa down to 6th. 7th, Enzo Falzerano. Ivan Jancevic in 8th. 9th was Evans Voronins. And Amar Tabatsa, the driver that rounds off the top 10. Let's have a look at the CarChop.me replay as we see beautiful move there, very composed. And again, compromise from the driver being overtaken is worth being spoken about, Henry, because it was the driver that was being overtaken, saw he had a card fully along down the inside. There was nothing he could do about it. He had to be careful not to disadvantage himself by over-challenging that move and had to settle for 2nd.
Yes, you are right, although you're right when you say compromise. However, it wasn't being selfless because that was Adam Al-Sheikh saying, right, okay, I'll compromise, but I've got that one in the bag for later on. There's your top 6.
There's your top 6, Henry. Samar Chopra takes Heat 1. Adam Al-Sheikh settles for 2nd, we think. Alexander Feinstein 3rd. Liam O'Hanlon in 4th. Vaya Ponna 5th. 6th place, Saif Al-Khalifa.
Enzo Falzerano, Ivan Yanicevich, Evans Voronins, Amar Tabatsa, Rudrapatrap Sekawat, Cameron Harvey, the top 12. I believe a full complement of starters also finished as you look. Tadeusz Prochaska finishing down in 13th. Prochaska, very, very impressive at Alpha San for the Ital Course Middle East team. A little bit of work to do today.
And there's your 22 finishers there.
Yep, a full complement of finishers. Always nice to see that everybody who starts the day at least finishes their opening heat without a massive headache for their mechanic.
I noticed Jebjerg finishing way down the order there in 21st. I'm not sure, I didn't notice any issue, but of course, that midfield pack, Henry, was absolutely chock-a-block, wasn't it, with carts moving left and right and swapping positions. So obviously a little bit of an issue there for Jebjerg going forward. Minimax next. If you thought the Micromax drivers knew how to race, well, the Minimax drivers are going to show them again.
Yes, indeed. In this race, you will see the current Micromax Grand Finals champion, Benjamin Karechkovic, who, of course, had moved up in this championship beforehand, and now after Bahrain is a full-time Minimax driver. Missing Oliver Butchard, unfortunately. He is not here this week, and hopefully he'll be back for the next round. Paul Schutzmann, last time out, the winner. Paul Schutzmann, finally, after, last season didn't necessarily go as well as I think Paul was hoping it to, and now he's back into his into the swing of things.
I have never interviewed a more joyful winning driver than I did with Paul Schutzmann. He was literally jumping for joy.
That's something that shows appreciation. He knows how hard lots of people have had to work to get that victory. Some drivers, on camera, they're a little bit shy. They don't want to jump up and down. They're a little bit afraid to express themselves. Not so with Paul Schutzmann. Who else are we looking at? Well, Charlie Page. Charlie Page will be starting up at the front. He ended up his Micromax career. Well, he ended it with a DNF. But that DNF came as a result of an accident completely not of his fault. A racing accident, but certainly Charlie was the innocent victim. And he was leading the grand finals at the time. And that is something that Charlie has to remember, that, hey, it may have been game over. I didn't get the win, but I was leading the biggest Micromax race in the world when it went wrong. And that's something that every driver has to sort of remember.
I just want to say hello to Javik Vlogs 777, who joins us on the Karting live stream. A big ask, Javik. Please, someone explain kart racing.
It's great. There we go. Simple, 2 words.
I started watching Formula One in 2025, so still understanding. I'm here after following Atika Meir. Where is she? Well, she's about to take part in this one, isn't she? So keep logged on. This is where, of course, all the current Formula One grid started, isn't it, really? This is where they start, from the ages of 8 years old all the way through. And the likes of your Max Verstappen, your current Formula One world champion, congratulations to him. Another British driver takes that accolade. Oscar Piastri, they all started here in karting. And that young driver, Atika Meir, has had a terrible qualifying session.
Starter motor went.
That kind of failure is just unforeseen, isn't it?
Yes.
Sorry, was she driving a 1977 British Leyland Triumph?
yeah. Just a cold morning.
Just so you know, just to tell you now, the reason why I say that is my grandparents used to live in Spain.
Right.
And we drive down to see them. Took 3 days in those days, drive to see them for the summer. With a Triumph Dolomite, my father had. And on the way back, the starter motor gave up. So whenever it stopped, to get it started, he had to go out, hit the starter motor with a hammer to get the thing to go. I remember it stalled in the middle of Madrid. He got out of this is like 1977 or something. No, actually 1980. And he was hitting it with a bloody hammer in the middle of Madrid.
Now, you're showing your age, the fact that the car, you could actually access the starter motor with a hammer.
Oh, yes.
These days, you lift your bonnet up and there's nothing but plastic cover.
That's right. And I'd like to point out that, when I look at how my dad used to run that car, the thing you always realise now about any car from the 1980s is they're so much better now with all the modern parts.
Yes. Very quickly, so who was the gentleman that was asking about karting?
Javik Vlogs.
Okay, Javik. What you need to realise is that this is a round of the Rotax Max Challenge. It's a multi-round championship. At the end of the season, the champion in every single category goes on to the Rotax Grand Finals. That is like the Olympic Games, the World Cup of go-karting, where you represent your country against 71 other champions from their country. So although Attica Mia is racing in the UAE Championship, if she is racing in an Indian license, then she will represent India. If she's racing under a UAE license, she will represent the UAE if she is the champion. Now, let's have a look, because this is going to be a 7-lap race. I hope that explains roughly what you're watching now.
Let's have a look at the grid. Before I say that, Supercar Henry says, hi, Henry.
Hi, Henry.
Let's have a look at the grid that we've got now out on track and coming down the back straight. Austin Gray and Charlie Page are on the front row. LBJ Stubbs and Mikhail Mitrokin are on row 2. We've then got Kurt Evanoff and Benjamin Kraczkowicz on row 3. Paul Schutzman and Rayan Khan Rashid are next. Adam Fleury, Max Payton, Vaiko Pajamaki, Rafael Zagati, Attica Mia starting down there, Mikhail Terverb Dolobov, Zuhai Turkey and Mubarak Mohammed, the drivers that round off this Mini-Max field. They're already with us with their outlap being completed and heading towards that red light going out, Henry.
Yes, indeed. Into the tram lines. You cannot break formation until the lights go out. Lights are out. We're off and racing into turn number 1. And already drivers on the outside. You can just see them on the very foreground of our new camera position. Running wide. Did they stay out of the barriers? I believe they did. One driver towards the back of the field trying to recover as we look at the leaders, though, going into turn number 5 and 6, Joe.
Yeah, leader broke well away there. We've got a number of who that leader is that's done that breakaway. Is it Austin Gray or is it Charlie Page?
It could be our pole sitter.
I just didn't quite see the number on screen there.
I think it might be the Pergo-sponsored driver. It's a JNKD driver. That means it is Austin Gray.
Well, look at the lead. The number 177 has pulled out there. He's pulling huge gap already as one lap is completed. 1 lap of 7 here for Mini-Max. Austin Gray across the line then. And it's Paul Schutzman through in second. What a first lap he has. It's a JNKD 1-2-3 as Benjamin Kraczkowicz, he's in third with Mikhail Mitrokin, Kurt Evanoff, Charlie Page. Charlie Page from second on the grid to 6th with Max Payton in 7th. Where is Attica Mia? She's down in 14th still.
Yeah, I think she may have been delayed slightly by the incident. Rafael Zagati is on track, but and Attica Mia's teammate, Rian Khan Rashid for the Axel GP team, was the driver that hasn't come back onto the track. So we have now got 15 drivers in the race. Big hello again to Ray Haber watching at home. Gray, Karachkovic, Mitrokin, Schutzman and Page.
Look at that gap though, Henry. 1.3 seconds, unheard of in Mini-Max Rotax racing. It is absolutely outstanding start for Austin Gray. His teammate, Benjamin Kraczkowicz, has moved up to second. Charlie Page has dropped from second to 4th now as the NI Racing, Mikhail Mitrokin, has gone up to 3rd. Paul Schutzman in 5th place now. He's dropped down the order somewhat. And this is quite a spaced out field for Mini-Max, Henry, with that lead of 1.3 seconds, unheard of.
Yeah, LBJ Stubbs has dropped back to 10th position. Good move from Vaiko Pajamaki and Max Payton up into 7th and 8th positions. For those of you who are new to karting, this is the first of 3 heat races that drivers will do today. They're scoring championship points in each heat race. They are also putting themselves into a grid order based on the points they earn today for tomorrow's pre-final. The results of the pre-final sets the grid for the final, and the winner of the final is the round winner. And there are more points available for winning a final than there are for winning a heat race or a pre-final. I hope that explains to any new viewers.
Absolutely, Henry. I think it did. And what this isn't just a qualifying process then going forward to qualify for the grid and form the grid for the final. This is points at stake here. And as you can see, all of those points at stake there, as everyone in 4th place down to, I think, 11th, they're all in that pack there, splitting it down the middle now as the leaders come through underneath us. That is the battle for 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th.
At the back of that group is Atacamia for those
just getting on terms.
Supporters.
Austin Gray, Charlie Page back up to 2nd. They're swapping around, aren't they? Krachkovic in 3rd, Schutzman still in 4th, and then that's Mikhail Mitrikin there in 4th. Here's a move, though, down the inside of turn 1.
Yep, the Kart.me replay showing Benjamin Krachkovic passing Charlie Page into turn number 1. Page doesn't respond. In fact, Page loses a little bit of time there. Krachkovic, he didn't force Page wide. I think he probably appeared in Page's peripheral vision at such a rate of knots that Page just missed his apex for turn number 1. Although we are still on lap we're on lap 5 out. Oh, sorry, we're on lap 4 out of 7.
Yeah, we just completed 5 laps here now,
Henry. Make that 5.
2 laps remaining, just going into the penultimate lap. Austin Gray, his lead has come down slightly to 1.2, let's call that, as a little bit of argy-bargy into turn 1 there. I'm not quite sure who did get whacked in the neck there.
Well, Stubbs has made progress. He's the 2nd kart in line at the moment in that sort of, with the hot pink flex on his Sam Pollitt Racing graphics kit. Of course, the British team, Sam Pollitt Racing, now expanding into the UAE. They've got a couple of drivers now, and LBJ Stubbs moves back into top spot. Somehow, LBJ Stubbs, despite not scoring a maximum points tally last time out at Alphasan, retains the championship lead. It's a very, very close championship, I have to say.
Into 2nd place, then ahead of Krachkovic is Charlie Page as they cross the line there. He's just put in the race's fastest lap. LBJ Stubbs up to 4th. Attica Meyer through in 7th. She swapped positions there with Kurt Ivanov at least twice there on lap 6. But she's now settling into 7th there. So that's a rebuild from that dire issue in qualifying. Costa Daly, she's already up to 6th halfway around this lap here, but that's the battle for 2nd right there as we head towards the checkered flag. Austin Gray has been dominant. Charlie Page stays ahead of Krachkovic as they head down the back straight for the final time. Can Benjamin get on terms? He's the Micromax World Finals champion, but it looks like he's just dropped off the tail there of Charlie Page. But this one, I'm afraid, Henry, is all about that guy there, Austin Gray, the young man, taking the checkered flag.
Mr. Consistency, Austin Gray. I'm just looking at his championship tally so far this season, and I can confirm that that is Austin's first maximum heat score of the season so far in what is this? It's round 3, but it's the 4th event of the season. We had round 1.1 and 1.2, which, at the first weekend of the season here. This is round 3, even though it's the 4th event. And Gray, who came into today 4th in the championship, 28 points behind LBJ Stubbs. He reduced that by a couple in Superpole, and he's now reduced it by a few more in heat number 1. I said this championship was tight, and it's now got even tighter.
It's one of the tighter classes, isn't it? We're not seeing complete dominance as Austin Gray takes the win there in absolute dominant style. He got away at the beginning of that race and was never headed with a gap of 1.3. It stayed at 1.4 at the flag, so it was an outstanding win for him. Charlie Page did all he can in the XL kart. The Genki D teammate of the winner, Benjamin Krachkovic, is in 3rd. Sam Pollitt Racing's LBJ Stubbs over from the UK finishes a fine 4th. He had to claw his way to that 4th place as well. Paul Schutzman should be smiling with that 5th place, but look at that drive from pretty much the back of the field. Attica Meyer up to 6th place there on her recovery drive for the remainder of the day.
Yes, and as you look at the results of the rest of it, I can't say our results screen, I'm going to call it our results grid. What do you think? This is a new way that Karting Live TV are showing you the race results. They're not just names on the 1st to 20th on a single screen. It is a full results grid. The drivers do need, if they're shadow figures, that means the drivers have not responded to the multiple emails that Lelaine has sent out on behalf of Karting Live TV to give us a driver's portrait shot. Obviously, a few mums and dads are about as good with technology as I am. And if now they will see, I can't see my lovely looking son or daughter. Well, you need to get the photo sent in.
I'm sure after they see what the requirement is going to result in, I'm sure they will flood in.
I think that, so there is the full results grid, courtesy of Karting Live TV for you.
13th, 14th, 15th and 16th place there is Zahir Turki, Mubarak Mohammed, Rafael Sagati and Rayan Khan Rashid, who didn't start the race, it looks like, didn't complete the lap.
No, there were 2 karts that went off at turn number 1. One was Rafaela Zagate on the Ital course. The other one was the Axel GP machine of Mr. Rashid. One of those karts, Mr. Zagate, returned. One did not.
Yeah, Jarvik Vlogs continuing to support Attica Mea. Yeah, that was quite a drive, wasn't it, Henry? Up to 6th place there. Because of that mechanical issue that cost her qualifying opportunity, she's starting near the back of the grid. She's not starting on the back of the grid. I think she started about 12th.
Yes, because she started in front of the 3 novice drivers for the heats. This is really interesting. So obviously, Javik Vlogs is a newcomer to the world of karting. Is not a relation or family member of any of the drivers. Is just a fan who has seen the press coverage, the live coverage, the YouTube coverage, the coverage even on TV of karting, and has found a driver that they want to be a supporter of, even though they don't know that driver. Our job is to tell stories about, as many of the drivers as we can. It's why we spend our time in the paddocks, chatting to the parents, the families, trying to understand, because as more and more people in this region finally see the UAE Rotax Max Challenge on their screens, courtesy of Karting Live TV, then they will see the drivers. They will start investing, not financially, although that will be very welcome in terms of sponsorship, but investing their time in supporting these drivers. And it's a great pleasure to see people just starting to discover karting and deciding, okay, that driver there is my new favourite driver, and asking us to tell us a little bit more about them.
Well, Ali Saros Gray.
Yes, Alicia. I would say Alicia
Rose Gray.
Alicia Rose Gray.
I broke that down. Yes, Austin first all through the race. Yeah, absolutely outstanding race for him. Hello to Gaynor Heath. Good morning. Good luck to all. Enjoy the sunshine and the hot racing. Paul has been a disgrace, Gaynor.
As usual. As usual.
Leading the charge in the party last night, wasn't he?
I mean, when I left to go to bed at a reasonable hour, standing on a table, waving his T-shirt in the air.
Sweet Caroline.
Yeah, just with a lady called Caroline. I'm going to get myself in so much trouble.
Yeah, you need to get out here, Gaynor.
Yeah.
It is hot.
Keep him under control.
It is hot and sunny, and Paul's head's getting all brown.
That would be Paul Heath,
one of
our race directors, our assistant race director, and Gaynor Heath, a very, very accomplished timekeeper in the UK. And their son, Harry, is also a race official, looking to go and start officiating out in the United States.
Alicia Rose Gray is Austin's sister.
Yes.
Now, Alicia, are you here at the track watching, or are you at home? And where are you? Where is home? Where are you watching from?
Yeah,
please tell us where you're watching from. If you are going to appear on the chat. We've got another supporter. Sajani Oka 8965 is an Austin Gray fan.
Well, quite rightly
He's
so.
on the Karting Live TV chat. 2 YouTube channels, the UAE RMC YouTube channel and Karting Live's YouTube channel. If you're hearing this, then you're obviously on either one of them.
No excuse to not tune in. Now, the next race is Junior Rotax.
Alicia's at home, by the way.
Have got some breaking news to give you.
Oh, really?
We started with 24 drivers. Sadly, Brando Lodono withdrew before the start of the event. Ray Haber had an accident yesterday, fractured his shoulder. Hello, Ray, watching at home. And then at the end of qualifying, and this is important, Saveli Kogai excluded from the entire event for making contact with drivers in pit lane after qualifying and then making physical contact with another driver and pushing them in pit lane. That, in karting, is an automatic exclusion, not from the session, not from the day, from the entire event. Nobody in karting is allowed to lay their hands on another competitor. And Ken Potter, who I said, okay, well, I won't mention the reasons why. And Ken goes, no, please do mention, to show that we are not tolerating any sort of physical altercation between drivers. It was handbags at dawn, but there we go. Doesn't matter. Here's your starting lineup.
Always helps if you switch yourself on. Aaron Mason, then, is our pole sitter. Aaron, the fastest driver in Superpole. Jaden Hidding alongside. We've got Via Chopra and Mitansh Jain, who's looking to pick up the pieces from his Mumbai Falcons teammate, who moves up the order into seniors. Arthan Qureshi is on the next row of the grid alongside Oliver Spencer, who we saw out in the World Finals. Harrison Stevens and Ari Kallenberg are on row 4. Row 5 is Angelina Simmons and Pierre Abu Dawan. Gabriel Barricordi and Giuseppe Montanari are on row 6. Row 7, Derek Rivera and Sam Turner. Floris Schenkenberg, Abdul Raziz Al-Qureshi, Leo Aina and Johansa Senanyaki, with Aaron Sethi, Murad Barov and Alfie Ward rounding off a 21-kart field.
And Alfie Ward was in Superpole. So there has been, obviously at the end of Superpole, karts go through technical inspection. Something was found to be amiss. Ward, in his debut in Junior Rotax, finds himself starting shotgun on the field.
So he's got a rebuild process ahead of him, as the field is being led round by the 2 George Gibbons Motorsport karts of Aaron Mason and Jaden Hidding. They will head towards the lights, which are about to go out. And are we going racing? They are out, and we head towards turn 1.
Hold your breath over the bump down towards turn number 1. George Gibbons Motorsport, 1 and 2. And looking down, everybody out of turn number 1 cleanly. Now we hold our breath again as they come into the Formula 1 loop. Round the hairpin, and it's still 21 drivers. One driver running off wide.
Not quite.
Dust has
been kicked up out of the hairpin at 3. We've got some drivers off. They will appear at the back of the grid, but the front of the field already through the right-hander at turn 8 and heading towards that double apex left-hander. It's 2 corners that you kind of try and make into one as you head on down the back straight here. They come back towards us in our commentary box. They'll head through the hairpin underneath us at 11 and then through the final turn. It's all very clean and tidy at the front end of the field, Henry, as they come out to complete lap number 1 across the line.
Do you know what? We're guaranteed a new winner in Junior Rotax this weekend, because Conor Clancy has won all 3 finals so far. He has gone championship wide open. As we look back the move, that's the kartshop.me replay as Arhan Qureshi now assembles himself in the lead. Qureshi will be, he's looking down, but he's 8th in the point standings at the moment. A terrible round last time out at Al Fassan. Looking to go a lot better here already, starting as he means to go on.
Well, the Mumbai Falcons driver Qureshi taking up the cudgels of where his teammate Conor Clancy has left off. It looks like we've got, is that a Mumbai Falcons 1-2? It is as they cross the line.
It is. 2
laps completed then. Aaron Qureshi crosses the line. I've got Oliver Spencer showing in second, Aaron Mason third, Via Chopra fourth, but that definitely looked like a Mumbai Falcons second.
Because Oliver Spencer has moved from JNKD to the Mumbai Falcons.
That would explain. Now, timing screen has let me down.
Spencer dropping back a little bit. Not sure how many more times we're going to see Oliver Spencer in a Rotax kart.
He's dropped down to 7.
He is looking at potentially, he's got an OK junior. We'll see if we see the driver who crossed the line first in the Rotax Grand Finals Minimax division 1 week ago. A subsequent penalty dropped him back, but Spencer crossed the line first. He now he was second, and he continues to run in 7th position.
Yeah.
Only 3 positions ahead of a certain Alfie Ward.
Well, at the front of the field, these 3 have broken free from everyone else. It's Qureshi, Chopra, Angelina Simmons, who we saw go very well at the Champions of the Future round here. She obviously likes Alain, and she is in 3rd place there, but looking like she's challenging. That's the 3rd place kart there, right on the bumper now of Via Chopra. Chopra right on the bumper of Aaron Qureshi. This is going to be a great race to the flag. Half distance completed after this one.
And of course, Angelina Simmons, a teammate to Via Chopra in the Mateus Najem Motorsports outfit. Aaron Mason, our pole sitter for George Gibbons Motorsports, runs in 4th position, but some way behind, as you can see on that screen there. The top 3 are pulling away. New leader, what's that? Coming over the hill, it's Via Chopra.
Let's have a look at this at the kartshop.me replay there as Chopra goes down the inside and Angelina goes with him. Angelina Simmons says, thank you, you've opened the door, I'm coming through it. Aaron Qureshi couldn't do anything about that. He couldn't stop that happening. So we've got an M&M 1-2 now, and already they're showing like they've got the pace to break away from the Mumbai Falcons of Qureshi. Here they go then, and that gap has gone out for Chopra ahead of Simmons, who also is equally as far ahead of Aaron Qureshi. Qureshi now beginning to fall back towards Aaron Mason.
And what we saw on that kartshop.me replay is that Chopra opened the door. Because Simmons followed him through, Qureshi was unable to take the apex and was forced out wide, offline. Offline here is very dusty, very sandy, and even now, a lap later, he hasn't been able to regain the ground he lost.
No, he's struggling to stay on pace with the M&M, the Matthias Najem Motorsport team here being relatively dominant there. We've got 3 laps remaining, 2 laps after this one completed. So the 2 leaders there, Via Chopra, Angelina Simmons. Little bit of a different dynamic, isn't it? With Simmons going quickest in Sector 2, she's perhaps positioning herself to challenge her teammate, but the attitude of whether or not and how you overtake the kart in front of you is going to be completely different if it's your teammate. If it's not completely different, then it's going to be a very awkward awning in the lunch break. Behind them, though, Henry, there's the 3rd place now. Aaron Qureshi under a massive amount of pressure from Aaron Mason.
Yeah, Mason has caught Qureshi for 3rd position. Mitan Shaheen down to 6th. Alfie Ward in his 1st junior Rotax race, his 3rd day in a junior Rotax kart, has driven from 21st to 7th and is in front of one of the 2 drivers that started on the front row of the grid. That driver being Jaden Hiddin, who runs 8th. Gabriele Barricordi, Harrison Stevens, Derek Rivera, Ari Kallenberg, Sam Turner. Behind Turner it is Pierre Abou-Diwan and Giuseppe Montanari. Your top 15 battle for the lead is on as we begin the final lap. Joe Bradley.
Yeah, it's all down to the flag here. Racing to the flag, through turn 3, the hairpin there on the F1 iteration of the Al Ain Raceway here. Out of that and onto the back straight, it means the speed into this section here is increased ever so slightly because of that run through turn 4. But here they go towards the end of this lap here. Via Chopra looks like he's got control of this. Both of these drivers, Via Chopra, Angelina Simmons, looking composed out onto the back straight for the final time then. Behind these two, Arthur Qureshi and Aaron Mason, they're in 3rd and 4th. But here they go through the final turn and towards the flag. It is going to be Via Chopra, Henry. Chopra takes the first heat for M&M with an M&M 1-2 with Angelina Simmons coming second. There's the rest of the field through. Aaron Qureshi 3rd, Aaron Mason 4th, Mitansh Jain in 5th place, Oliver Spencer 6th, Alfie Ward in his first run out here in 7th place.
What I like about that race is Via Chopra effectively saying, okay, Connor's gone, fresh start, okay, we've all scored points, but now it's game on for the rest of the season, and I've just established myself as next in line to assume the throne that has been vacated by last year's outgoing champion Nathan Kaplan and this year's dominant driver for the first 3 races, Connor Clancy. There is the results grid. A lot of Mumbai Falcons, a lot of Matthias Leger Motorsports, and I'm sure I've seen Oliver Spencer walking around in a Mumbai Falcons kart with his mechanic Joe Bleakley.
So there's your first 6 there. Mitansh Jain finishing in 5th, and Mitansh was the driver that could actually compete with Connor Clancy when Clancy was taking part in this. There's your top 12 then, with Gabriele Baraccordi in 12th. The Ari Kallenberg, who we get a chat with, Matthew Higgins, who's here as a driver coach to the George Gibbons Motorsport driver Kallenberg. He comes through in 11th.
This is Ari's first season as a junior. He was last year's Minimax champion.
Talking of driver coaches, Sam Turner for the Kart Advisor Academy. We also talked to Sophia Necci,
former member of this parish.
So we look at driver coaching in today's paddock show.
I believe we do.
Big part of the sport.
It is
after the live extravaganza.
The live extravaganza.
Let's not undersell the live extravaganza, everybody.
In 2 races' time. In 2 races' time.
We are celebrating in the lunch break.
Oh, right, okay. Well, that's soon.
Yes, Nick, it is soon.
We are celebrating the UAE's outstanding result in the Rotax World Finals at Bahrain by coming 3rd, with 8 drivers representing the UAE coming 3rd in the overall teams and being on the podium in the teams.
Yes, whilst we're waiting for the last 2 races of the morning, a quick overview of how the Nations Cup is awarded in the Grand Finals. There are 59 competitive on-track sessions, qualifying, heats, pre-finals, and finals in the Grand Finals. In each of those 59 sessions, the leading finisher for each nation scores points for their nation on a 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th. So even if you come 20, there is points available: 1st place points, 2nd place points, 3rd place points for each country in each race. And the leading driver for each race, for each country in each race, scores points. So obviously, the United Kingdom had 32 drivers qualify for the Grand Finals. They didn't have anybody in DD2 Masters or in E20 or E20 Masters. But in every single micro, mini, junior, senior, DD2 session, they had a driver that helped them score points. So it is weighted, towards the nations that have the most qualifiers. Canada So UK won the Nations Cup with 32 drivers. Canada had 16 drivers and came second. Now, other nations, France, 20 drivers. South Africa, Japan, Thailand even had double-digit drivers. Therefore, they had drivers in virtually every on-track session. However, in some of those on-track sessions, their drivers didn't finish very well and therefore didn't score very well. The UAE took 8 drivers. They took Benjamin Krajčković. They took Oliver Spencer. They took Ari Kallenberg. They took Max Dexter, Omar Ganoum, Tony Hogg. They took Maurice Knyoppers and their junior representative, who I will now get slapped many times by their parents for forgetting their name on spec. It'll come back to me, don't you panic. But basically, in every single session, those drive Nathan Kappen, there we are.
I knew it was in there somewhere, wasn't it?
Every one of those sessions, you know, UAE drivers finished extremely well. So even if there wasn't, there was an event, there was a race with no UAE driver in, you know, the other nations with more drivers weren't able to score more points. So every single one of the 8 drivers scored extremely well in each of their races, allowing 8-member UAE to finish 3rd overall, ahead of 20-driver nation, France, 10-driver nation, South Africa, 11-driver nation, Japan, 10-driver nation, Thailand, and many more. There were 59 nations competing in Bahrain.
Someone else who was competing in Bahrain,
hello,
who joins us.
Hello.
I read that as EMU #1, but looking at the picture, that's Emerson McAndrew-Uren.
It is Emerson McAndrew-Uren. Well, it's either Emerson McAndrew-Uren or Emerson McAndrew-Uren's #1 fan. Who knows? I'm sure it's M.
I'm sure it looks like Emerson. British champion, of course, and representing the UK in the
early riser as well.
And a very early riser, yes.
It's 7:30 in England.
He may be racing somewhere.
Yeah.
He may be racing somewhere and keeping up with the UAE RMC. We're getting ready there with our DD2 field in the collecting area, because it's DD2's going out next as we are getting ready for that first heat for them. It's an 8-lap race.
Can I apologise for the slight illnesses of both my commentators?
Yeah. We're full of flu.
Currently, we've got Henry trying to evacuate his nose very quietly, and Joe having a coughing fit.
I know.
So as the only member of the commentary team, and I'm not even a member of the commentary who can actually speak at the moment, are you back now, Joe?
Yeah, I think so. Bad Rangits. Badrangits. Bad Rangits. Hello to you. Who was watching on the karting live stream. And Andrew Sethi, way to go, Aaron Sethi. So please, if you are watching on either of the live streams, the UAE RMC live stream or the Karting Live TV live stream, please feel free to ask Henry and indeed Nick, who pops in now and again, any kind of questions.
I pop him, and one or other or both of you is currently lying under the table.
Yes. Yeah.
I know you're blaming it on the air conditioning, aren't you?
It's air conditioning in our hotel room, Nick.
Oh, right, okay.
Which you insist on having on.
It wasn't working yesterday.
Well, it was working enough to give me this horrible snotty nose.
Oh, dear.
Yes, which I shouldn't have. It's like hot and
it's super
beautiful
dry.
And lovely and dry.
Yes, it is very lovely.
If it wasn't for the air conditioning, it's the air conditioning.
I'm not sure where Henry's actually gone, by the way. He just left.
Hello to Samantha.
Hi, Sam.
Who was up very early.
That's Mrs. Bradley, by the way.
I'm not sure she's actually been to bed.
Oh, it's one of those weekends.
She was out at my sister's for a house
I
party.
see.
I'm not sure. I can't fathom whether she's been to bed or not. But she's obviously asking, "Am I poorly?" Yes, I am.
Oh, it's nice to know she cares.
Well, I'm not sure she cares. She's
relatively surprising,
looking
but
forward
nice
to
to know.
catching it when I get home.
Oh, that's well, like the way I was greeted by my wife when I got home from the last trip.
Shouted at, shouted at for coming back with a snotty nose.
I know.
I'm much better.
Are you all right, Henry?
I just popped outside for some medicine. Much better.
Right. Medicine.
It's the end of a very long season for us all.
We don't get much time off.
There's no end.
Because we have longer gaps at different parts of the year than our gaps now.
That's right.
Because you've got both of us are starting the second weekend of January, aren't we? Doing different things.
Yes, we are. We're all starting second weekend of January, but that's still 3 weeks off.
I had 3 weeks off in August and September.
I had 3 days off in August and September. We will calculate, ladies and gentlemen, between Nick Damon, Joe Bradley and myself, how many events each of us have done this year, if we can remember, in how many different countries.
Nick and I do a lot of car racing as well, of course.
Well,
yes, of course.
I've thrown some RC events in Europe as well.
And he does RC events as well.
I think Henry's going to win with 41, though.
This is event number 41 of the season.
Although I don't really talk for my screen.
I think Henry's got 41, which is going to...
Only one in Wales. Only one in Wales this year. That was you guys.
That should tell you all you know. Need to know.
Yes.
I would say, guessing, I'm on about 28.
28 events this year?
I've done a lot.
And you're probably about
30 odd.
You're about one or two behind me. Because I've got the RC
you've got the RC stuff. Yeah, probably. I've got about 30, I think.
Yes, I've done 4. This
I
is
did
my 41st
remember I did some
event.
historics as well.
Oh, no, you'll be ahead of me because you didn't. No, we'll be about the same. You know, Joe does commentary on historic championships. Yeah, good point.
Enough of his age. What about his commentary?
Well, his commentary is quite historic sometimes.
I've got a good memory.
So, if anybody out there in Listerland and has been enjoying various competitive events, maybe you're a competitive karter, how many weeks have you done? How many weekends have you been racing? Is the question. Let's find out.
I don't know what that means, Henry.
Will it be Friday for Mini Junior?
That's a different championship, isn't it?
That's a different championship. There'll be KMTC this Friday.
What's KMTC?
I'm not sure what KMTC is. It's certainly not. It's Saturday. That commenter is a day behind. Wakey.
Well, we've all been there, to be honest.
Yes. Some of us aren't sure what country we're in, let alone what day it is. And now we are setting to go for the start of Rotax's ultimate class. It's DD2 and DD2 Masters.
So we have got Saad Al-Hababi on the pole position with Theo Kakati alongside. Tyler Harris and Hamza Shisho share row 2 with Mark Bassier and Adam Malik. I'm really looking forward to this because for the first time we're seeing Tyler Harris starting off the front row. Moritz Knopf, the E20 World Finals champion, shares row 4 with Kyle Blockley. Then we've got Sami Al-Assad. Greg Watt down as an independent, but we can't not mention Honolulu Racing. And then I think it's a novice plate driver, Nicolo Cacciatore, will start in 11th. This is the gearbox class, the DD2 class with the 2-ratio gearbox. Left paddle for gear 1, right paddle for gear 2, and the drivers flick between both gears as they produce their lap.
Interestingly, after he did his interview with me, Saad Al-Hababi, he turned around and he went, "Henry, first day in a DD2 yesterday," and then nodded his head and gave us a smile.
He was happy. Here he is then, heading towards the red lights. The red lights stay on. The red lights go out and we are racing towards turn 1 over the bump for the first time. Then the DD2s go and it's pole position driver Saad Al-Hababi who leads through and out of turn 1, but he's being challenged by the time we get to 2, and then it's going to be this tight and twisty section here into the hairpin in 3, and that's a change for leaders. Theo Kakati, I think, is the kart that's now in the lead.
Theo Kakati, a multiple UAE Rotax Max Challenge Championship winner. But not in DD2. In fact, this is his first race in DD2. And after a somewhat difficult day, just acclimatizing himself to DD2, Theo, who now spends a lot of time in the United States in junior college, hoping to go to university in the USA next year, has been racing in the USA during the course of the 2025 season, raced in the Superkarts USA Las Vegas Super Nationals a few weeks ago, and did extremely well to make the final in what was an 88 kart entry. And Theo made the final. He now leads Tyler Harris is already up to P3.
This might be the smallest grid we have here at this weekend. However, the racing is certainly delivering there, as we've got Maurice Canopes and Mark Bassier. Adam Malik was up to 4th place for a moment there. Now he's dropped back down behind Bassier and Canopes. Hamza Ashisho drops to 7th there. Hamza struggling for pace, it looks like, to keep on terms with the cars ahead of him, as 2 laps are about to be completed here. And Theo Kakati consolidating that time at the front. But Tyler Harris has now gotten ahead of Syed Al-Hababi and is now on course to catch Theo Kakati. We've got a race for the lead on cards here, Henry.
We do indeed. Theo Kakati running as an independent with help from the team Al Ain Raceway, all the independent drivers, and there are only a handful of them, I believe 4 or maybe 5 in the entire paddock. They're all housed together in an independence tent, and they receive assistance from the staff here at Al Ain Raceway. It is a very, very unique and I think a really praiseworthy little element of the Al Ain Raceway team that assist independent drivers. Carl Blockley's under that tent, so's Greg Watt, so's Theo, so's Alicia Canessa, who we will hear from during tomorrow's paddock show as one of the few independent drivers, the only female independent driver in the championship.
Tyres are where we want them now, just coming up to temperature as one of the drivers just puts a wheel off into the dirt here, into the desert here at Al Ain. Kakati, Harris, Al-Hababi, they are the first 3 beginning to space themselves out here. Nobody challenging no one there. It's 4th place for Mark Bassier, with Adam Malik now ahead of Canopes, also ahead of Ashisho there. Somewhere around that lap, Adam Malik got ahead of Ashisho and up to 5th place as they head down and into the final turn here. Kakati, let's see what the gap, Henry, was 0.6 of a second. Let's see where it is this time by 4 laps completed. It's 0.7 of a second. So Kakati is solid in that lead.
Yes, Tyler Harris will be safe in the knowledge that Theo isn't, well, he may not be a full season competitor. He hasn't appeared until this point. Remaining to be seen, his education will dictate whether we see Theo beyond, January. He's definitely down, I think, to do the next round of the championship on January the 18th and the 19th at the Dubai Kartdrome. And I believe he's down to do the Dubai Oak Plate the weekend after, which you can also see televised for the very first time on Karting Live TV. Hamza Hashisho, the MENA Nations Cup champion in DD2. He won that title for Qatar back at the end of October in Qatar, and considering that he is now done 12 months of karting full stop as Hamza Hashisho. He's entering year 2 in his career, going up against drivers. Theo Kakati, for example, he was a Rotax Grand Finalist back in 2017. Tyler Harris has been racing for 7 years. Saad Al-Hababi, Mark Bassier have all come through the junior ranks, as have Adam Malik. Maurice Canopes, who is sitting 8/10 of a second behind Hamza Hashisho. He finished on the Rotax Grand Final podium back at La Conca, Italy in 2008. So that goes to show you how quickly Hashisho has progressed in this sport.
He really is mixing it up here as things really settling down here as we are on the penultimate lap here of this 8-lap race. It will be 7 laps completed. We're already onto the infield section here, and Theo Kakati, the gap has come down slightly to Tyler Harris, and we can see that we're very soon not going to need a stopwatch, because there they are coming together towards the final lap. However, this could be Theo Kakati, the leading driver there, just playing a bit of tyre management maybe coming into play. These two definitely have broken away from Saad El-Hababi, who's in 3rd. And as they come through the final turn, Kakati leads the field across the line. He will lead. The gap was just over 0.5 of a second. It remains the same, but it's coming down ever so slightly there as the fastest lap of the race just being posted by Tyler Harris, who was chasing after that lead, Henry. He wants it here on that final lap.
Yes, indeed. Tyre management may be one thing. Race fitness and, in a DD2 may be another, because we've said, yes, Theo has been racing, somewhat sporadically this year in the United States, but, that's a different kettle of fish to a DD2, just the physicality needed, one of these, and, Tyler Harris will be thinking to himself, okay, this is just a heat race. The pre-final and the final tomorrow is a lot longer, Theo, and I'm here knocking on your door.
First DD2 checkered flag of the weekend then goes to Theo Kakati with a fine drive there, fine controlled drive. You kind of get the feeling, looking at Tyler Harris, kind of say, on-track body language, that he's probably happy with that, and he may be keeping his powder dry for the final, as Henry alluded to there. In third place then, Saad Al-Hababi, Mark Bassi was fourth, and then we have Hamza Ashisho, the not relatively novice driver, you could say, there with a fine, outstanding drive to fifth place. Adam Malek through in sixth, Maurice Kinopez in seventh, Kyle Blockley eighth, Sami Al-Assad is ninth. Greg Watt then finishes in 10th, and Nicolo Cacciatore, the novice driver, rounding off the 11 kart field. We'll have that graphic with you very shortly. But I think, Henry, there, we quite literally had a high-speed game of chess going on there. A bit of mind games going into play. Nobody really pushing themselves excessively in the form of Tyler Harris, I mean.
No, because, of course, there's still only one set of Mojo tyres per driver from qualifying to the end of the race meeting. And this race meeting contains 2 more races than usual. So there is your results grid. Kakati winning from Harris by 0.3 of a second. Pole sitter Al-Hababi third. Bassier, Hashisho and Malik. Well, there's your top 6 in DD2. Top 6 on the road as well. All separated by less than 6 seconds. Knyoppers wins Masters from Kyle Blockley. Blockley is looking to win his first UAE RMC championship and go to the Rotax Grand Finals for the first time since 2015. 11 years Kyle Blockley has been waiting for a chance to go back and represent the black and gold of Team UAE.
So the last of our first heats coming up, if that makes sense to everybody.
Yes.
It's the Senior Max class coming up next. We're just getting ready for that. If you are joining us on the live chat on Karting Live TV or the UAE RMC live stream, please feel free to join in. Tell us who you're supporting. Tell us where you're from, wherever you are in the world. It's always interesting to see how far we are stretching the UAE RMC across the globe. And if you have indeed any questions for the likes of Henry and I, or even our TV producer Nick Damon, who pops in and out of the commentary box, then feel free to fire off your questions on the live chat. After this heat, of course, which is another eight lapper, we go to our lunch break, which means not really a lunch break for our TV schedule. We are staying live, where we bring you our UAE World Finals celebration, third in the team's World Finals, and we'll be celebrating that at lunchtime. We'll be down on the pit lane and on the grid even, where Henry will be gathering up the UAE team and getting as much background information on what went on in Bahrain just a week ago. Henry was all over it, of course, with some fantastic coverage from the Alpha Live team and everybody involved in the Bahrain Rotax World Finals, with fantastic 4-day coverage, Henry. No wonder your voice was going by Saturday afternoon, with all sorts of background stuff and insight into the world of Rotax karting. It really was a fantastic production, and well done to everyone.
Yes, well, thank you very much. It is an event that's very close to my heart. I've been lucky and blessed to be able to bring the colour and the celebration, the pomp and pageantry of the Grand Finals to you for the last 11 years, since 2014, where I joined the voice of karting, Ken Walker. And I just want to say hello to Ken and his lovely wife, Jill. Ken took a bit of a tumble whilst near his home recently, and is recovering at home now. And I do hope that Ken, who was tuning in as enthusiastic as ever, watching the Grand Finals from home, and hopefully watching this Grand Final, this Rotax Max Challenge event here today.
I know we're going to celebrate success at the Grand Finals, and we measure success by where by coming first, I suppose, primarily. However, that's not what the Grand Finals are about.
No.
You are successful to have even qualified, to even be there.
Yes.
And you should celebrate that as well, because everybody there, it doesn't matter whether you came 20th, the experience of racing in that environment at the Bahrain track, which is a fantastic facility, that in itself is the accolade that we want to celebrate.
Yeah, in owner-driver karting, the Rotax Grand Finals is the only, and I mean this, it is the only event in owner-driver karting anywhere in the world where you cannot buy an entry. You must earn a ticket. You can't say, oh, well, I did really well, so can I just have the 72nd place on the grid? The answer will be an abrupt Austro-German no. 9.
I want to ask you a question, Henry.
Yes.
As you say, you've been involved in the World Finals for a number of years now. You've also been the main commentator here for the UAE RMC for a number of years. And
yes.
Thankfully, we get the privilege and the honour to work alongside you here to bring you the live stream. I see the fact that the UAE team finished on the podium in the Teams Championship at the World Finals.
Yes.
That, for me, I see that as an indication of how Rotax Max karting is growing in the UAE.
There is a direct correlation between how successful a national Rotax Max Challenge series is to how those drivers perform at the Grand Finals, because the Grand Finals, you don't bring your own kart, you don't represent your team, you are given, or you select at random a brand new go-kart. In senior, for example, all the karts were Sodi karts. So 72 Sodi karts for the 72 senior drivers
Who are the other manufacturers for the other classes?
IPK Karting, Praga and Formula K, Birrell ART with Birrell, Charles Leclerc chassis, and the Barrichello kart.
Right.
And then Sodi kart being the third chassis partner. There are 7.
Was Barrichello on his own card?
Yes, he was.
Of course he was. It'd be odd not to be.
There is a look at the results once again of your DD2 race.
I missed that. Can we say that again, Nick?
So we have the most iconic image in the world of karting is the Rotax Grand Finals kart lineup. 394 brand new karts, all with brand new Rotax power units, internal combustion and for the E-classes batteries, all displayed. You select a kart at random in a kart raffle. That is your kart. It's completely equal equipment. So it's simply a case of the best driver on equal equipment wins.
They take their mechanics out there, and I saw
you can take your mechanic, but you cannot take all your regular tools. You can take your toolbox, but Rotax give you certain tools and stuff.
So what was the driver association with teams like Dan Holland Motorsport Dan Holland Racing was out there, Hunter Motorsport was out there. Yeah. I'm looking at the UK teams, of course.
Every driver must have an entrant. That entrant doesn't necessarily have to be from the nation. There's lots of fixed elements to the Grand Finals, fixed gearing, for chains, gearing, setup changes. You are limited into what you could do setup-wise to prevent, drivers bringing mechanics with lots of spares to change everything. It's simply a case of the best driver in all that. So the improvement in the UAE Rotax Challenge correlates to the improvement in the grand finals. The driver that comes last, you mentioned this very quickly,
yes,
72nd in their class, is the 72nd best grand finals, best Rotax driver in their class in the world, out of tens of thousands who try to qualify.
Let's have a look at the grid then for the last of our first heats. This is the Heat 1 grid for senior Rotax. George Nasser on the front row with Rian Damadasa. Oscar Lambert and Andrea Remy is on row 2. We've got Enzo Tesluk. There were the 5 drivers that qualified in the Superpole process. Jules Demont for Telios will start in 6th. Connor Clancy moving up from the championship lead in juniors, now into seniors. Elo Gonzalez alongside Jeremy Montgomery and Alessandro Bigi are on row 5. Row 6 is Nathan Kaplan and Amani Kenua.
Ironically, this is Kaplan's lowest worst qualifying performance of the season. Montgomery Swan was in the top 5, lost that lap time with an infraction on track, he lost his best lap time. His second best lap time was good enough for 7th. As we look at some of the other contenders, a lot of them.
Abdullah Al-Khater, Ayel Meklai, 25th, 26th, 27th, 28th is Kai Hunter, I noticed there in 29th there.
Yes.
Former British champion there, struggling with getting that car to perform to his liking.
Well, yeah, I mean, and there's, this is where the Kart Advisor Academy and Hunter Motorsports sort of coming together and just taking a couple of events to get every element of that team working in sync, shall we say.
Here they come, Henry. Very, very slow pace, as we've seen. It's a bit of a personality trait of George Nasser to bring the field round at absolute walkie pace, not even walkie pace. Now they go to war. George Nasser, Rian Damadasa lead the field around and slotting to the inside there. It's the M&M driver, though, George Nasser. This is his tactic, Henry. He gets in the lead. He pulls away, gets his head down. What he's hoping for is that the drivers behind trip over one another, and that enables him to pull out those moves and pull out that gap and consolidate his lead. Not pulling a gap at the moment, though.
Yep, 34 senior drivers head out of the Formula 1 hairpin and into turns 5 and 6, and they've all behaved themselves.
Yeah, incredible.
At the moment.
Incredible. Out onto the back straight then. It is line astern racing there from first down to almost the back of the grid there as we head down. Defensive driving here on lap 1 from George Nasser. Hangs on to that lead through turn 11 into the final turn then. Who will lead across the line at lap 1? It is absolutely neck and neck. People working together, is it? George Nasser, Oscar Lambert is the driver. That's right on his rear bumper. Damadasa in 3rd. Andrea Remy. There's that young man, Connor Clancy, in 5th place, and he's in high altitude driving territory there.
Yep. Well, of course, he's now got to learn what the driving style in senior is like. I think that Connor will find it to his liking. It's just as frenetic, but it's slightly more calculated than the junior category, and that will suit Connor Clancy, I believe. But as they cross the start line, you could see Oscar Lambert sort of pointing forward to George Nasser saying, come on, let's work together. You could not fit a cigarette paper between the rear bumper and the front nose cone of any of the top 5 drivers. We've got to move for P4.
Yeah. Well, we've got to move for the lead coming off here because Nasser was compromised in his line through the final turn. That might cost him down the straight, but he's defensive into 1 again, keeping Lambert and Damadasa behind him. But by being defensive into the final stages of the lap, that means he's got to be defensive literally the whole lap round, through the hairpin at 3, through the sweep of the left-hander, and then down that back straight, just a short run into the sweeping braking area there of the kink at 5 and 6. It looks like Nasser's got his hands full keeping this lot behind him.
Yeah, he has. But of course, okay, this week, George is a mechanic as Jamie Zaira. And it's something I'm noticing, because Jamie mechanics for a lot of drivers, he's got his regular drivers, but then when they're not out, Jamie's a very highly sought-after kart mechanic, and you'll see. It seems to be a recurring theme for a Jamie Zaira mechanic driver, that at the start of the race, they protect. And that means that maybe the tyre pressures are not set to be great at the start. They're set to get better and better and better as the race goes on.
Good point, that, Henry. I'll tell you who's coming on. Jeremy Montgomery Swan up to third there. They are the cork in the bottle is definitely that cart you were talking about there, George Nasser. He's holding up the field. He's not doing anything wrong. This is racecraft.
Yep.
He's holding up the field, but what that is causing, it's causing a bit of a bottleneck. But look at that train of carts. Outstanding. We're about to head towards half distance here. Nasser, has he pulled the trigger there? Because that's the biggest gap, Henry, I've seen since the green flag. Here we go, though. That gap has disappeared down the back straight. Again, defensive. And Jeremy Montgomery Swan around the outside of Oscar Lambert. Oh, and it's all gone wrong. Who's going to come out in the lead? Nasser down to, I think, 7th here as we've got a change of lead across the line. Who's it going to be? It's Jeremy Montgomery Swan, Conor Clancy, Andrew Remy, Rayan Damadasa, Nathan Kaplan. George Nasser threw in 9th there, and that was all tripping over one another.
And Conor Clancy going for the racing. Let's have a look at the kart.me replay now. Look at Montgomery Swan on the outside. Oscar Lambert tries to get alongside. He clatters in to Nasser. Half spin for Lambert. Slows Nasser down.
I think Nasser got wide there through that. He lost the back end.
Yep.
That enabled the car to go down his inside. We'll analyse that to bits later on. But right now, what that has resulted in is Jeremy Montgomery Swan for JNKD leading the Mumbai Falcons youngster first race weekend in the senior class. Conor Clancy, can you believe this, Henry? He's about to challenge for the lead here, I think.
Yeah, indeed. Behind him, Remy, Damadasa, Kaplan, El Hamasani. Here comes Conor Clancy, new leader, Conor Clancy. I've said that plenty of times. Haven't said this ever. New leader in seniors, Conor Clancy.
Cartshop.me replay shows this textbook driving from that young man, Conor Clancy, who's about to lose the lead as we head back to live. Jeremy Montgomery Swan going through Conor Clancy from first to third. Who's that in second place? Is that Andrea Remy, who's gone through with Jeremy Montgomery Swan?
Yes, it does look like the number 3, 4, 5, George Gibbons Motorsport kart of Andrea Remy. Kaplan is there in 5th and 2nd of the Mumbai Falcons. Nathan Kaplan, well, I don't want to say his nose is being put out of joint because of Conor Clancy's ascension, but now Nathan Kaplan says, okay, well, I was here first, and so I'm going to continue to re-establish myself as potentially a team leader, as well as Oscar Lambert. We've got El Hamasani 7th, Tesla 8th, Nasser 9th, and Kinua 10th.
Have a look at this though, Henry. From 29th on the grid up to 13th. Here comes the British champion, or former British champion, I should say, Kai Hunter, for the Kart Advisor Academy, up into 13th now. He's obviously had a problem in qualifying to put him in 29th place. They've got their head around whatever that problem was. They've got that kart working to Kai's liking, and he's moving through the field with great aplomb, shall I say, as we focus then back on the lead battle. Montgomery Swan, Remy and Clancy. It is Clancy for Mumbai Falcons trying to come back at the GGM driver, and also these two trying their best to stay on terms with GNKD of Jeremy Montgomery Swan.
Now, the start of this race was great news for Kai Hunter, because if he has got an issue, maybe a power issue or something like that, then Kai needs racing where everyone is slowing each other down, tripping over each other, so that Kai can sharpen those elbows and pick off drivers left, right and centre, gaining ground all the time.
Conor Clancy into second, Henry. As we were focusing on that, Conor Clancy has gotten ahead of Andrea Remy as we get towards the final stages of this first heat then. Jeremy Montgomery Swan has been able to pull out a gap on Clancy and Remy because they've been squabbling for second and third. Here we are then, into the final turn, and it will be the checkered flag that will be looming large for these drivers. It's Jeremy Montgomery Swan. He had a nightmare. He qualified for Superpole, then for an infringement, he was put out of Superpole. He showed his cards there with that very strong drive through the field and into the lead to take the win. What can you say about Conor Clancy, though?
That was fantastic. You know, they've got their eyes, him and his coach and mechanic, Alex Gill, have got their eyes on the title. Each race is a mini championship for them. Now, unfortunately, we then subsequently put the curse of the commentator onto Kai Hunter, because as we were extolling his virtues, off camera, he got into an incident along with Jules Dumont and Alicia Canessa going into the Formula One hairpin that resulted in Kai dropping to 20th, which is still a gain of 9 positions, and it resulted in both Canessa and Dumont going through the barriers out the other side at the Formula One hairpin. Now, that is a pain for both drivers. It's a bigger pain for Canessa, who is an independent.
Great win then for Jeremy Montgomery Swan there. Connor Clancy with an outstanding second place. That's his first race in the senior class. Incredible. Andrew Remy and Enzo Tenslook. Rayan Damadasa through in 5th. George Nasser, pole position, and then the early leader ended up in 6th place. Looking down the order, as we get further down the order, 7th place, Zen El Homasani, Amani Kanyua, and then we've got Nathan Kaplan, Antonius Haddad, Alexander Bigi, Oscar Lambert. The rest of the names will come through. We're about to go to our lunch break.
Yes.
And our UAE celebration.
Yes, so please, for those of you here in the paddock, you know, make your way to the podium. We are extending the lunch break so that after the Team UAE celebration, there will still be plenty of time for drivers to go to the driver's lounge, get their lunch, parents, families, etc. But we are going to head down. There'll be a very short break while we get our cameras and stuff set up. So please head down to where the podium is, and we will be celebrating the achievements of Team UAE as we look at the remaining runners. Sadly, Oscar Backhouse, Laith Mumina, as well as Alicia Canessa and Jules Dumont failing to see the checkered flag. Hopefully all the drivers are okay. Hopefully all the carts are okay.
Right, we're going to go for a lunch break now. We're not going to go for a lunch break. We're going to head down to the pit lane where we'll be bringing you everything live.
Yes.
What have you got for everybody while Henry and
Nothing.
I go
Just
to
me
make
talking
up?
and pictures.
All right, okay.
Whilst we set, because I don't know how long it's going to be.
All right.
So you need to go and...
we are going to go and round up the cats.
Yes. Very quickly, Amani Kanyua, a driver that Kyle Lawrence rates very, very highly indeed from South Africa. We'll see him later on. As you look now at the circuit emptying, on the left-hand side of your picture, that is the queue of carts going into the weigh bridge. Every driver must go and get weighed with their equipment at the end of it. Then they go into Parc Fermé, where our team of scrutineers will instruct the mechanics. I want to see this cart, and this cart, and you can take this, that, and that off for inspection. There are the drivers that failed to make it to the end, coming off the recovery vehicle and going then to tell the tale of woe to their mechanics. There's the main race control building. Majib, Sheffield, the rest of the timekeeping and officiating team are in the very top floor of that race control building. The driver's lounge is situated just underneath that on the second floor. Our commentary position is a long way, is to the right of that.
Oh, hang on. I think, okay, got to...
Hello. So there we go. That is a brief overview of some of the layout here. And there are some of the sponsor and teams, the Mumbai Falcons, Pure Wear, that provide the race suits for Team UAE, Fort Abu Dhabi, Kartshop.me, who are obviously sponsoring our replays, and of course they're the last two flags, the black and white flag on the right hand side of your screen. Those are the flags of the Abu Dhabi Sports Council. the Abu Dhabi Sports Council, who they sponsor the Abu Dhabi Sports Council Award every year. That is a championship within a championship that begins not at the next round of the series in the Dubai Autodrome, but it starts in the last 5 races, all of which are held in the Sultanate of Abu Dhabi at Al Fassan, at Yas Marina, yes, the same Yas Marina circuit that Lando Norris won the Formula One World Championship last Sunday, and we do use part of the Formula One circuit. That's all to come later this year, as you join us for the first time with the UAE Rotax Challenge. It's been live streamed.
Henry, do you want to go and try and do...
Shall I go and do some talking?
Well, no, you need to go do some wrangling, I think, and get people around the podium. Don't forget to take the microphone with you.
Of course, we'll do that.
And as we prepare for this exciting celebration of the grand finals, got to set things up. Might need a few minutes of a screen saying, "Oh, we're setting things up." So, but stay with us. It's a bit more than 2 or 3 minutes, and we'll begin with the celebration of the UAE's performance at the grand final a week or so ago. Okay, so if you're in the paddock, please come and join us on the podium area for the celebration of the UAE's performance last week at the Grand Finals. It should be an interesting event. Please come join us on the podium, everybody.
Thank you and welcome back here to the Al Ain Raceway. 394 drivers from 59 different nations qualified for last weekend's Rotax Grand Finals in Bahrain. The United Arab Emirates had 8 team members. However, of those 8, 2 are eventual Grand Finals winners. A third crossed the line first and was then demoted with a penalty. The results of those 3 and the other drivers mean that the UAE secured 3rd place in the Nations Cup. The Nations Cup is decided by the best scoring driver from every single nation in every single class, every single race, 59 on-track sessions. So, for an 8-driver nation to beat nations that had 15, 20 drivers and more into 3rd place is an incredible achievement. So, without further ado, please let me introduce 7 of our 2025 Rotax Grand Finalists. First, competing in possibly his final Grand Finals, he is the UAE's most capped driver, Mr. Tony Hogg in DD2 Masters. Secondly, competing in his 2nd consecutive Grand Finals in Rotax's Ultimate Class, DD2, Max Dexter. Sadly, Omar Ghannoum could not make it today. He was the representative for the UAE in seniors. We now look at Minimax representative Ari Kallenberg. Our junior Rotax representative, Nathan Kappen. Then the driver who crossed the line first in Minimax. It got taken away with a subsequent penalty, but he crossed the line first in Minimax, Oliver Spencer. We're also introducing UAE's team manager, who accepted 3rd place in the world on behalf of the drivers, Theo Kakati. And now, UAE's 2 current reigning Grand Finals champion. In E20 Masters, Maurice Knoppers. And complete with his winner's trophy, our Micromax champion, Benjamin Krajčkovic. Now, as you can see, the UAE has one of the most distinctive and popular race suit designs out of all competing nations. Before last weekend, in the 26-year history of the Grand Finals, the black and gold Falcons had only ever stood on top of the podium once. That was in 2014. So this really was the black and gold is on top of the podium. On top of the podium once. Thank you, Maurice. So to take 2 wins in the space of 2 races, the first 2 races, was an incredible achievement. Firstly, we'll start with the drivers who played their part, didn't take the win, but all contributed towards this historic event. Oliver Spencer. Oliver, yes, it was demotion, but your last memory of your career in a Minimax was you crossing the line first in the biggest Minimax race in the world, yes?
Yeah, for me, everyone knows that I was the real winner, so yeah, it was tough, but I still think I know I won.
Now, it's your first time representing the black and gold Falcons. What was the atmosphere like amongst your teammates?
Yeah, it was really good, to be fair. Everyone did a great job. So, yeah, I think as a team we can be very proud.
Thank you very much, Oliver, who now moves into juniors. Ari, I'll come us on the stage. Sorry, Oliver, I'll squeeze in front of you here. Ari, the Minimax champion last year, that was also your last Minimax race, wasn't it? How do you describe the 2025 Grand Finals from a driver's point of view and as an event as a whole?
Yeah, I think it was a really good event. There was a couple mistakes, but like for the first heat, it didn't count. But overall, the event was really nice. It was really cool, and I enjoyed it.
Thank you very much. We'll move over to Max. Max, sometimes it's not just about the results, which didn't go your way, to be fair. It's about the participation. It's about putting on the national race suits. What will you take away from Bahrain 2025?
Well, it was a really fun event, definitely. I mean, there was loads of activities to do. The racing was fun. We were quick, just unfortunately some things didn't quite go the way we hoped. But yeah, of course, I mean, well done to Benjamin and Moritz. It's very impressive.
It was indeed. Now, I'm actually going to swap the next two round. I want to come to Nathan next, if that's okay. Nathan, you almost won a race in one of the heats. You know, you showed that even in some of the really hectic classes, the UAE can stand tall. Tell us about your experience, your first experience at the Grand Finals.
It was a really good first experience for my first Grand Finals. I was really happy to spend it in Bahrain, which is one of my favourite tracks for sure. It's really fast and flowy.
It was. You know, you're in seniors now. You've got your eyes on going back again in 2026.
Yeah, definitely. Hopefully we can see what we can do this year, and hopefully we go to the Grand Finals next year.
Okay, well, as one member of the team, and in fact several other members of the teams are looking ahead to next year's Grand Finals, the UAE's most familiar figure at this event, Tony Hogg, you were bidding farewell to the Grand Finals after what has been a glittering career, maybe more domestic titles in the Rotax UAE Challenge than anybody else, more appearances than anybody else. I believe this was your 11th, yes? Yeah. In those 11 years, you have seen Team UAE ebb and flow. This is obviously a very proud moment of you to go out on the podium overall.
Yeah, I mean, as you put it quite rightly, it ebbed and flowed over the years. I think with Moritz and Benjamin's win, it really was the cherry on the cake. I think we've been knocking on the door for a few years, to be quite honest. The championship has grown, as you can see, and I think Alain Raceway have got a lot to do with that. I think the global coverage now, that also helps. The 11th event for me was a good one, in the sense that I was in good shape going in. I had one objective, and it was a realistic one, which was to try and beat my highest place. Going into the pre-final, we were kind of on target to achieve that, and unfortunately got wiped out. But that's racing. The event itself was amazing, as always. The Bahrain circuit, the organisation, the track itself, just meeting up with lots of drivers from around the world you've met over the years, and just to be part of it. It's an amazing event, and I would recommend it to all the drivers in the RMCs around the world. It is probably the best event in karting, and it's becoming more and more respected, and it's something to work towards to achieve. It really is the pinnacle.
Now, before I move on to the people holding the trophies, you didn't start karting until you were nearly 50 years old. Did you ever imagine that as you would sort of walk on into the next phase of your life in motorsport, when you first sat in a kart, did you ever imagine that you would eventually become the figurehead for this team in the biggest event of the Grand Finals for over a decade?
No, it's a nice way to put it. To be honest, when I first started at 48, the tender age of 48, you go through the paddock in the early days, and I mean this in the nicest, sincerest way. You start off as a bit of a laughing stock, and then the harder you work, the luckier you get. I think there was a great sportsman that once said that, Gary Player. And I don't think anyone can deny that I put the hard work in over the years and continue to put the hard work in. So everything I do was geared towards the sport. And no, never did I imagine that I would be in that position. It's quite a nice honour. I'm closer to 61 now, still enjoying the sport, but I'm gradually sort of extracting myself away from it. It's not easy, and yeah, it's like a drug, this sport.
It is indeed. Well, thank you very much, Tony, on behalf of everybody. Now, Benjamin, how old are you?
10.
51 years' time, you could be just like Tony. Isn't that a thought to make you, I don't know, smile or cry? One of the two. Firstly, congratulations. For the first time, we'll announce you with your trophy. Hold it up. This is what you earned as officially the best Micromax driver in the world for the year 2025. When did it sink in? And I'll stand down a little bit. So, when did it sink in?
When I started my first season, my first ever race, finished 7th. And then from there, I just got better and better.
Yeah. Tell me, Saturday night, after stepping off the podium, looking at that, what was going through your mind when you were first of all looking at the P1 trophy in your hands?
I was very happy to have it. Yeah, just very delightful.
Very delighted. We move on now. You could do 10, 12 of these events. None of them will ever be as special as your first. Well, as you're looking back now, a week later, what do you think about when you think of Bahrain and that week?
It was a very good event. I think it was very fair. Basically, whoever was best driver just basically won.
Exactly, and that's the ethos behind the grand finals. Now, we're going to break with tradition slightly. I know we have Team UAE up here, but we're going to invite, if he's around, a member of Team Netherlands. So, Sem Knoppers, if you'd like to come up as well, because you may notice a similarity in the surname between Sem and Maurice. In 26 years, no father and son or any two members of the same family have ever won a grand finals on the same day. Maurice, in the very first final of the day, did it in E20 Masters. And in the very last race of the day, DD2, Sem joined his dad on the winning podium. Maurice, you were on the podium at La Conca for the UAE in 2008. You won E20 Masters driving for the Netherlands in 2024. Now back in your spiritual home of the UAE. Talk us through your second Grand Finals victory and your first wearing the black and gold.
It doesn't get any better, but we're looking at how are we going to ever improve this, but it was very special. And if you now being third in the Nations Cup, you also have to look at, what changed actually in the Team UAE. And I think by replacing our team manager and getting this great guy as our team manager, that helped the spirit. And look what the results. So hopefully he'll be around there next year as well.
Okay, thank you. Now, Sem, we're going to talk about to your dad about how he felt about you. Obviously, every parent, and there are lots of parents around watching, feel tremendous pride for their kids, whatever they do in life. As a son, how proud of you, of your dad, of doing it at the highest level at the ripe old age of 21 plus tax and VAT and sales tax and the secondary tax. How proud are you of your dad?
I'm very proud, but obviously that's not considering Dutch tax, because we need a lot more than that, or UAE tax, we need a lot more. Obviously I'm extremely proud. I don't think there's many people. Obviously Tony is on the podium here, 61 years old, but there's not many people that are doing it above 40 even. And yeah, I mean, he's still up there. He's still competing. He still comes off the track sometimes with a big frown because he can't find what he needs, or sometimes with a big smile. So that means he still cares about it. He's still thinking about it. And yeah, proud. It's difficult. Obviously, I'm very happy. I'm proud of my dad, but I think the feeling of a father to a son of pride is very different. obviously I don't know that yet, but I think I'm extremely proud of how he's done, and we started again 2.5 years ago, so just to see how he's come back is very impressive.
Yeah, for those of you that don't know, Sem took nearly 10 years away from karting. He was a multiple champion in the UAE as a micro driver, is that right?
Yeah, indeed. I did Micromax and Minimax.
Micromax and Minimax in the UAE. So, you know, if you decide that you want to come and race maybe next year in the UAE Championship, Morris says, how can you top this? Well, I'll tell you how you could possibly top this. No father and son representing the same nation has ever won a grand finals on the same day. Hello to the Dutch distributors, by the way.
I mean, we can keep talking about history. Last year it was no family members have been on the podium the same year. Now it was the first ones that won. But I think, yeah, looking back at it, it was an amazing week. So regardless of the suit, it was the same surname. And for me, as you mentioned, I grew up racing here, and obviously I had the intermediate break. But this is, I mean, I'm stood here still. I can still remember me stood here on the, mainly on that step. But as a little man, you know, like Ben is now and Ari is, it's very nice to see.
Okay, and Morris, we're going to speak to some of the team members, but just as a dad, you know, how proud are you of Sam?
It's a dream come true. I mean, the little man dreamed about going to the World Finals together with me in 2008 or 9 when he was watching it. Then, yeah, then we made that happen, and then he even won it. You know, so that's very impressive. You know, after such a long break. But we haven't finished our journey yet. You know, I'm still young. Still have another 8 years before I've reached Tony's age. So I can still do another 5 at least, you know. Hopefully for Team UAE, if they will still have me. But let's see.
Let's see indeed. Now, we're going to come to Theo, the team manager, last. Because we're going to then raise the trophy. What I'm going to do now is explain a little bit about the support network at the Grand Finals. We've talked about the fact the carts are all provided. Each driver can take a mechanic, and they can take people to help with the the engine side of things within the very, very strict limitations that Rotax provide. Matthew Hopcraft was Benjamin Karachkovic's mechanic. Jordan Baines helped on the engine side for Benjamin. Gentlemen, as the grand final winning mechanic, how do you feel, Matty?
Yeah, it was a really, really good feeling. Like that week was solid. Like even to like the point where we'd do the same thing every single night. Like because from the first day onwards we're like P1 all the time basically. But you know, he did an amazing job out there, and like it was really, really good performance from him. I'm really proud of him actually.
Indeed. And Jordan, just quickly from your perspective, how hard is it? It's a long event. You're there for over a week to stay on top of changing track conditions, you know, with the settings that you're allowed to change. How difficult is it to do that?
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to keep on top of the equipment for the week. Luckily, I think Rotax do a good job. If anything goes wrong, they look after you really well. And you know, yeah, like Matthew says, the driver does half the work really, 3/4 of the work, just keeping his head straight. Do you know what I mean? So it was a good event. Yeah.
Okay, congratulations both of you. Matthew stood on the podium as the winning mechanic. Now, if I could ask you all to try and squeeze onto the top step. Jordan, you might have to stay on the second step, but if you all come in, let me bring in Theo Kakati. So, Theo Kakati. Now, the Nations Cup wasn't decided until it wasn't announced until the very end of proceedings, where some of the drivers had gone home, so not everybody has even seen this. Your first year as team manager, when I announced P3 in the Nations Cup, Team UAE, there was shock, wasn't there?
There's a lot of shock. Unfortunately, I was, as a Superstar team manager, I was very busy. There was a lot of things to do, so I wasn't able to be present at that time. Luckily, I sent Guy Sheffield on my behalf to go up there and raise the trophy with one of our champions, Moritz. And yeah, that's it. But we're here now to celebrate this amazing result. I'm with the team. Great job, a group of talented, young and beautiful drivers. And I'm just so happy. And these guys have set the bar. So the bar is now here. So for the next future team that comes together, they need to up it. But these guys have done history, and I'm so proud to be part of it off the track.
Well, the Grand Finals actually begins at places like this, with the national Rotax Max Challenges. The strength of the national championship, the fight that these drivers have to endure over the course of a full season, that sets them up to perform on the global scale. Superstar team managers notwithstanding. So, to end this celebration of Team UAE's best ever performance in the Grand Finals, drivers, be prepared to applaud as Theo Kakati raises P3 in the world for Team UAE.
Everyone's invited now to join the UAE team. All supporters, all mechanics, everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody pile in for a great photo opportunity. Come on, guys. JKD. Come on, that's your guy there.
Now we will be joined on the podium by parents, family members, Benjamin Krajčković's parents, support staff from Team JNKD, and even drivers who failed to make it. Because in what was the biggest global audience for any karting event ever, drivers who failed to make it were all supporting their rivals, their teams. What will be in 2026, we don't know yet. But what we do know is that because of the hard work put in by all the organisers of the UAE Rotax Max Challenge at every venue that we go to, not just on the circuit with the race directors and the ladies in admin and the people in the workshop and the marshals on track, even down to the people that clean the toilets. They do it with such a smile on their face. The mechanics, the coaches, the parents, all the supporters go in to making 8 young men and women succeed on the biggest stage of them all. Well done, the United Arab Emirates. Thank you very much for joining us. Enjoy the paddock show now on Karting Live TV, and then a packed afternoon of heat racing here at Al Ain Raceway.
My home here of the UAE, haven't we? Round.
Well, hello and welcome back here to fabulous Al Ain in the UAE for round 3 of the UAE Rotax Championship. I'm joined by my very good friend Joe Bradley. Joe, what are you most looking forward to in round 3 of the championship?
Well, we're back to Al Ain. It's kind of become our home here of the UAE, haven't we? Round 3, championship beginning to develop and form up, but they've changed the configuration of the track a little bit. So we might be back at Al Ain, and fundamentally the track is exactly the same as it was. However, there's a big change in the infield section. That's going to change the character. Certainly it's added character with a little hairpin. That's going to be certainly an overtaking opportunity. But then we've increased the speed out of that hairpin and down that back straight, which was already an overtaking opportunity. I'm pretty sure the protagonists in the UAE RMC are going to show us whether it's done or not.
Now, of course, changing the track is going to present a challenge to the drivers and a challenge to the driver coaches. Why don't you do a couple of things for me, Joe, and you can bring Henry along as you like. I want you to, first of all, mop up some of the little incidents from Al Fusan and then find out all you can about driver coaching.
Yeah, that's a great idea. It's as if we've rehearsed that. I'm beginning to make a habit of talking to George Nasser at any of these UAE RMCs. This one, though, George, I wanted to talk to you specifically. Round 2 at Al Fusan, you were, my friend, you were unbeatable. You were on fire there, weren't you? You loved that track. The final was, as ever, full of drama, controversy, and this piece of plastic cost you the race, I think. Yes, we had a coming together off the line, we had a coming together out on track, and I just wanted to have a look at how this pod fixes, because from your perspective, George, from our perspective, we saw the pod fly off. It was clearly caused by the wheel banging and the coming together, I would say, yeah?
Yes, that's exactly what happened. It just ruined the metal bar and the bolts here. just got loose after the collision, and yeah, it just was a matter of time before it would pop off.
Yeah. Did you actually see it fly off, or were you unaware?
No, I wasn't aware. I was very confused when I saw the mechanical flag.
Yeah.
And partly devastated.
Yes. Yeah. What George means devastated. Honestly, mate, you were unbeatable there, and your mission statement was to get away from the pack as quickly as possible. However, the pack wasn't going to let you, were they?
Not that race, no. But I did get away just without this.
Yes, you did. Right. Being a racing driver, you're not thinking about the last corner or the last event. You're thinking about this one, aren't you, already?
Yeah. We've got some work to do after these practice sessions.
All right. Are we going to see a level of dominance that we saw at Alpha San, or as you say, you've got work to do? What area of work is that?
Speed-wise, we need to still find some pace, but yeah, we'll see how it goes tomorrow.
Yeah. As ever, George Nasser up for the fight.
One of the key elements in every young driver's arsenal is getting a good driver coach. Well, I'm here with one of the best, Matthew Higgins, a double British karting champion, European champion, third in the World Karting Championships, and now the owner of the Matthew Higgins Driving Academy. What are you doing here this weekend to start with?
Over the weekend, I'm just giving data and GoPro advice to Ari Kallenberg. Previously in the week, Monday, Tuesday, I've been on track with him, as well as yesterday, on track coaching, just showing the lines and also setting reference laps, getting the GoPro to show him, and also the benefit of following with the GoPro behind him. Then I can show them exactly the mistake, and also when I say it, and if I can back it up, then suddenly it carries a bit more weight and they listen a little bit better.
So your main weapon of choice is still a go-kart, because obviously you're in a go-kart, you're still driving, but now it's more about data screens, GoPros, laptops and footage. You've talked about being out on track with Ari. Now, what's your purpose of being out on track?
I mean, there's many different purposes, one of which is, like I say, reference for the data. Again, having the video to follow them and show them. And then also we quite often do a bit of racecraft training, so just really going head to head, leaning on each other, gaining confidence, making contact in the right way, side to side contact more so, but obviously leaning on one exit of the corner, for example, just building confidence around other karts, as well as gaining awareness of the karts around us.
And that might sound like strange to people saying that you'd go out, but it's very true. Karting is so intensely competitive, so close, that young drivers, they do need to have their confidence built, and you need to know when to give a corner up, but when not to give a corner up, and when to stand your ground, and that's something important that every young driver has to learn.
Yeah, no, definitely, and it's again doing it in the correct way, which doesn't then lead to crashes, and kind of you show your intent that you aren't going to give up the corner, for example, and then they give up the corner and that prevents a crash, or like I say, trying to do it in a correct way that doesn't lead to crashing, like swiping on a straight is obviously not acceptable, and so as I learned firsthand, but no, yeah, just trying to teach them to do it, race hard, but obviously fair at the same time.
Now, as somebody that knows about coaching in another sport, how important do you get involved in the off-track coaching? Is there any mental coaching, mindset coaching, diet, sort of performance, being an elite performance athlete? Do you get involved in that side of things as well as just the on-track stuff?
Yeah, so the main reason I've called it Matthew Higgins Driver Academy is mostly focused away from the track, actually the preparations leading up to it. I'm actually in the process now of launching an app with someone else, Lee Next, Jack Tomlinson. So, yeah, we've worked on an app where we can control the nutrition, it provides them with a nutrition plan based on their goals and weights and so on, as well as the preparation, lots of different things. There's breathing exercises, reaction tests, and yeah, just the preparation, watching other races, their past races to learn their mistakes. But no, every driver's different, so a lot of it, yes, there's the app, which is mega, but it's just being in contact throughout the weeks and kind of seeing what works best for them. I mean, some people like to be hyped up, for example. others need to have a calm approach. So just trying to figure that, and yeah, like I said, there's a lot of ways that you can achieve that and help promote that once you figure out the driver you're with to get the optimum out of them.
Now, most kids, when they say the word school, their face drops. But you are a school, effectively, outside of school. You're a second part of education. How do you get a driver who doesn't like going to school during the week, doesn't like his online school, her online school, for example, how do you get them to then switch on and see you as a school that they need to pay attention to? Because you are effectively becoming a teacher. Your subject happens to be go-karting.
Yeah, I mean, I have a bit of a different approach to maybe some people. I leave that to them. If they want to learn, then I'd love to help them, and they're the people I want to work with. But I'm pretty fortunate. If they don't want to learn, then yeah, unlucky. I'm not gonna waste my time or effort to help them. So yeah, generally, people don't like school because they don't see the benefit. Whereas if they're working with me or other coaches in karting, it's because they want to learn to win races and so on. So I think naturally they do already just have that incentive to learn and pay attention.
Now this might, I'm not sure if I'm going to get an answer out of you here, but you've got a go-kart on track.
Yeah.
You've got a laptop with data,
yeah.
and you've got a screen with GoPro footage. Of those three elements, the go-kart itself, the GoPro, and the data screen, what is most important for a driver coach?
Everybody's different. I personally prefer the GoPro more than anything. I think you can show their mistakes, obviously watch on board with them first person. Obviously on track's really good as well, but doesn't have the same effect unless I then have the video to show them. Again, data for the final, half attempt, 2 attempts, so on, then it's really good. But just to really work on technique, which I think I generally try and prioritise, get the technique nailed, and then you can go any track, anywhere, and generally you're okay. So yeah, for me it's a GoPro for sure.
Now, how do you cope? Because I know that you won the British Kart Championship this year. Two drivers, at least two of your clients, Jacob Ashcroft and Emerson McAndrew-Uren, were also driving. How do you prioritise or manage your racing along with your job coaching them? Because all three of them, Matt, Em and Jacob, won the British Championship this year.
Yeah, I mean, it's very difficult, that's for sure, and I say I got better at it throughout the year. Yeah, generally a big part of it is having a good mechanic in my dad, so I can kind of leave him do my car. I don't have to pay any attention to that. I just turn up on the grid and do my job. And then yeah, they again, like I say, they have to want to learn. Mm-hmm. They understand that I'm busy and have to do my job as well on track, so they have to be there and patient to make my life easier as well. But no, yeah, it is quite difficult. I mean, for sure, Dunkswell, I didn't perform as well in the final because I was just so excited that Emerson won after the hard week, and I just wasn't really zoned in. So after that, I had to learn at points through the weekend. You have to definitely be a bit more selfish and to get the most out of my racing, because it's my career I want to push at the end of the day as well. But yeah, of course, it's quite hard not to get emotionally attached when they're going for race wins and so on.
And one last question. You mentioned your career. You have to stay in the seat and active as a driver and at a high level to then attract new clients. How close are we as a sport to being able to support more professional kart racers, like potentially yourself?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's already in a fairly good position for it, to be honest. The last 2 years, and for next year I've had numerous offers to be a professional driver. However, my main goal is to progress into the cars and be a professional driver in cars, hence the reason I've not taken the full factory drives and so on. And even like in the States, I think they're doing a really good job promoting it really well. And out here again, it's developing massively and it's a growing industry. So for sure, I think it's in a good place. It's hard to come across the drives. But no, like I say, I've had numerous opportunities and options to do that as a professional karter, but yeah, my priority is to go cars, so hence why I've not done it yet.
Well, there we go. Ari Kallenberg, not just saying it's just down to Matthew Higgins Driving Academy, but if Ari Kallenberg has an uptick in performance, it might have been because he's done his homework. Where would people find a bit more out about the Matthew Higgins Driving Academy?
Just follow my Instagram, drop me a message, and yeah, then we can get involved. I'm working on a website as well to make it a bit easier.
Well, everyone's on Insta these days. There we go. Thank you very much, Matthew.
Thank you.
It's a big part of motor racing, isn't it? Perhaps even more so these days. Back in my day, driver coaching consisted of, some would say, a piece of slate and chalk. But honestly, I'm not that old. We've now got video on karts. We've got cameras on karts. And Sophia here, who is the driver coach here at the Kart Advisor Academy. Sophia, this is a very important part of a race weekend. Just how important is it?
I mean, I think it's probably the biggest part. I mean, yeah, obviously we work a lot behind the scenes, obviously with the mechanical side, but coaching isn't necessarily just teaching them the lines. It's also about getting their feedback on the go-kart. So it's just very important to get feedback on how they feel, what they can improve, how they can improve, and it builds their confidence. It makes the go-kart ensure that it works with the driver.
Yeah, it's a mix of things. Then it's not. It's about kart setup, but it's also about getting inside these guys' heads, isn't it?
Yeah. It's very important. So yeah, we do it every other session. Whether it's focusing on what we should improve about the go-kart, what we should improve about the driver, it's like a full 360 kind of.
You've done some driving yourself. I mean, you were familiar with you in DD2s only last season. All right, you've kind of matured, and now you're a driver coach. We're going to talk about car racing in a little bit. As a driver, did you feel? I mean, Sam and Maeve is feeling. I mean, all right, they're not looking bored. They're looking intrigued. I mean, how important is it for these guys? How important was it for you?
I mean, I had definitely many different coaches throughout my career. Obviously, I had in Italy different ones, and I moved here, changed teams, had my own team. So it was very important. Besides having someone to tell you exactly what to do, it's nice to have someone supporting you, even when you're out there, you don't come to the track, unsure about what you should be doing. You're like, okay, this session I didn't like it, and then it's okay, because I'll come back and I'll have someone tell me exactly what could be improved.
And it's that feeling of positivity and moving forward.
Yeah, it's that feeling of just knowing it's okay, I don't have to rely only on myself, my skill. I have people that can help me figure it out.
You make that sound easy, but these drivers have to then go out onto the track and apply what you're teaching them. And how do you find that as a coach in getting your driver to actually apply and comply with what you're asking?
I mean, it's definitely difficult. I mean, I think it depends. It depends on the type of mistake they're making. It depends on the reason why they're making that mistake. Obviously, certain drivers react to the coaching in different ways, so it really depends. We obviously try to, let's say, make sure that we keep working towards the same goal, so we don't keep changing. Okay, you work on this thing now, then we don't check whether you did it well. We try to make it a bit more standard so that everyone is on the same page.
You yourself, Sophia, you were telling me that Sophia Nesci, by the way, Necchi, sorry, I knew I'd get that wrong, Italian. Sophia Necchi is a name that we motorsport fans are going to look out for, because you have got plans to get your Nürburgring license, and then we may even see you at the N24, yeah? Is that the plan? Tell us how those plans are going.
Yeah, so I made my debut in cars last summer, and obviously to race in the Nürburgring, it's not what usually people do for their debut in cars, but my dad was in love with the track, so he said, you know what, I want to go back to racing, why don't you do it with me? Which, fair enough, it was very nice, great experience, but I had to do basically this lower level championship to be able to do the endurance races, but it's been great, a lot of experience, rain, darkness. It's been great. It's very nice.
The Nürburgring is the only track where I go to and think, no, I'm fine behind the microphone. You know what? You've added an icing to an already very rich cake. Driving and competing with your father. That's pretty special.
Yeah, obviously it was just a mix of really great emotions, because it's just debut in cars, Nürburgring with my dad. I mean, it's just very overwhelming.
Yeah, you have jumped into the deep. Even Max Verstappen had to go through the license process. So you've thrown yourself in there.
It was very funny because my dad has this kind of like running joke that when he joins a championship, usually the good drivers start joining, and I just know that the race I did the day before Verstappen was there, so
right.
Slight bit of pressure with.
Well, you can always tick that box. You'll compete with Max Verstappen. So is N24 looking like 2026?
Hopefully.
That's the plan. Thanks. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you had a lovely lunch, and I hope you enjoyed our UAC World Finals celebration. Now, it was great to showcase that achievement. The UAE team coming third in the World Finals in Bahrain just a week ago. I'm still Joe Bradley, and still sat next to me is Henry Baudet. Henry,
Yes.
a little reflection. We don't need to talk about the World Finals. We've got plenty to talk about from this morning. Oh, sorry, hang on, Henry, before you speak. And Nick Damon, who's going to chunter in a couple of times.
Yes.
We've got our first grid on the screen.
Yes.
Which will get us underway with Micromax for their second heat, Henry.
Yes, indeed. Samar Chopra, Saif Al Khalifa, Adam Al Sheikh, and Liam O'Hanlon. Your top 4 starters. Carts are on the rolling lap. And we had a very, very competitive opening heat race of the day. Drivers such as Tadeusz Prochaska looking to come from the back of the field. Tayab Haroon starts 6th. We're going to have his older brother Faris Haroon joining us for the next 2 junior Rotax races. Faris, the Emirati Express, currently recovering from a broken arm. So he'll be joining us to give us some expert analysis in the next 2 junior Rotax heats. It's Micromax that is going to be getting us going this afternoon.
So we've got the grid being brought round, I should say, by Samar Chopra and Saif Al Khalifa alongside. The pace being controlled, of course, by the pole sitter. People being told to slow down by, I think that's our number 29, Samar Chopra. I'm not sure they can go any slower, to be honest, Samar. But a nicely paced opening lap here. We should get things underway. They've got 2 more corners to get through before they start heading towards the red lights, which will go out. They've hopefully got enough heat into their tyres to get them through the braking area for turn 1 and indeed turning into turn 1. Here they go then. Is a very, very tight bunch of Micromax runners here. As the field come out the final turn, Henry, they're heading towards the lights now.
Indeed, into the tram lines. Samar Chopra gets the jump, and away they go over the bump down towards turn number 1. Chopra leads. O'Hanlon slots into second place from the outside of row number 2. Excellent getaway from number 22, our championship leader, as the field make their way through turn number 3. Behind them there is an accident. But the leaders already making their way into the infield section.
And I've just seen the sort of international sign language from Liam O'Hanlon of just get on with it, Samar. We need to pull out a gap before this pack behind us comes upon my back bumper. Now, Liam O'Hanlon clearly didn't have the pace what we have become accustomed to seeing Liam O'Hanlon have. And this time, he's made a way through onto the rear bumper of Chopra. It's only going to be a matter of time, according to Liam O'Hanlon's textbook, that he's maybe going to challenge. And this challenge could come now because he's got good tow out of the slipstream and into turn 1, down the inside, Henry.
Indeed. Coming out of turn number 1, O'Hanlon now has to go defensive. We're coming up to the site of the accident. You can see officials. I can tell you now that Tayab Haroon and Vladimir Tverdoklyabov both came together. One of them rolled their cart, was stuck under their cart. Quick work from Paul Heath, one of our race directors. Both drivers up and now walking away. And I believe it may have been the Mumbai Falcons driver, Tverdoklyabov, who was the driver that was on his roof, so to speak. He, for family members watching at home, is absolutely fine.
Leaders across the line then, O'Hanlon with Chopra right there. You so close, you could picture 10 over these two. O'Hanlon down the inside into turn 1, though, defends that line out onto the very short blast of a straight up towards turn 2. Quite a quick corner this, into the hairpin at 3. And then from there, blasting through the left-hander down that even shorter back stretch towards the kink at 5. Here they go then, into turn 5. That's the field coming through now with O'Hanlon, Chopra, Al Khalifa, Al Sheikh, Ponner, Freienstein, Falzerano, Tabatza, Harvey, and it's Prochaska rounding off that top 10. Freienstein already up to 5th, though.
Yes, indeed. O'Hanlon trying to stretch away, looks behind him, keeps his head down, doesn't take a defensive line, even though Chopra and Al Khalifa get a good slipstream.
They've been swapping places, Henry. That's why O'Hanlon's managed to pull that gap. However, that gap is beginning to disappear already.
Well, last lap round, you said you could pitch a tent over the top 3. I think it's probably down to the size of a Wendy house. Now you can pitch over the 3 of them as they come out of turn number 1, down the back straight. Now O'Hanlon begins to take a defensive line, and suddenly you've got a lead group, not just of 1, of 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. Yes. All the way back to Cameron Harvey.
Everyone just piling in there, and in true cadet racing fashion, which is, of course, this Micromax class is for 8 to 11-year-olds. That's cadet age group. They are very, very good at keeping their calm, keeping their composure, and sitting in these line of slipstreaming carts and just using each other's performance to work from each other. However, the driver that's working the best at the moment seems to be Liam O'Hanlon, who's pulled the biggest gap we've seen so far. It's the M&M driver, Chopra, who's pulled away from Khalifa, Al Sheikh, and Freienstein behind them in 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
Yes, across the line. Chopra, is he close enough for a lunge into turn number 1? No, he's not. What he's going to do, he's going to get a good exit, he's going to tuck into the slipstream, and I think he's going to have a little look up, not into this corner, but maybe at the end of the back straight going into turns 5 and 6, the next complex. No, he's not close enough. Good sector from Liam O'Hanlon.
I think we might have a change for 3rd there, Henry. I'm not quite sure who's got past Saif Al Khalifa. We'll wait for them to just come through the 2nd sector.
It's Al Khalifa. Sorry,
there's
Joe.
no change there, actually. There's no change. Khalifa got back, I think, over Al Sheikh. So they're still stirring it up. And now there's the sign from Chopra to Liam O'Hanlon. It's kind of saying, he's waving at him saying, I'm not going to challenge you. However, Henry, as they come out the final turn, head towards the line, they're about to embark on their final lap.
Yes.
So I'm not quite sure how Samar Chopra is intending to take this heat win from O'Hanlon without challenging.
Well, I think, he was trying to maybe tell a little bit of a porcupine to Liam O'Hanlon because Liam quite rightly is thinking, last lap board going out, I'm leading. 2nd place says he's not going to challenge me. Do I believe him? Nah.
No, because here he comes in. It's O'Hanlon who has to defend going into this sequence of corners here on the infield. They're getting towards the final stages then. They've got 4 more corners to go. This is 2 of them almost in one sequence there. And O'Hanlon, he was looking backwards more than he was looking forwards there. Here they go then. The run down to 11 is perhaps the last opportunity that Samar Chopra is going to have, O'Hanlon. And it's around the outside for Chopra. Outstanding move there as Samar Chopra. O'Hanlon had to defend, Henry. And Samar Chopra says, right, I'll just try around the outside here. In true NASCAR style, the checkered flag flies and Samar Chopra's taken the win.
I'm so glad that you were talking there, Joe, because that move rendered me speechless. Here is the kartshop.me replay. Now, he gets alongside, he gets to the inside, he times that move to the inside absolutely to the split second perfectly. Any later on the break and turn in, he would have overshot the corner. Any earlier, he would have cut across the front of O'Hanlon's nose and there would have been a crash. That was outstanding. O'Hanlon will be upset, but he will have no complaints because Chopra did the job perfectly. That was a sublime move. And there is your results grid. Chopra by 700ths with the move of the day. Now, I know kartshop.me sponsors the replay, Joe. I wonder who is out there to sponsor the move of the day.
That would have certainly been in contention. So there's your winner, Samar Chopra, Liam O'Hanlon in 2nd. Saif Al Khalifa hangs on to 3rd. Alexander Freienstein gets ahead of Adam Al Sheikh right there at the end. Baibaf Ponna in 6th. The rest of the race order coming through: Cameron Harvey, Enzo Falzerano, Amar Tabatsa, Jensen Kelly, the British driver, rounding off the top 10, with Ivans Voronins, Rud Rabatap, Shekhawat, Saif Almina, Ayansh Patel, Ivan Chanchevich, Rufaiwa Duwambi, Tadius Prachata, Abdulaziz Al-Sarif, and then rounding off the 22-cart field, Felix Souza Jebjerg, Zhu Kwanyi, Tayab Haroun, and Vladimir Tverdoplavov were non-finishers there, Tayab Haroun, and they were involved, of course, in that incident on the first lap.
Yeah, there's Tayab getting into his car. He will come back on the recovery vehicle. I think that the race officials, just because, of course, Vladimir had rolled his cart, even though he was checked out by Paul Heath on site and was standing up and sat down and walking around, I would imagine that they've insisted on Vladimir Tverdoplavov going back to see the medical team, just to be given the once over, as is pretty much essential for any driver that inverts their wagon. And you can see the inverted wagon there with the now that's not one of the American style sit down super speedway carts with the flat NASA panel. That is not by design, put it that way. Obviously, we're happy that Tayab is okay, and Vladimir. We hopefully will be joined by Tayab's older brother shortly. But a good way to start this afternoon's proceedings. We talked briefly about why the UAE had their most successful grand finals ever last week. Well, it's because to win a simple heat race in this championship, sometimes you have to pull off an overtaking maneuver like the one we saw from Samar Chopra there.
It's the racing and the racecraft that we see, certainly from pretty much all of our classes, to be honest, but certainly the Micromax class. I think I say I have a little chat to Liam O'Hanlon, which you can see in tomorrow's paddock show.
Yes.
And I think I make the comment of if Formula One drivers could only just take a leaf out of these youngsters' book, I think the racing in Formula One would be actually better. They don't seem to be able to overtake in Formula One without hitting each other.
Or then complaining about it afterwards.
And certainly complain about it afterwards. That was a very, very clean and exciting race there.
Yes.
And that was a tough, very brave move. I was going to use another term there, and remember I was talking about kids. That was a very brave move from Samar to go around the outside there. Very fast entry into that corner.
Yeah, it would have either been Samar having a crash on his own, or both of them having a crash if he hadn't have timed it just like he did. There is the Fort Abu Dhabi team there in the centre with the curly hair. That is Mohammed Haroun, Tayab's father, obviously watching on, concerned about his youngest son's well-being, and his youngest son's well-being is just fine.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure Mumbai Falcons are a team. Hopefully Vladimir is not too battered and bruised there after that little off, and hopefully we'll see him back out racing very shortly this afternoon. Mumbai Falcons, the team who are very well stocked and well prepped for dealing with an issue like repairing that cart and putting it back on its four wheels, so to speak.
Well, in Mumbai Falcons, amongst the two of the driver coaches they've got in that team this weekend, Sem Kanyopas, current DD2 Grand Finals champion, and Zen Darua, last year's DD2 Grand Finals champion. So not only have they got a great support network in terms of mechanics and parts and what have you, they've also got a great support network in terms of driver coaching. As we look at the Minimax grid.
Yeah, Minimax are out next. And we are about to go ahead with our grid. Do we have the grid yet? Not quite.
Well, I mean, we can talk then a little bit about some of the contenders that we saw in race number 1. Now, of course, don't forget that Attica Mia had to start at the rear of the field. Well, the rear of the field, only in front of the 3 novice drivers in this class. She made her way through. There's Charlie Page.
She had a problem with a starter motor.
Yes, she had the Triumph Dolomite problem.
She had the Triumph Dolomite problem. Couldn't hit it with a hammer, though.
No, it wasn't a Triumph. It wasn't a Dolly problem. It was a British Leyland problem. She was afflicted by British Leyland.
Very retro problem.
Yes, indeed. Other cars were available in the 1970s. They were only built slightly better. There, with the lime green element at the top of his crash helmet, is Charlie Page. Charlie, in his first Minimax race. Now, again, the lime green, as he's showing us there, his mum and his sister wore a lime green wig in that same colour for the grand final in Bahrain. As Charlie was taken out of the lead of said race, one of those green wigs flew across the Rotax Club VIP area in the background. Now, I can leave you to guess which was it, mum or was it sister that threw said wig. But yes, the abiding image was of, it looked like a radioactive Kermit the Frog being launched across the Bahraini sky as Charlie Page saw his chances of grand finals victory evaporate.
Yes, wigs don't fly very well, do they? They're not very aerodynamic.
Propelled by an arm and a fist, they can. We learnt this.
We have cleared the grid. We have released the grid of Minimax Heat number 2 runners. Austin Gray with Charlie Page alongside. LBJ Stubbs on the second row alongside Mikhail Mitrokin. Kurt Ivanov and Benjamin Kračovic is on row 3. Row 4 is Paul Schutzman and Rayan Khan. Rashid, Adam Fleury and Max Payton share row 5. Row 6 is Vico Pajami and Rafael Zagati.
Further down through the order, there's Atacamia, and there are the remaining contenders. One question that I am sort of interested in is that we had a comment from Austin Gray's sister, Alicia Gray, saying, but she said she's at home and she is coming tomorrow. Next to her comment was a Scottish flag. She's not at home in Scotland and is just saying, right then, Dundee to Abu Dhabi, I'll leave now. I'm assuming that she lives over here in the UAE and is just coming to the track tomorrow. Although if she is watching from Scotland today and appears at the circuit tomorrow, bravo!
Yeah, because the weather's a lot better here as we go racing in Minimax, heading towards the line. The red lights are on. They now go off, and we are indeed racing. Heat number 2 here, and it's the 2 British drivers, Austin Gray and Charlie Page, who duke it out into turn 1. I'm not quite sure which one of them that is that's gotten, I think that's Austin Gray that has maintained that lead from pole position. Henry into turn 3 hairpin and off on that very short blast of a short straight. But the 2 front row drivers now beginning to pull a bit of a gap to that third place car.
Well, how often have we seen this? Austin Gray, throughout the first 3 rounds of the championship, didn't have a maximum score. Lots of top 5 finishes, top 4 finishes, but not a maximum score. He was very consistent. Now he's got the taste for victory. It wouldn't surprise me if his second maximum score comes in this race just after his first. It often happens with drivers, young drivers. You know, suddenly they think they can do it. They know they can do it, but they haven't quite done it yet. And then suddenly they do it, and it's simple. Okay, that's how you win a race.
You know what? I thought that said 170 on that cart on the rear bumper of Austin Gray, and that was Paul Schutzman from, I think, the 3rd, 4th row of the grid.
Yep.
Here he is, right on the bumper of Austin Gray, gotten through that traffic through turns 1, 2 and 3, and now challenging for a lead. He got a flavour of victory at Alpha San in round 2, and now he wants to see another victory as they go side by side to JNKD. In fact, it's a JNKD 1, 2 and 3 with Kračovic coming on board as well, with the 3 of them now off towards turns 9 and 10. And who's that interloper? No, it is still the 3 JNKD drivers.
And that looks like the NI Racing cart and a 160 Kia Ivanov in 4th.
Oh, 3 wide.
flying formation.
Incredible, 3 wide, and that has absolutely compromised their speed onto the straight, and it will show across the line, Schutzman leading, Ivanov into second place, but that's all changed by turn 1.
Page gets jettisoned to the outside. Karachkovic is involved. Mikhail Mitrotkin is there. Rian Khan Rashid for the Axel GP team. It was a late scramble for Axel GP to get here and get themselves sorted. It's a smaller team than before, but a quality team headed up by Mark Baines with Lee and Jay Taylor, both Grand Finals winning mechanics, helping out for the first time on that team. And despite a little bit of it's all lastminute.com, they have got drivers at the front of the field because Attica Mia is up into P7 in the number 113 cart.
Here we go across the line then, and we'll just catch our breath, and we'll catch our breath for a microsecond as down the inside has gone Krachkovic into the lead. We've had a coming together there, and it looks like we've had carts that have actually spun.
Yep, let's have a look.
Karchup.me replay will show. So there's the move for the lead. That's Benjamin Karachkovic into the lead, but then are coming together with second and third place. And I think the drivers in fourth and fifth ended up off track, Henry.
Yeah, the second and third place carts came together, slowed themselves down in fourth position, trying to see who that was. It was Kier Ivanov, sadly, for the NI Racing team. He suddenly thought, there's an accident in front of me. I've got to quickly brake and turn to avoid it. That spat him round. And actually, the two drivers in front of him didn't have the accident that they were preparing to have. And that left poor Kier Ivanov right down at the back. LBJ Stubbs had a poor start and is still mired back in P10.
Hasn't affected the lead. JNKD lead before Benjamin Krachkovic and Austin Gray went through. Charlie Page for Excel in third, Mikhail Mitrokhin in fourth, and Paul Schutzman through in fifth. Attica Mia up into sixth place now, ahead of Schutzman by the time we complete sector 1. So Attica Mia up to fifth there on this lap.
Yes, indeed. How much higher can the Queen of Kashmir get? She's got Mikhail Mitrokhin in front of her now. All eyes on the lead battle. Karachkovic and Gray run 1-2. Can Austin Gray, whose sister is in Abu Dhabi? It's not Aberdeen to Abu Dhabi overnight. It's Abu Dhabi to Al Ain. We're okay. Alicia, we'll see you tomorrow. Across the start-finish line. 2 laps to go.
What can happen? We've talked about the team dynamic, isn't it? When we've got teammates who are trying to overtake one another, it's a little bit different than overtaking someone from another team. We don't want it to be an awkward awning over tea, do we? Tea and scones can be very awkward if you've just happened to take your teammate out. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen here. We've got 2 very, very experienced Minimax drivers here coming through the ranks of Micromax, of course, and the 2 JNKD drivers will be sharing the JNKD Drivers Lounge after this heat before we go forward. Plenty of time for things to happen, though, Henry. This is the latter stages of the penultimate lap. We go into one more lap after this one completed, and already we're seeing a little bit of a defensive air about Benjamin's line there through the last sequence of turns towards the board that will say 1 lap to go.
And watch out, because Charlie Page has just joined the party, and Page snags P2 away from Gray. Look at that, using momentum, because Karachkovic was beginning to defend. Page capitalising, going into turn number 1. Now, that may have done 2 things. That may have, number 1, given Benjamin Karachkovic the race win, and number 2, I think that has sealed the top 3 positions as they stand, because I don't think Gray is close enough to come back at Page.
No, I think this is absolutely played into the hands of Benjamin Krachkovic as he goes through the penultimate turn for the final time. Then the checkered flag will loom ahead of him, and he will take the heat win in this, the second heat for Minimax. Behind him, Charlie Page splits up the JNKD drivers with her XL second place. Austin Grange third, Mikael Mitrokin in fourth. Attica Meyer, what a drive from 13th to 5th place. She's got to be a contender going forward in the pre-finals and the finals.
Yep, because of course, you know, where you qualify for the heat races has no bearing on where you qualify for the pre-final or the final. It's all based on race results. First 2 race results have been very promising. It's obviously not going to be good enough as we look at the top 6 on our results grid, with Albie J. Stubbs recovering from a poor start to salvage 6th position for Sam Pollitt Racing.
And that driver there, Paul Schutzman, he was leading, Henry.
He was.
He led a couple of laps here, and now he ends up in 7th, and I'm not quite sure how.
Well, I think that, number one, when the 3 JNKD karts did a little bit of formation flying through the final corner, that Schutzman lost out, and then when the 2 JNKD karts sort of came together at turn number 1, Schutzman then lost a little bit more momentum. As we look at the rest of the finishing order, Mubarak Mohammed finishing in 16th position. So we finish Minimax heat number 2. Junior Rotax is going to be the next race up. That's due to start at 1:48. So that'll be in about 7.5 minutes time. There will be, ladies and gentlemen, some waffling, maybe some rambling, some discussion, and then when we get underway with heat number 3, we will be joined by Faris Haroon, who is not racing because he broke his arm and is in the recovery process of that. So he will be be able to give us a real insight from a driver's perspective of one of these junior Rotax races.
Yeah, Faris has actually joined us. So we'll just switch his microphone on. Hello, Faris. So, another race driver who's coming along to try and take our jobs, I think. Is this what this is about? You want to give a bit of commentary a try?
Yeah, I'm just here, so, you know, I have the driver's perspective, and I'm just here to, like, support everyone. Hopefully when I get back to racing soon, and hopefully when I get to F4, I'll come to these races to do more commentating with you.
Yes. Well, if you're any good, you'll not be allowed back in, of course. What have the doctors said about your arm? When is the injury? When are you going to be able to sort of, can you play the piano?
Yeah, so now, thankfully I'm able to, like, move my arm back and forth.
Okay.
And the only problem is I would be racing now, but since I have the rod inside, I can't race because if I have a minor injury, it can turn into something big.
How old are you?
I just turned 12.
Right, you've got plenty of years ahead of you. Just take it easy, let that injury heal properly, because by the time you get to my age, you'll be all aches and pains if you don't. So just take your time, plenty of time to come back racing.
Yeah, thank you. It's just that I know it's my first year in junior, so since the first race I didn't do amazing, this wasn't really my championship to win, so I still have a lot more racing ahead of me.
Now, Faris, we talked about UAE in the Rotax Grand Finals. We've also talked about the UAE in the MENA Nations Cup. We've got an interview coming up on tomorrow's Paddock Show with Hamza Hashisho. We're going to get the grid, but you're a MENA Nations Cup champion for the UAE, aren't you?
Yeah, MENA, I've won the MENA Championship 3 times in a row, 2022, 2023, and 2024. I did it once in micro, twice in mini. This year in the MENA hasn't gone the best for me. I was doing really well, and then my throttle cable just snapped. So...
And that's where your 3 MENA Nations Cup champions, that earned you the nickname the Emirati Express, doesn't it?
Yeah, because I'm the one who shows the other nations what's up.
That is correct. That is indeed. Okay, we're going to get the grid up on a screen in a little while, but very briefly, and we'll come back to you again. To win in this race against this field, what does a driver need to do at this circuit?
Of course, yeah, it's a big circuit with a lot of straights, so you need a really good car, not just the driver. Also, you need to be a really good driver with your racecraft, because, you know, the grid is full of drivers that have so much experience. And, yeah, it's just a combination of the driver and the car.
Okay, well, we look at the drivers sitting down on the dummy grid. Faris, at this point, when you're on the dummy grid, are we A, nervous, B, excited, or C, just impatient and want to get on track?
Really depends where you're starting.
Okay, so you're starting at the front.
Front row.
Yep. Where are you? Nervous, impatient, or excited?
I'd be a bit nervous if I was starting anti-pole, but if I was pole, I just want to get on track as soon as possible.
If you're starting at the back?
If I'm starting pole.
If you're starting at the back, are you nervous, excited, or impatient?
I'd be a bit impatient because I'd want to gain as much ground as I can, as fast as I can.
Okay.
I want to ask you, you mentioned, Faris, that this is your first year in juniors. So did you come from the Micromax class?
No, I actually did 2 years in mini, because the thing is, I just turned 12, and
right.
Yeah, I'm basically, my birthday's at the end of the month, so they allow me to come.
Right.
Because
so
you would change in the year of your birthday.
So I want to ask you, when you came from the Minimax kart, which is the 950mm chassis, into a 1050 chassis, the tyres are wider, the engine's got more power. What was the first time you took that a Junior Max kart out on track, what was your thoughts under your helmet?
So basically, the first time I went out, I just wanted to see the best I could do, and you know, it's very different. So it's how you go into the corner. It's a very different input, you know. The junior kart is so much wider, and you have to brake so much differently. And also, yeah, my first race in junior, I finished P6. And, yeah, now I'm just, you know, after you finish a couple of races, you really realize how different it is and how different you need to change your driving style and your braking and everything.
What was the difference in the power, let's say, when you take the final turn here. You come out of that right-hander. In the Mini-Max, what was the comparison in the Junior Max? Is there much difference when you put that accelerator to the floor?
Really, I think that in the juniors, out of the last corner, it's a big difference, but I think the main difference is basically just the chassis, because it's really, really much harder into the corners, and you have to really change a lot of things in your driving.
Yeah. Physical-wise, did you find it a little bit more tiring because of the extra grip?
Yeah, of course, like the first day and first few times I drove a junior, by the end of the day my neck was done. I couldn't.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, your younger brother, Tayab, is racing. So, you know, when you're not racing here, you know, you're supporting Tayab, trying to encourage. He didn't have a great result in that last race, but he's okay and he'll go again this afternoon.
Yeah, of course, my brother, he's still new to the sport. It's only he hasn't completed the full year yet, but I'm trying to get him to, his main problem is he's not really, focused as much on the track. He just wants to play a bit more. Yeah, so I'm just helping everyone around.
I know for Thayab, a go-kart track is just a playground. Okay, we'll catch up with you in a little bit, Faris. Thank you very much. Some excellent insights there. We're about to go racing. Here is your starting lineup.
Front row of the grid then for Heat 2 for Junior Max. Aaron Mason and Jaden Hidding. On row 2, we have got Via Chopra sharing with Mitanj Jain. Aaron Qureshi and Oliver Spencer share row 3. That's a quality front of the grid here. Row 4 is going to be Harrison Stevens and Ari Kallenberg with Angelina Simmons, who had a great He1. Expect to see the number 290 moving through the field from that 9th place start. Alongside her is Pia Abu Diwan. Gabrielle Baracordi with Giuseppe Montanari next. Derek Rivera and Sam Turner. 15th and 16th, Floris Schenkenberg and Abdulaziz Al-Qureshi. Leo Anya and Johansa Senanyaki. Aaron Setti and Murad Baramov. With Alfie Ward, our final qualifier, in 21st. And I just want to say that Aaron Setti has got an absolute fan club watching at home, and they're all eager to see how well Aaron does in this one. This is his second heat of the day.
And I think Arhan Sethi is the youngest driver in the class, has been given a special dispensation because he is very, very, very tall and can't actually fit in a micro mini chassis.
Here we go, red lights on, red lights go out, and we are racing. Yes, the red lights stay out, and across the bump there into the braking area for turn one. It looks like the third place driver, Via Chopra, has chopped through, but no, around the outside has gone Jaden Hitting, and I think that's him hanging on to that second place.
It is, and I noticed at the back of the field, Alfie, a spinner at turn number 3. I did notice at the back of the field, Alfie Ward decided not to join right in with the rest of the field. He hung back quite considerably. Now, I think that was working for him until he came across the turn 3 accident, which he got caught up with, and that has slowed him down even more. Here's a move for second place, Via Chopra, passing Jaden Hitting. Jaden Hitting is like, what's that just come over the hill? It was Via Chopra.
And this is textbook, isn't it? Gets the drag down the back straight and then into the braking area. Of course, at this stage of the race, Jaden Hitting not needing to defend here. He couldn't really do anything about Chopra, but he slots in behind, and already these two side by side into 3, and Chopra having to fight very, very harshly and robustly, let's say, to keep that second place from Jaden Hitting, who's not done, is he? He's coming back at him.
No, he's not. Now we'll go to our driver expert. So, Faris, we're seeing that Via Chopra is being quite aggressive early on to make the moves. Does that say to you that his tyre pressures were maybe set up to come on straight away, and he knows that this is his best chance to catch Aaron Mason?
Yeah, I think, maybe Via Chopra, he wants to really quickly get past Jaden so he can catch up to Aaron Mason, because as you can see, the more they fight, the more Aaron's just going to pull away.
But of course, he's up. Via Chopra is thinking, well, I don't want to sit behind Jaden because I'm quick enough to catch Aaron Mason, and I don't think Jaden is. And as we see, Via is pulling away from Jaden Hitting and closing in on the race leader.
Yeah, obviously, I think Jaden is losing a bit of ground. As we can see, Angelina's catching up to him a bit. And now I think there's going to be a fight with Aaron Mason and Via Chopra by the end of lap.
Can I ask you a question, Faris? Yeah. I've just seen a driver go off onto the dirt. When you put a wheel onto the sand, how long does it take to get your tyres to work again?
Oh, it really depends. In juniors, about a lap.
A lap? A whole lap?
Yeah, a whole lap.
Wow, really? So
yeah.
The sand just sticks to the tyre, I take it?
Yeah, it also depends, like if you're driving hard or if you're driving light.
By driving hard and driving light, driving hard is pushing, and driving light is just conserving and
being conservative, not wasting the tyre and stuff.
Okay, thank you, Faris. Back to the action. We do have a battle for the race lead developing.
We have, Henry, and it's going to be at half distance already. It's kind of settled down, and I can't help but feel it's a little bit calm before the storm, because as Faris mentioned there, Angelina Simmons coming through to challenge there for third place. Jaden Hitting, if he had mirrors, they'd be full of Angelina, who likewise has got Harrison Stevens there who's come through. So this is really, really... Oh, and there's the storm.
Angelina Simmons, Harrison Stevens going through as well. Let's have a look at the kartshot.me replay. And again, that was Hitting trying to go to the outside, and Simmons just thinking, the door is half open and I've got to go. We've now got Matthias Najem Motorsport, second, third and fourth. We're in the second half of the race. Now we've talked about how easy it is to work together in micro and mini. How easy or how difficult is it to work together in a junior kart?
Yeah, obviously in micros and minis, it's really easy to work together. Like even a bit, if there's a second gap, you can close it in really easily because it's the power of slip. And now in juniors, it's much harder to catch up. But with slip, I feel like if Angelina catches up to Veer and they get to work together, by the in about 2 laps they'll be on Aaron Mason's bumper.
And Aaron, thank you, Faris, and that is something that Aaron is very concerned about.
Yeah, absolutely. Jaden hitting down the inside of Harrison Stevens, back up to that 4th place. So Jaden hitting on a bit of a recovery drive, having lost out to the 3 M&M drivers. He's wanting to get back on terms. However, it's George Gibbons Motorsport in the form of Aaron Mason, who's just managed to pull out 6/10 here. And if those drivers behind, Via Chopra, Angelina Simmons, I'll include Jaden Hitting in that, and Harrison Stevens, if they can stop squabbling, they might just catch Aaron Mason. However, at the end of this lap, it's going to be the end of lap 6. It's an 8-lap race. Do the math, 2 laps to go.
We're looking at the lead group. Well, Faris drives for the Fort Abu Dhabi team, and in association with Yas Heat, who are Faris's sponsors. The team that, Faris's brother drives for, Fort, they've got Floris Schenkenberg in this race. He's running P6, Faris. What have you got to say about Floris?
What a recovery drive. Imagine, he had so many problems today, especially in quali. He went to drive by himself because of the people rolling over. And in the first, he had a collision with another driver. But what a drive from him. From the back of the grid, now to P6. And meanwhile, just to give you something to know about, yesterday he didn't have much pace. To go up to P6 from not having much pace, that's a crazy drive from him.
Indeed, crazy indeed. Well,
he's made that look easy, hasn't he?
Yeah.
It's not easy, though, is it?
It's not. It takes a lot of time, especially because this is Floris's first season as a junior as well. Meanwhile, though, we have got a battle for the race lead. Mason, Chopra and Simmons out of the Formula 1 hairpin, on to the back straight. This is lap it's lap 8 out of 8. This is the final lap. Checkered flag awaits. Has Via Chopra got anything for Mason on this, the final couple of corners?
Oh, he's going to have to defend, though, isn't he? Aaron Mason now knows, because he can hear the engine note of Via Chopra in his peripheral down towards turn 11, and he takes the middle line there, chops him out. Indeed, sorry about the pun there, but Chopra comes back at him, and there's Angelina Simmons. Simmons is going to take the win. She absolutely capitalised on that as the two leaders tripped over one another through the final turn. Angelina Simmons says, thank you very much. I'm going to have this. Heat number 2, Angelina Simmons and M&M. Via Chopra second, Aaron Mason third, Harrison Stevens fourth. Jaden Hitting has to settle for 5th. What a drive, as Faris has mentioned, from Floris Schenkenberg to bring that kart up to 6th spot.
Now we're going to see a kart shop. Faris, take us through this from Angelina Simmons. What was she thinking? What was she doing?
So obviously, she knew that Veer was going for an overtake. And obviously in the last corner when he tried to go for an overtake, it gives you a really bad exit. And especially around there. So Angelina's just thinking in her head, okay, he's going for an overtake. I know that it's going to give him a bad exit. I'm just going to try to stick behind, wait for something to happen, and go straight through.
Which she did. Textbook win. Well, we'll have a look at the results. Faris Haroon, thank you very much for joining us up here. And you're going to be back for Heat 3.
Are you going to come back for Heat 3? Excellent. Great stuff.
That was
pleasure to have you. You're far too good at this as well, so you can stop that right now.
There are your provisional top 6 as we look. Simmons, Chopra, Mason, Stevens, Hitting, and Floris Schenkenberg, who we know had, now thanks to Faris, had a rough day yesterday. Ina Kallenberg, top 8, Gabriel Barikodi, and top 10, Saudi Arabia's Abdul Razak Al Qureshi. Alfie Ward from the back of the grid up to 12th. Oliver Spencer, we didn't see him much. He dropped back to P15, obviously with an incident. A lot of DNFs. Pierre Abu Diwan, the Lebanese driver, Arhan Qureshi, Derek Rivera, and Mitanch Jain. So, championship blown wide open.
Faris, it's been a pleasure. We'll see you back for Heat 3. Go and keep healing that shoulder, will you?
Yeah, see you soon. Like, can I say congrats to these drivers,
Sure.
like Aaron Mason and obviously Alfie. I know he had a rough start and he really wanted to give a gap, you know, so he can warm up his tires. But then he really improved. But this was like a hectic race. Everyone was crashing up and down. We saw incidents everywhere. And I just can't wait to see what's happening in Heat 3. The championship's getting close.
Well, Faris, you are very welcome to join us back here for Heat 3 with some great insight.
I have a question for Faris. What's his day rate? Kind of thinking.
Yeah, okay. All right.
Well, do I replace Henry or do I replace
Yeah,
Joe?
but he's a racing driver, so it'll be very expensive.
Yes.
He's got to pay for his racing out of it.
And by the way, Nick, I'm his agent, so I set his rates, and I'm pricing Faris out of the commentary market.
If anything I know about the racing drivers, they'll turn up late, disappear early, and get a huge number of speeding fines on the way.
Yeah, that's true.
That sounds like me.
And even possibly, Joe, fall off their chairs.
They tend to, don't they? Yes. Johnny Moore won the internet on that one.
That was,
Can I just say,
great.
Henry,
It's great to have drivers come up here.
It is, absolutely, and it's great to have such an articulate young man who helped with that insight. However, Henry, you have now created a monster. Not in Faris, but the fact that you've got about 74 requests to come and commentate with you.
I say this, and I'm sure that you agree with me, Joe. Karting creates very, very intelligent, mature, articulate young men and women. They have to be, because they are dealing with a sport that is so professional. We ask so much of these drivers, both in terms of technical feedback, data, all the things that they have to cope with. And it does result in, and every young driver, young boy or young girl has their own level of confidence, and it takes them time to get over nerves and shyness and what have you to find their voice. But no, the commentary box door is always is open with me, because I think it's great for the sport to be able to showcase. Look, this is what karting does for you as a person.
And we have. I'm familiar with kids who have to take time out of school. We have the remote and online education organisations. Yes. But I tell you what, the education that your child will get on travelling around whatever country you're racing in, meeting people from all over the country, or indeed in this case all over the globe, and just learning about those communication skills, those life skills that you can learn in a karting paddock are massive. All right, there's still an importance for your maths and your languages, and and in my case, I'm a big lover of history and science. But yes, the education that you'll get from having your kid compete in a sport like this is absolutely golden.
And also, obviously you're seeing this is karting at a high level. This is a national series. There are so many divisions of karting below this. Club level karting, which is accessible to so many people. Even if you can only afford to go and race in your local club once a month, karting can still teach your child so many things. Number one, the most important thing that I think karting teaches any child is that you can't always get what you want. That sometimes, life isn't fair. And that you can try your very, very, very best, and you could really want to win more than anybody else and not win. And then you have to deal with that.
When you said life isn't fair, Nick picked up the microphone as if he wanted to make a comment on that statement.
Well, I mean, no, he was just.
I thought he was going to make a comment on life not being fair to you. Are you going to?
I mean,
no.
All right. Okay.
No, but I literally, what happened was, if we're going to explain behind the curtain, I looked at a picture, went, that's not what I wanted to be on the screen, and then I changed the picture and realised, oh no, I was looking at the wrong screen.
Now, we were talking about this being an international. Next round, in January, the country of North Macedonia is going to be represented. Super Marian Jokic will join us there. He's a very, very talented.
Macedonia.
He's a
Wow.
very talented young driver
So
with
what
a
class
great
is that?
family. He will be in micro or mini,
Right.
and we call him Super Mayan because all his crash helmet and his graphics kit is Super Mario,
Right.
but with a twist. Super Mayan Jokic can't wait to see him and his family making their debut next round in Dubai.
Can't wait. Round 4 in Dubai, of course.
Montenegro, not Macedonia. Oh, my goodness me.
Montenegro, you got absolutely that wrong.
I got that very, very
You
wrong.
absolutely did, mate.
Suddenly the Balkans crisis has restarted just because some Welsh muppet says the wrong name on a karting live stream. Montenegro. And Mayan Jokic is the very first driver from Montenegro to ever represent his nation in the Rotax International Trophy. And it's always great at events like that where you have a big drivers parade and then suddenly you have big teams for lots of drivers and then one tiny little Micromax driver clutching the Montenegro flag walks out, and you can see he might be 4 foot tall, but when he walks on the track, he's 7 foot tall.
Tremendous.
Because he's got his nation's flag and he's the only one. I knew it began with M, and it what?
I'm
yeah.
not even sure you were very close geographically.
No,
You
probably not.
You mentioned round 4.
This
We've
isn't
actually got 2 rounds coming up in January. 17th of January, round 4.1.
Yes.
18th of January, round 4.2. And that is at the Dubai Kartdrome, of course.
Yes,
and
indeed.
we are looking forward to that. And just to plug a Karting Live TV broadcast as well, the following weekend, we stay with the Dubai Kartdrome and we bring you the Dubai O-Plate meeting. So that is an absolute overload of karting action from the UAE. In February, we go to round 5, and that is a unique one, isn't it?
Oh,
2
yes.
rounds of the championship again, round 5.1 and 5.2. On the 14th and 15th of February, we're on the Yas Marina circuit in Abu Dhabi, and that is using part of the Formula One track.
It is.
Where the Formula One championship has only recently, last week, been clinched on the same tarmac as part of it's up at the West Hairpin section of the track, and we are going to be racing around that. Just to round off the calendar news, 8th of March, we head back to the Dubai Kartdrome, and then we head back to Al Fassan for round 7 at the end of March, the 29th. April sees the conclusion of the 25-26 UAE RMC, and that is on the 11th and 12th of April, back here at the home of the series, Al Ain Raceway, and back to the configuration, I believe, where we started last month.
Yeah. Now, of course, you know, this circuit is, very different. Well, every circuit we go to is different. Even when we're at Al Ain, there's 2 different circuit layouts. Yas Marina, the circuit there, if I were to tell you that the drivers spend over 90% of the lap on full throttle.
It's a very fast track.
Oh, it's fast, it's wide, there's, now that is like a NASCAR race. Overtaking is very tricky because you are flat out so much of the lap. However, that they are lined up nose to tail from the word go until the checkered flag falls. It's a spectacular, unique sight in this championship.
It's at the West Hairpin where the Grand Prix track for Formula One has been changed, where they don't take the chicane, the left-right chicane, into the tight hairpin. It's now they bypass that. However, the kart track is going to take on board that old F1 chicane, which will be a very fast S in a kart.
Yes.
Fast S left and right off the start, into the hairpin, and then down that long back straight.
Oh, yes.
Where instead of going on towards the Grand Prix circuit, we turn left and onto the infield section.
Left downhill to the infield section. Here is your starting lineup of Rotax's ultimate class.
DD2, the gearbox class then. Syed El Hababi is on the pole position with Theo Kakati alongside. Tyler Harris and Hamza Ashisho start on row 2. Mark Bassier and Adam Malek round off row 3. Row 4 looks like it's this Just waiting for it. Moritz Knopfjes is in 7th. 8th is Kyle Blockley. 9th is Sami Al-Assad. Greg Watt for Honolulu Racing is 10th. And then rounding off 11th, the novice driver, Nicolo Cacciatore. DD2, it's the two-geared gearboxes. Left paddle for first gear, right paddle for second gear, and the drivers you'll see flicking between first and second gear. That's how I would describe it.
So Heat 1, Theo Kakati wins. Tyler Harris cruises up to the back of him, but doesn't make a move. Will Tyler Harris get to the back of Theo Kakati in this one? Can Saad Al-Hababi hold on and take the race win? We'll find out as we go green into turn number 1. Al-Hababi has the lead. Kakati on the outside, trying to grab second place. He does so. And now Kakati trying to go around the outside of, I think that might be Mark Bassey. I'm not sure if it's Tyler Harris. Harris is a much taller driver, although I know that is Harris now into third. Make that second.
Kakati into the lead.
Yep, game on, exactly as we were in heat number 1, with Kakati having to fend off Tyler Harris.
Is Harris going to show his cards early to Kakati? I'm not sure, but we've got a 4-car train, almost a 5-car train here as they complete one lap then. First lap in the bank, so to speak. It's Theo Kakati, Tyler Harris, Mark Bassier, Adam Malek, Saad Al-Hababi. Absolutely been mullered there on the first lap and down to 6th.
Great move into second position, into turn number 1 from Mark Bassier. So Harris, we're not going to find out whether Harris is going to just march up to Kakati and pass him, because Mark Bassier is now in P2. And P4, Adam Malik, not far behind either. There is, I incorrectly called Theo Kakati the UAE's team manager. As he corrected me, he's the UAE's superstar team manager. To give his full title. Just thought I want to clarify that so his mum Chandra doesn't get upset.
Absolutely, and after putting that team on the third step of that team's podium, he does deserve that accolade. Oh, we've got a cracking battle for second place. 3 carts involved. Mark Bassier, Tyler Harris, Adam Malik, all getting mixed together. Who's that though? Syed Al-Hababi, our pole position driver. He's in the mix as well, coming back. Hamza Rashisho, not too far away. And is that Kyle Blockley?
It's one of the Masters. In fact, the top 6 are nose to tail. Maurice Knopfjes has had an off.
He's into the pits.
He's into the pits and out of the race, possibly. So, the DD2 Masters class, which only has 3 carts in it, Greg Watt, Kyle Blockley and Maurice Knopfjes has now lost one of those. So, Kyle Blockley, and of course, you know, there is a championship fight as we've got another pass, and that is Tyler Harris coming back at Adam Malik.
Here's our carchop.me replay, and there in typical Alain style there, coming out of 11 down the inside. He's hung on to that because he had momentum out onto the straight. So Kakati, Bassier, Harris now in 3rd, Hashisho 4th, Adam Malik 5th. By the time I look up from the timing screen though, that could have changed. All of this shenanigan for 2nd, 3rd down is allowing Kakati to break free, and now Bassier likewise. The carts from 3rd place down are beginning to squabble, leaving these two up in the front. He's got a 7/10 lead as Theo Kakati.
And he looks comfortable. I'll say this, Joe. He does look comfortable. I know we're not at half distance yet. We will be at the end of this lap.
There it is there. Half distance now, Henry.
Yes, but, you know, he doesn't look under any pressure.
No, he's not.
You know, I mean, the one thing that, you know, even Theo will admit to is, you know what, race fitness in a DD2, because this is his first time in a DD2. Bassier, he's a DD2 graduate this year, as is Harris. Malik and Hashisho spent last season in the DD2 category, and Hamza Hashisho, He was up into P4. He's now dropped back a little bit more. Kyle Blockley continues to lead Greg Watt in Masters. Knopes is out of the race. And I've got to say, Nicolo Cacciatore is a lot closer to the rest of the pack than he was in heat number 1. Improving race by race for Cacciatore.
Yeah, that's all you can ask, just finding your feet here, driving these DD2 karts. I mean, driving a Rotax kart around any track is tricky enough, but then adding the complexity of 2 ratios in a form of a flip paddle as well, just to maximise and optimise every single part of this track. Theo Kakati's the driver that's doing it best up to now, with a win in Heat 1. He's on schedule to maybe take the heat in win 2. That's going to put him in very, very good stead. If he doesn't have an absolute nightmare in Heat 3, he's definitely a nailed-on pole position going into the pre-final, which kicks off tomorrow morning, of course. He's got a huge lead now, as is Mark Bassier has got a massive gap over Tyler Harris, who hasn't got a massive gap at all over Adam Malik. And if he makes the slightest mistake, that 3/10 gap between Harris and Malik can completely disappear. And behind these, Henry, Al-Hababi, Ashisho, Blockley, Al-Said, Greg Watt just coming through now, and then the novice, Cacciatore, just coming through to complete his, what would be 5th lap, wouldn't it? 6th lap, sorry.
Now, hopefully Maurice Knoppe's problems aren't terminal in terms of terminal for the day. He will have the advantage of 8-lap fresher tyres over his DD2 Masters rivals come heat number 3, as we look at Kakati extending his advantage. Malik is unable to put any more pressure on Tyler Harris in 4th position, and it's independent run driver Theo Kakati leading Mumbai Falcons teammate Bassier Harris before we get to Matthias Legem Motorsports Adam Malik.
Is Theo just tending to that kart himself then? He's down as a privateer, he's not with any team.
Like with everything independent, they do have assistance if need be from some of the workshop team here at Al Ain Raceway.
Right, well, whoever it is behind that helping and assisting Theo, they're doing something right, because that kart is handling and performing absolutely outstanding. The 2 Mumbai Falcon drivers, they are chasing him down but cannot get on terms with Theo Kakati, who comes out of the final turn and will take heat number 2 with a 100% record from heats 1 and 2 now. Tick the box. Theo Kakati, he takes the win from Mark Bassier, finishes 1.7 seconds behind, half a second there then to Tyler Harris in 3rd. Alan Malik was 4th. Hamza Ashisho comes through in 5th, and then the rest of the field streaming through will confirm the race result when we get all of our carts crossing that checkered flag. And that's a huge checkered flag, by the way. That is a proper checkered flag.
Yes, there is your top 6 on the results grid. Now, Harris will be less concerned with Theo Kakati than he will be with Mark Bassier. Why? Well, because Kakati didn't do day 1 or day 2 of event 1, and didn't do round number 2 either, whereas Bassier did. So Bassier is closer to Harris in the points than Kakati is, and now taking points off him. No need to panic, but it just goes to show that even on the smallest grid, numerically smallest, there is still an awful lot to play for, and an awful lot for each of the drivers to think about in terms of their positions and how tactical they are.
It's perhaps even more tactical with the smaller grids, means that you can still make up a lot of ground and gain a lot of points. Even if you have a nightmare, it's not too bad, because the maximum you can finish is 10th or 11th. I'm interested to find out what happened to Moritz. Knoppes there just completed 1 lap and then pulled in. Remember, these are a very complex kart with the 2 ratio gearbox, just altering the final drive effectively, aren't you, really, going from one ratio to the other. But hopefully it's not too much of a problem, and Moritz can find a solution to whatever caused him that retirement and be back out for heat number 3, which is scheduled time-wise for just around 4 o'clock. Sorry, not 4 o'clock, 3:45 this afternoon.
I'm going to use this opportunity to go and get us some fluids, because it's the height of day. Height of the day.
It's only over there, Henry. The fridge.
Yes.
I know what you're up to here.
Yeah. No. I'm going that. I'm going.
Oh, you're
that
going
way.
over there. I thought you were nipping outside.
I've got to check.
Right.
I'm going to check the weather.
Fluids.
I've got to check the weather, and
Right.
I've got.
You're going to check the weather, are you?
I've got to
And
check
then
the
go
weather
into the
because it
fridge.
might
Are
rain.
you going
and
to
then
use
get
some
through.
sort of like lit instrument to test the weather?
Pass.
Oh.
You know that'll kill you, don't you?
Humour kills me.
Yeah. Okay.
It's going that way.
He's not even passing the fridge. He's passing North Macedonia, though.
Are they here?
Yeah, I've got one of them, Henry, but I will have a water. We are just having a little bit of a refreshment.
But yes, it's very exciting for everyone listening and watching.
Yes.
They get to hear the commentator refreshment break.
And this is why we don't really need a booth camera. Don't want people to see you in the underpants for a start.
I think that's a massive assumption.
So
Who knows what we want to see?
Nick, you're chopping the pictures here.
I am chopping pictures here.
Once
I like
again,
using cutting rather than chopping.
Well, cutting, chopping, that's a technical term, an industry term, isn't it?
No.
What's your reflections on the meeting so far? The racing-wise, do you get a chance to to follow the racing? Listening to me and Henry, of course.
I hang on your every word.
I know that.
In fairness, apart from the DD2 races, they've all been which have been quite processional. The rest of the race have been really, really interesting and exciting.
It's gonna, you know what?
But it's this is the heat stay. You see,
I'm kind of slightly.
People are keeping their powder dry.
I'm slightly fearful, actually, because the intensity of what we've seen so far in the Rotax classes. The finals aren't even till they're not until tomorrow afternoon.
No, we have pre-finals and then finals.
And that's when it starts getting really serious. And the intensity level just, goes up to 300%. So I'm a bit fearful.
It might be good news for the Rotax spares department.
We're in the entertainment business. Absolutely. We have got Kyla Schmukim. Hello, Adish Mehta. Another one of, is that another Mehta? All the best. Yes. So Kyla Schmukim, or Kailash Mukim. The thing with YouTube is it puts the name all together, doesn't it? So you don't know where the first name
You've no idea who. But no, you put down your avatar call sign when you want to be, but you can write anything you like.
Yes, keep your comments coming through. Tell us where you are in the world.
Henry's refreshed with refreshments and nothing else.
Well, I have been doing some investigative journalism.
Have you?
That's a new name for it.
Morris Knoppers. An incident with Hamza Hashisho pushed Morris's rear bumper up onto his tyre, creating a tyre rub.
Right.
And rather than damage his rear mojo, he decided that it was no point continuing, bring it in, because he's going to need that rear mojo later on today
With this,
and tomorrow. It's all investigative journalism, ladies and gentlemen.
Henry, with this one set of tyres per event, is there a force majeure for a tyre cut or
Just
a
about
puncture?
asked that.
Yes, there is. There is. Al Aid Raceway, the organisers will have surplus tyres. You have to present said tyre to the organisers to show that it will no longer perform its assigned duty.
It's no longer circular.
It's no longer circular, and it will no longer rotate on a go-kart.
Or hold air.
Yes,
What
yes.
side was it?
No, I was too busy
I'll tell you what,
trying to do other bits of
I'm not-
investigative journalism to find out which side it was.
I'm not trying to catch you out, because I would have thought the right-hand side tyre takes the most grief.
Yes,
So
yes.
if you're going to get one changed for force majeure, you want to hope it's the right-hand side
Well,
left.
there is that.
The right-hand side rear, I should
If
say.
you could just persuade the driver that you're battling with, look, if you're going to hit
If you're
me
gonna hit me,
at
hit me in
that
the right
corner,
hand, yeah.
that'd be helpful.
Hit me in the right-hand corner,
Yes.
please. I need a new tyre.
But you don't get a new one, do you? You get an aged one.
No, you do.
It's a new one, is it?
It is a brand new bone, yes.
Wow. That sounds very exciting.
So Kailash Mukim is the grandfather of Adish Mehta from India. And we've had Kailash before, haven't we? We've had his grandfather on earlier.
Now, one of our drivers, and I forget which one, has a family member who is quite a major Bollywood film star.
Oh, really?
And I wonder who that would be. I will do a bit more investigative journalism probably in about 4 races' time.
Well, Indian,
so please,
the Indian nation,
yes,
love their movie stars,
and Bollywood movie stars.
Oh, well,
are the biggest in the world in terms of their fandom and their following.
We came upon Ajit Kumar, who is a Kollywood movie star, which is a form of Indian cinema, at last year's Dubai 24-hour sports car race.
Yes,
and we had about a 10,000 strong crowd in the grandstand.
Yes.
That when every time Ajit Kumar's Porsche came by,
yes,
it
erupted.
Screamed and erupted like we'd scored a goal at a football ground.
Oh, but you made me do the podium ceremony. That was ridiculous. Because there were thousands of them. It was strong. It's like being at like some sort of boy band concert.
Give me an idea, Nick, of you're more of a sort of hits and a views thing.
Am I?
So we normally would get at the Dubai 24 hours, how many views do we get?
They put on about 2 million extra views.
2 million extra views.
Yes.
All from India.
All from one part of India.
So,
he's not
Kollywood.
Bollywood, he's Kollywood.
Yeah, I've just said that. Yeah.
Well,
sorry.
I know you were out this route, but
what we need is for our for our Indian drivers and in the Mumbai Falcons, who are an Indian.
What, to become film stars?
Yes.
No, to find a film star that likes go-karting.
Absolutely.
And say, look, we know that you're a Bollywood film star. You probably got quite a few rupees in your bank account. However, we're going to get you a go-kart. All you've got to do is turn up and race.
Hey, what are the karting streams with the most numbers in the UK? That's the one where they have the YouTubers taking part in a team race.
Yes, but I mean, they're YouTubers. These are the Bollywood film stars are actual people that do things.
No, I think YouTubers are real people.
They're real people. They just don't have real jobs.
Well, I say that. Probably many of them are now AI, but
they're real people. They don't do real jobs. Bollywood film stars do real jobs. I have an answer. Here we go. Adish's dad, Abhishek, shares his name with Bollywood star Abhishek Bachchan. Is that who I'm trying to remember? Thank you, Priyanka Mehta. What we're going to do is, can we just pretend that Abhishek Bachchan, dad of Adish Mehta, is actually Abhishek Bachchan, Bollywood film star, and see what happens. Anyway, we'll come back to that because there are go-karts on track. It means senior road tracks.
I'm just going to drag this karting sporting broadcast into some semblance of order.
Yes.
Because we've got the grid in front of us. George Nasser didn't have it all his own way in Heat 1. Let's see what he can do about Heat 2. Rayan Damadasa alongside him. Likewise for him. Oscar Lambert and Andrea Remy share row 2 with Enzo Tesluk and Jules Dumont on row 3. Row 4 is Connor Clancy in his first weekend of senior Rotax. Eloy Gonzalez with Jeremy Montgomery's the winner of Heat 1 from 9th on the grid. Alexander Bigi and Nathan Kaplan and Amani Kinua round off 6 rows of the grid. On to the 7th row. Zain El Homasani with Arav Doohan alongside. Kian Kranbull with Rayan Qureshi alongside. Antonius Haddad and Adish Mehta with the fan club looking on from India, I think.
Whose dad may or not be a Bollywood film star, but has the same name. Yes, okay. That Adish Mehta.
Lewis Hartman and Shivan Kartik. Oscar Backhouse with, you've gone too quickly. There it is.
Well,
because the carts are with us. Kai Hunter, keep an eye on him, from 29th
to
10th, back down to, I think, 17th or something. So he has got a cart that is very much different to the one he qualified on.
And Laith Muminar from Saudi Arabia, who competed last week for Saudi Arabia and made the final, is out before the race even gets underway. The race is now underway. Nassar leads the field into turn number 1.
He's got a lot of experience of leading a field of being senior Rotax Max Kart into turn 1. And he looks so composed, doesn't he, just George Nasser? However, the field have got other plans. They want to take that lead from George Nasser as they head off down to the back straight and onto the infield section. through the left-hander at turn 6 into turn 7 there, which is a hairpin, through the sweep at turn 8, and then towards the final stages of this lap. Everybody just finding their feet. Tyres not quite where the drivers want them. Karts not quite as balanced as they perhaps need them to be. That's going to come in by about lap 2.5 to 3. But here we go, Henry, across the line. There is 2 karts that are broken away and looking very composed.
Yeah, and one driver I want to draw your attention to in about 6th position, the black and white livery Telios car, Jules Dumont. He's very quietly having a good day. The driver directly in front of Jules Dumont is the CRG of Enzo Tesla, Nacho, and the CRG Middle East team. Also having a very, very good day, although as I say that, Jules Dumont has a little nibble at the rear bumper of Tesluk's kart, but Tesluk, in the red and gold crash helmet, hangs on.
These 2 at the front need to be very, very aware that the 2 teammates from GGM, George Gibbons Motorsport, of Andrea Remy and Rian Damadasa, are about to join in for this battle at the front. Across the line then, Nasser, Lambert, Remy, Damadasa, Connor Clancy, here he comes. Connor Clancy up to 5th, Tesluk 6th, Dumont, Gonzalez, Montgomery Swan up to 9th, Nathan Caplan 10th. Where is Kai Hunter? He's up to 19th already, up 10 places in 2 laps.
Yeah, and this race is a lot more spread out than heat number 1. Here's your kartshop.me replay, and having a look to the inside for 2nd place, Andrea Remy takes the position. So Kai Hunter, he made 10th places on the opening lap. Enzo Tesluk has just gone wide and has dropped out of the top 5, coming through turn number 6. Now Kai, well, in one hand, that's a good thing for Kai, the race is spread out. On the other hand, it's a bad thing. It's a good thing because he's got less chance of getting involved in an incident with a huge pack of karts towards the end of the race than he did in heat number 1. On the other hand, it is going to be harder to make up places now because he can't pass 3 in one corner, for example.
Jerry Montgomery Swan, I've got to say, make a note of this, up to 6th place. Connor Clancy ahead of Damadasa on this lap here. He's up to 4th place. Next on the checklist for Connor Clancy is his teammate at Mumbai Falcons, and that is Oscar Lambert, who was in 3rd place. That's the kart there that we're looking at. There's the leader. There's 2nd place kart of Andrea Remy. And down the inside now, and ahead of Remy has gone Lambert, and Clancy's gone with him, Henry.
Yes, let's have a look at this again. And, Lambert making the move. Remy not defending. Smart, actually, from Andrea Remy. I know he's lost 2 positions, but he hasn't lost that much ground to race leader George Nassar. You can see there, 4 or 5 kart lengths is all that Nassar's lead is. Now it's going to be a bit more after the 2 teammates, Clancy and Lambert, go side by side through the F1 hairpin.
We had Clancy going down the inside of Lambert, but then slowing himself slowly out of the hairpin. He couldn't do anything about Lambert coming back at him. So even though there's been a change for 2nd and 3rd, it's not going to show at any of the sector times or the lap times. Montgomery Swan up to 4th already. Andrea Remy down to 6th. His kart has just fallen off a cliff. 5 laps completed this time by. Here they come.
Across the line. 3 laps to go, says the digital display board. That means go time for Connor Clancy. Now he makes the move on Oscar Lambert. The gap to race leader George Nassar is 1 second. Montgomery Swan there on the black and blue JNKD kart into P number 4. Behind Montgomery Swan, Remy, Damadasa and Eloy Gonzalez. Now, Jeremy Montgomery Swan, during the lunch break, was a little bit miffed that we didn't do an interview at the end of his win because he came from 9th to 1st. But of course, did explain that we can't do post-race interviews at the end of every race. A simple case of technology and manpower prohibited.
Well, however, it's your legs as well, Henry.
However, how does this sound? at the end of a race, end of every single heat race, we go down to JNKD pit reporter, or the pit report, post-race report, sponsored by JNKD. All they need to do is sponsor the cost of cameraman and camera and a set of legs. I think that's got a great ring
excellent
to it.
sales pitch, Henry.
JNKD post-race report.
It's got a ring to it.
It's got a ring to it.
Nice, and that's a great sales pitch.
Yes.
Back to reality. George Nasser in the lead. There's the second place now. Connor Clancy, this young man here, having cleared his teammate Oscar Lambert, who has come under immense pressure here. Jeremy Montgomery Swan. Oh, he used a tin opener there to get through. But here comes GGM's. No, all settled. No, Rian Damadasa
loses out.
The carchop.me replay will show Montgomery Swan opening up the door, but it was Oscar Lambert who hung on to that place and he basically hung Damadasa out to dry. I mean, here they come again, though. It's not over yet, Henry.
Yeah, you say about Montgomery Swan opening the door. Montgomery Swan opens the door in the same way that a debt collector opens the door to come and collect your telly that you haven't paid for. There was a little bit of force, no contact, but he wasn't taking no for an answer, was Jezza.
Here comes the leader then on the final lap, heading towards the checkered flag. This is what he likes to do. George Nasser likes to win things. He's on target. He didn't win the final at Al Fassan. We saw his side pod fly off. Here he comes, though. He didn't win Heat 1. He's about to win Heat 2, though. George Nasser and Eminem take the win. Connor Clancy, his first weekend in Senior Max. Can you believe that? Moving up from the Junior Max class. And Mumbai Falcons, second place. Jeremy Montgomery Swan, he has got to be a contender for a final win here.
Yeah.
Because he's coming up the order from beyond, I think he's 9th or something.
He was 9th, 9th after qualifying because he had a penalty that took him out of Superpole, stripped him of his fastest lap, and resulted in him finishing, starting 9th. Supercar Henry says, can he come and commentate tomorrow? Henry King, well, you don't race Rotax anymore. You're not racing in the championship. We can only have drivers that race the Rotax Championship commentate on the Rotax Championship. I saw him yesterday. I haven't seen him today, but he's not racing in the Rotax Championship. So sorry, Henry. Here we go. Here's a look at the results grid of the Rotax drivers that are here, and there are lots of them. 107 this week in total. Nassar, Clancy, Montgomery Swan, Lambert, Gonzalez, and Damadasa. These 8-lap races go through without even us getting a chance to mention drivers like Nathan Kaplan, P8, Amani Kinua, Zain El Hamasani, 8, 10, and 12. All championship contenders. Jules Dumont dropping to 13th, Kai Hunter up to 16th.
And Adash Mehta with his fan club watching in India.
Yes.
17th for the M&M driver.
Yes, indeed. I'm sure his mum doesn't wish that she was married to a Bollywood film star. So Enzo Tesla down to 23rd.
Mohammed Benemene.
Mohammed Benemene, yes.
Benemene. He was really at the fore at the start of the season. He was at the front of this field.
Yep.
And we haven't really seen him feature.
I mean, look at the results grid. We're down to P30 already. So many strong teams, so many strong drivers. I mean, you've got George Gibbons, Matthias Lejeune, XL, Motorscape, Fort, KAA and Hunter Motorsport. You've got the Mumbai Falcons, JNKD, Telios, Skyline Racing, CRG. That's 11 teams, all of whom are very professional, very well equipped, and have the ability to attract very good drivers.
Monty Swan, 30-43. Sweet. Another good job, Jezza. That's Jeremy she's talking about. He's talking about.
I have an observation, and my observation is that I think you've got a couple of winners on the Henry Burdett bingo card so far today.
Ooh.
I didn't have Wendy House that came up earlier. I am pretty sure that is the first use of the word Wendy House in a karting commentary since I've been involved.
Or in fact anyone's vocabulary since about 1993,
well,
when Wendy Houses probably became not politically correct.
Well,
you had to call them a Wendy / Walter House.
It's just a playhouse now.
It's a playhouse. Right.
Let's not give it any gender. Secondly, yes. I do love the vision of a 1960s debt collector coming around as well and stealing your telly. Is this from bitter experience? Did your black and white rediffusion get repossessed just as you're about to watch Top of the Pops, Henry?
I can never go into a Rumbelows ever again.
No one can.
No, exactly.
Yeah, we miss Rumbelows.
There's a whole generation of people here who
just
have no idea about renting tellies and videos.
Or even renting Wendy Houses.
Oh, you could rent a Wendy House. That's a Japanese thing.
You could in the 1970s and 1980s go and rent a television and a VCR video player.
Well, renting the VCR was quite popular because they were very unreliable to begin with.
The thing is, back then, televisions were really expensive.
Yes.
And I used to rent deliberately so I could every year change to the latest technology. And I had like a TV that was as deep as it was wide.
Well, they were. They had to, the cathode ray tubes had to be.
Hang on, listen to this. The biggest TV available at Radio Rentals, now not available, was a massive 36-inch.
Was that a back projection?
It wasn't. No.
Because I used to F1.
Did you do F1?
Yeah, I did. I spent
What
my
did you do
first
in F1?
paycheck. Oh, it was very important. I spent my first paycheck from F1. I bought myself a brand new 32-inch widescreen TV in 1996 for about 1,800 quid, which would be probably about 4,000 now.
Yeah.
And it was like, so a 32 watt, because most widescreens had just come in. So basically, 1 in 17 programs was in widescreen. The rest, everyone was just fat.
Yeah. I remember buying one of the very first front-loading video machines. It was a shop.
Not one where you had to push it in like a cassette recorder.
And I paid £700 for it. By today's standards, that is about $4,000.
Yeah, and that's for a 360p.
What was I thinking?
That's 360p resolution VHS.
It had a remote on a wire.
Yeah.
That stretched across.
Well, I have a very sad story about video recordings because the whole point about video. There's two things you got videos for. Recording television programs because you had to do it in those days, kids, and also renting films.
Yes,
that's right.
Because it's great, you could rent your film. It's a brilliant idea.
Was there any better evening spent taking your kids down to Blockbuster?
20 minutes choosing the film.
20 minutes choosing the film, and then 20 minutes choosing your sweets.
Exactly. Kids today. Anyway,
kids today.
But my father, being an avid reader of Which, the consumer magazine, and only believing in what Which recommended, bought a Video 2000.
No, they were better quality.
They were better quality. You've knocked your volume, by the way, there, Joe. The Video 2000 were the best quality, and they were very clever. They were super unreliable, I'll be honest with you, because they recorded on both sides of the tape and chewed them equally.
Weren't they on a disc?
No.
Oh, they were taped.
You could literally rent 7 to 9 films in total.
Yeah.
Because they were. Yeah, it was bad enough with Betamax. But
why did he do that?
Because Which told him to. Best thing. I think they were 480p. I think.
I mean, the best thing about a video recorder for me was that you would buy your BASF or your VHS tapes, and it would be you could buy a 240 or a 360 minute tape.
Yes.
But then on the edge, the bottom left-hand corner, there was a little bit of plastic that you could break off.
So you couldn't record over it.
And so you couldn't record
Nothing
over it.
a piece of sellotape couldn't solve.
And then you could play. You could record in SP, short play, standard play, or LP, long play, get twice the length out of your VHS. I've got the entire 1991 BBC highlights of the Formula One season on 2 VHSs.
I can beat that.
Yes, go on then.
We talked about the BBC Grand Prix highlights with the best theme music ever. Fleetwood Mac the Chin. That was inspired. Whoever decided
I just
that.
realised that's going out the PA.
Yes. Whoever decided that was inspired. I have got every single Grand Prix highlight show from 1981 to 1990 on VHS.
Do you have a VHS player?
No.
I do.
And they're in the loft.
I've got a loft as well, but it's on a SCART. And I haven't got any TV with a SCART
You can't even buy a TV with a SCART.
I think you can now get electronic SCART to HDMI converters, but they're quite expensive.
I can anorak you. And again, this is
no surprise here.
At the moment, all the
by the way, everyone, we will talk about karting later.
Yeah, all the competitors usually say, look, we need to spread the timetable out to give. So we've got five classes, so we need a bit more time between each race, to make sure we get the karts ready. They're listening to us now. I can hear them running up the stairs to Guy Sheffield to go, Guy, it's okay, we'll go quickly, just shut this lot up. No, but I have got every Formula One highlight from the start of 1987 until the end of 2001 on VHS, and from 1985 and 1986, I've got each race from Duke Video on its own VHS. Yeah,
I bought the yearly highlight tapes of the years I was doing it because I used to do it.
Of course, yeah.
And I was only on one of them, so I was quite disappointed because
really?
it used it. Well, I had a disembodied thumb, but that was it.
A disembodied thumb on a microphone.
Well, actually,
I'm in the background of several major events. Every now and again, people
he made Michael Schumacher cry.
Exactly. Well, I was going to say,
but that was disembodied.
For those of you that aren't aware, Nick Damon, producer stroke commentator, he used to work for Formula One. And if you look at the famous Belgian Grand Prix of 1998, the one in the wet.
I'm in the back.
When Michael Schumacher runs into the back of David Coulthard and rips the front corner off his Ferrari, and then goes to confront David Coulthard in the McLaren pits, there is a gentleman in a white and blue fire suit.
No, I'm in the grey fire suit behind the guy in the white and blue.
Ah, right, that's Nick Damon working for Formula One.
See,
as Michael Schumacher sort of punched David Coulthard, Nick Damon was there.
I just wish he had. Off the record. I'm also in the back. When Eddie Jordan wins that race, I'm in the background there. But unfortunately, I'm behind the guy from RTE who he actually spoke to.
Oh.
But he didn't talk to me. But I was there looking at Ernest.
Did you make Michael... Pardon me. Did you make Michael Schumacher cry when you told him that he'd equaled Ayrton Senna's record?
That was when it was 41 wins, yeah. But that wasn't why he cried. He'd had a bad week.
Yeah, but he cried because
he did a bad week.
He'd emulated his hero.
Oh, it's a... Yeah, so I've done all sorts. So that was me just doing stuff and hanging around the back of shots.
It's been downhill from there. Anyway, moving on from Test Match Special.
You remember the first professional thing I ever did in motorsport was interviewing F1 at the Monza Grand Prix, the home Grand Prix at Monza. So I was straight in the Monza paddock. It was the first thing I ever did. I served no apprenticeship. I had no discernible skills, and many say I still don't. But, as again, I prove that important adage which you don't want to tell children. It's not what you know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's I think Nick's done it the right way. He started in Formula One and graduated into the best motorsport of all, karting. There we go. I'm just doing the reverse.
I've gone through touring cars and Formula racing and Formula 4 and Formula 3000, so I'm going backwards. So eventually I'll become a bambino.
The Benjamin Button, ladies and gentlemen, of the motorsport world. We've got one round of heat races to go. One more set of points to award our drivers today. And then we will be into a nice, restful, relaxing evening. As the 2025 calendar year heads towards its inevitable end.
You may be thinking, why are these drivers not in their karts getting ready? Because we've still got 4 minutes before the scheduled start. Why do we not get on with it? Well, you've got to structure a race meeting. Put yourself in the position of the team of people who are getting these karts ready. You know exactly when you need to be on the grid.
Yep.
You know exactly when you're about to race. And you know when you have to be, that cart's got to be ready to put onto its 4 wheels and go. If you just went because we have plenty of time, one, it wouldn't give us any chance to wax lyrical about nothingness. And two, the teams it would be completely
without this timetable, there'd be a whole generation of children who know nothing about renting a VHS video.
Yes.
Or a Wendy house.
So, I mean, for example, the time now is... the local time now is 47 minutes past 2. Okay, Micromax Heat 2 finished at 1:25 p.m. But that's not when all the carts are back in the awning, because, of course, they have to go into Parc Fermé. They have to all get weighed. Then the scrutineer and the race director can hold all the drivers, and the structure of things here in the UAE is that any on-track incidents, Ken Potter will go over there and he will resolve as many of them as possible with the drivers. Now, that might take another 5 to 10 minutes. Therefore, suddenly you are at, instead of 125, you're at 140, for example. That's when the scrutineering and the carts and the carts are released back to the teams and their tents and the awnings. You would have, and if there are any protests, you have to have, the protest has to be submitted within 30 minutes of the decision being made, and then the decision will be made within another 30 minutes. So you need that 60-minute period in order to correctly go through any protests and appeals to finalise the race results. Now, the race is due to start at 50 minutes past 2. Well, you've got to be in Parc Fermé by 40 minutes past 2, 10 minutes beforehand, or something similar, and every race meeting is different. So the teams, even at this timetable, with a built-in, we'll call it waffle period, to allow us to talk about said VHSs, Rumbelows, radio rentals, Triumph Dolomites, Wendy Houses, etc. The teams only get, say, 40 minutes to actually work on the kart. Now, if you're a race winner, that is not so much of a problem. If you have damaged your go-kart, then your mechanic has got less than 45 minutes in some cases to get that kart repaired, retooled, rejigged, and back out, or else that driver misses a race. So, to make sure that we get as many drivers on the grid for every single race as possible, we do have a very structured, extended timetable. Because it's, what we show in the paddock show, what goes on behind the scenes, to try and give you, the viewers, a much better picture of a race meeting as a whole. So that is why there are set start times for those of you what are impatient back home. And on that happy note, look at that. We've got drivers and possibly coming up very shortly a grid.
Excellent
Voila.
Explanation, Henry. Why use 4 words when you can use 3,000? Well done, mate. Sama Chopra on the pole position. Saif Al Khalifa alongside. Second row of the grid is Adam Al Sheikh with Liam O'Hanlon. And then we've got Alexander Feinstein and Vaibhav Ponna sharing row 3. Row 4 is Cameron Harvey and Amar Tabadza. Jensen Kelly shares row 5 with Enzo Falzerano. We've got Rud Rapatap, Shikwat, and Tadeusz Prochaska on row 6. Row 7 is Evans Voronins and Ivan Janchevich, Abdulaziz Al Saraf, Tehab Haroon, Felix Sousa Jebjerg, and Ayanj Patil. And then rounding off this field of Micromax karts is Rofhiwa Nwambi, Saif Mina, Vladimir Turdokvlevov.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Vladimir's gone
No,
out.
I don't think he would. No, he was the driver, remember, that ended up on his roof, so to speak.
Yes.
Rounding off the field, by the way, is Zhu Kanyai. I don't know if I've said that right, by the way. Kanyai, how did you pronounce Zhu?
Zhu Kanyu.
Zhu Kanyu.
Zhu Kanyi.
Zhu Kanyi.
Yes, Zhu Kanyi. Sorry.
Yes, great to have him along, by the way. Great to have Zhu forming up on the back of the field, Henry. Here we go then. The grid nicely formed. Sama Chopra, who has got experience in doing this, bringing that field of Micromax karts around.
Still move of the day from heat number 2 for Samar Chopra. What has Liam O'Hanlon learnt? Well, first of all, he's learnt how to get from the outside of row 2 to the inside and take P2 coming out of turn number 1 on lap number 1. He has to now remember this. Chopra, his trademark, slow warm-up lap. Samar Chopra is hoping that none of the drivers have been able to warm their tyres up, because that makes his job easier, because everyone else will be sliding away as we Go green, lights are out, we're off and racing. Chopra leads them over the crest into turn number 1. O'Hanlon can't get to the inside this time because it's Fryenstein who's up into P4. O'Hanlon back to 5th.
Incredibly, everyone through all of this field, through all of the first half a lap or so of this Al-Ain Raceway. Here we go, charging down towards turn 5, which is the sweep into the hairpin at 6. And again, everybody behaving themselves. We're on the infield section now, heading towards the final stages of 1 lap, the first lap of 6 laps for this Micromax class. And we've already got a battle for the lead beginning to develop. Samar Chopra having, oh, look at that gesticulation there. Let's work together. The 2 XL drivers of Saif Al Khalifa and Adam Al Sheikh have gone chopping through ahead of Chopra and have taken the lead. By the time they come onto the start-finish straight, we're going to have an XL1-2, Henry.
Yes, indeed. Al Sheikh, first race back from a broken arm. Al Khalifa driving with a confidence that I have never seen before. They've both got a dark livery crash helmet. You can tell the difference. Al Khalifa on the top of his crash helmet has the red and white flag of the Kingdom of Bahrain. Yes, he shares the same Al Khalifa name as the King of Bahrain. I did ask Saif last week, have you ever met the King? And he said, no, you know, generally extended family members aren't allowed to meet the King until they're at least 12 years old, which is a very interesting insight indeed. Well, he may not have met the King, but he's certainly driving like a prince at the moment as he holds off O'Hanlon for P2.
And that's really stifled O'Hanlon's exit of the final turn. O'Hanlon now under threat from Samar Chopra, who's coming back, but O'Hanlon's hung on to it. Chopra under immense pressure from Fryenstein, the Motorscape driver, absolutely all over the back end of Samar Chopra. Things remain the same. The timing screen exactly the same. Adam El Sheikh, Saif Al Khalifa, Liam O'Hanlon, Samar Chopra, Alexander Fryenstein as they head out onto the very short back straight towards turn 5, coming at us out of the sun. And there's no challenges on this very fast section here. Is the challenge going to come? What this is doing, Henry, it's allowing Adam Al Sheikh to break away. They're already heading towards turns 9 and 10. And just look at that gap. That's not an XL kind of tactic of Saif Al Khalifa.
No, that's
holding things up as O'Hanlon down the inside and almost goes wide. He does force the issue there with Al Khalifa. But here's the kartshop.me replay.
He sends it in from a distance. And again, just can't get the kart slowed down on the apex, sort of washes out mid-corner. Fair play to Saif Al Khalifa having the wherewithal to not try and pinch O'Hanlon towards the inside, to let O'Hanlon deal with the issue and then slot back into third. Yes, he lost time and lost 1 position, but it could have been a lot worse. Now he drops back behind Chopra and Fryenstein into 5th position with Falzarano, Tabatsa, Harvey, Kelly, Veronins next up. As 1 kart off at the side of the circuit. I think that might be Vaibhav Ponna. It's definitely a JNKD kart. Yes, Vaibhav Ponna out of the race. The JNKD team look on, and they're not going to be happy when their driver does not pass by them next time around. Ponna out of the race.
Al Sheikh has lost time to Liam O'Hanlon, gap down to just on half a second. O'Hanlon is coming. He's ducking his head down behind the fairing there just to reduce the airflow across that kart and get on terms with the leader. Samar Chopra there in 3rd, 4th Fryenstein. A little bit of a change around from 6th down over with Enzo Falzarano and Amar Tabatsa dropping down to 8th and 9th. Cameron Harvey, Jensen Kelly up to 6th and 7th there. So a bit of a 2x2 change of position. And as the leaders head on to the back straight through 9 and 10, they are about to be joined by Samar Chopra in 3rd, Alexander Fryenstein in 4th, Saif Al Khalifa, who's dropped to 5th, but coming back now. So we're about to have a 5-kart train, Henry, and we're about to go into the final lap.
Yes, indeed, across the line. Adam Al-Sheikh. Well, you know, you would have thought that at the age of 9, coming back from a broken arm, a driver might be forgiven for being somewhat tentative on their return to the track. Not so Adam Al-Sheikh. He can't afford to be tentative now, however. O'Hanlon gets a great run coming out of the Formula 1 hairpin, looks to the inside. Great move. Liam O'Hanlon. Can Adam Al-Sheikh fight back?
O'Hanlon, surely he's got this in the bag, but that's not what Adam Al-Sheikh thinks. Al-Sheikh absolutely glued to his bumper. He has to stay composed, stay in the slipstream. O'Hanlon looks over his left shoulder, and then he dives to the right, does Al-Sheikh. Not enough, though, as O'Hanlon defends there, going into the sweeping left-hander into the right-hander now. That's O'Hanlon across the line to take the win. He was kind of robbed of the win in Heat 2, wasn't he? But he takes Heat 3. What a mixed grid this is going to give us for the pre-final, by the way. I have no way of even calculating who is where and how things are going to line up for the pre-final tomorrow. As O'Hanlon takes the win in Heat 3, Adam Al-Sheikh second, Alexander Feinstein in third, ahead of Sama Chopra. Now let's look at this again with the kartshop.me replay, and that is the first time we've seen anyone overtake there. We speculated that with the change of configuration here, out of the turn 3 hairpin, through 4, which is effectively just an acceleration zone, through that sweeping left-hander, you are going to be going faster into the kink at 5, which then you are braking and turning for 6. And that's the first time we've saw anyone. And perhaps that's because it's a Micromax.
I mean, obviously, you've gained one overtaking opportunity with this configuration at turn number 3, the F1 loop hairpin, maybe at the expense of another overtaking opportunity for the Grand Finals layout of what is now turns 5 and 6, but not completely. Kart drivers, they will find a way.
Yeah, how many times have I been proved like I don't know what I'm talking about by, you can't pass there. There they go.
Yes, they can, yes.
That's how you do it.
I feel like, like Jeff Goldblum standing up in Jurassic Park going, nature, it finds a way. Carters, they find a way to overtake one another. We're looking down at Minimax now. Again, another very mixed upgrade. You've had drivers, Paul Schutzman, great in Heat 1, fell back in Heat 2. LBJ Stubbs, great in qualifying, has faded in both races at the start and has had to come back fighting. Karachkovic winning, Page winning, not to mention the likes of Attica Mia. We don't know exactly how quick Attica is because we haven't had a chance to see her starting at the front.
She spent a lot of her time making her way through the basically the whole field
and this is
to
get back
to get on terms with the top 5.
And it's going to be the same in this race.
Yes, it is.
But this is the last race where she should be starting from the back.
That's right, and because she's managed to gain places, that will get her up the grid for the pre-final. So we're perhaps going to see. Now, the reason why Attica Mia is having to do that, remember, let's just remind everybody, she had a faulty starter motor that just didn't work. It'll have been working. It'll have worked when the engine was warmed up on the trolley. When it's gone to fire up in the collecting area, the starter motor has failed, and that's just one of those things that can happen.
And it's you're thinking to yourself, why are there so many races today? How come we've got the time to fit in qualifying, Superpole, an extended lunch break, and 3 heat races? That is because we didn't have a warm-up. We did away with morning warm-up. So the first time that starter motor would effectively have been used in anger for Attica Mia was sitting on that grid before the start of qualifying. Usually, drivers have a 5-minute warm-up. Personally, I'm of the opinion that at this level of racing, 99.9% of the drivers have been here for at least 1, if not 2 days testing. Another 5 minutes isn't, if you're still scrambling for setup after 2 days of testing, then you ain't going to get it in the last 5 minutes. You know, Saturday and Sunday, for me, it's all about racing. And tomorrow morning, we do have a warm-up session, which happens before we go live. It's an optional warm-up session. And so, you know, I think that it's a good thing that we don't have warm-up because we get more racing in and we can tweak the formats to create more excitement. However, the negative is that, yeah, unfortunately, occasionally you get what happened to Attica Mia. And I believe we've had a round of the Oman RMC today. If you have been competing with our friends, the Al Rawahi family, at the Muscat Speedway, then please put in the comments, what are the results from today? How have you all got on? Unfortunately, the UAE Championship isn't visiting Oman this year because this would be the weekend traditionally where we would be in Oman. And with the grand finals in Bahrain just, you know, finishing 6 days ago, it was a bit much to ask not just the drivers, but the teams more than anything else. Because, of course, a lot of the mechanics here were in Bahrain. They've got to come back. It's not the work of a moment to get all your equipment across the border into neighbouring Oman, even though, as we discovered last night, Joe, the Omani border is only about 8 minutes by car away from the circuit.
If you spoke up rather than holding your counsel and said, Nick, you're supposed to go round this roundabout, not straight over the roundabout, but Joe wants to see a new... He hasn't seen Oman. He wants to see the Oman border.
We saw the Oman border by night. It's quite frankly the best border I've ever seen.
By night.
I've had this conversation with Nick so many times when he's doing the driving. It's like, Nick, are you actually paying attention? And he actually admitted many years ago, no, I'm only giving it about 20%. And I'm like, Nick, do you mind giving it like 90% so that we don't die? So he was probably giving it 10%. It's a dual carriageway.
We just got some petrol. It's very exciting.
We pitted early, didn't we? He's just on a dual carriageway.
You said go early. You pulled me in early.
Just on a straight dual carriageway.
Because I wanted to go to the other petrol station round the roundabout.
Just on a dual carriageway. He wasn't focusing at all. And he was just miles away. And we ended up miles away. Thank you very much.
Not as bad as the time when we got it wrong back in when we first came to Dubai for the 24 hours. I was with Jim Roller in a car. And he was the only person in his service. It's a long time ago when you couldn't get service on your phones. And he had a sat-nav. The problem was, back in 2011-12, they were changing the roads by the day in Dubai. Yes. And we missed all the turning had changed. We missed the turning that didn't exist anymore. And we went, it was 18 miles before you could turn round. A 36-mile detour. We went all the way down to the oil fields.
Excellent stuff. Here we go then. We are getting ready to go racing with Minimax drivers already on the collecting area. We've got a 30-second start board. And then we are very shortly going to be able to have a reflection on our starting grid and remind ourselves who is starting where. The race this morning was, as ever, full of drama and cracking racecraft. We've had one of the heats this afternoon, and again, even more drama and even more racecraft being experienced by these drivers. Here we go then, about to be released. We've got the clear grid. The karts are now being released. And as we see the karts stream away to start their rolling lap, let's have a quick look at how our grid is lining up here for Minimax. Austin Gray and Charlie Page are our front row of the grid. Albie Stubbs and Mikhail Mitrikin start on row 2, Kurt Evanoff and Benjamin Krachkovic on row 3. Row 4 is Paul Schutzman and Rian Khan Rashid. Adam Fleury and Max Payton are on row 5. Row 6 is Vico Pajamaki. Rafael Zagati shares row 6. Row 7 is Attica Mia. Look for her coming through the field. Mikael Tver Doklovov and Zuhair Turkey with Mubarak Mohammed sharing the final row of the Minimax grid. Here we go then. Keep an eye on Attica Mia on kart 113. She will very quickly come through the field. But I tell you what, it is a metaphorical fist fight at the front of this Minimax field.
Yeah, now the driver that I'm looking at, it'll be the driver in the second row of the grid, the inside of the second row of the grid, with the bright pink flex on his Sam Pollock Racing graphics kit. LBJ Stubbs has had 2 abysmal starts so far, and he is saved from making a third one by the false start flag. Now, I don't know if that is the way the gearing is set up or there is something, but LBJ Stubbs, at the start, he simply cannot get up to speed early. I think that's a gearing issue, because when you're coming up, I mean, and I stand to be corrected, Toby George, Anderson Chilcott here from Stan Pollock, I will speak to them later, but to me, just outwardly, watch the number 196 card. When they come out the final corner.
And he's easy to spot, Henry, because he's the pink. He's got like a pink tint to his livery.
Now, when he comes out of the final corner.
There he is, just coming in the picture.
And the drivers in front, and Austin Gray and Charlie Page pick up the speed. LBJ Stubbs is much slower to get underway.
Here we go then. Austin Gray, Charlie Page, the two front row drivers about to try another attempt at getting this race underway. The red lights are on. They've gone. Have they gone too early? No, the red lights go out. Here we go. Towards turn one, JNKD's Austin Gray leads into turn one, and LBJ Stubbs proving Henry wrong this time, Henry. Well, he's absolutely got off the line in impeccable style, and he's in second place.
Well, thanks to Jeremy the Debt Collector Swan, who also poked his head in the door to tell me that, Henry, they're on fixed gearing. That was
well spotted, yeah.
Yes. He opened the door there, didn't take my telly, but took my dignity instead. Stubbs running in P2 out of the turn 5, 6 area, and he's made a rocket getaway. Look at the gap they've got already. The top two, Gray and Stubbs, miles in front of everybody else. There's a real bun fight happening for third place on, but after two poor starts, LBJ gets it right. Into third has come the 183 of Benjamin Krajčković.
Yes, and you cannot discount Benjamin at this stage. Fresh from his Micromax World Finals victory there. Top step of the podium for young Benjamin. Oh, and he's I think that's Charlie Page, who's just snatched it back. We'll keep an eye on that, because we can't take our eyes off this lead battle at the moment. Austin Gray, LBJ Stubbs, absolutely glued to his rear bumper. They're already through the hairpin at 6. They'll go through the right-hand hairpin at 7 there, just in front of our box, through the sweep of turn 8, and then on towards, this is an important section of track here. Got to maximise your exit here, and this is where Albie will pull the trigger, will he? Sits in the slipstream. No, he's happy to sit there, isn't he? Yep. Yeah, still very early days. This is only lap 2 of 7. So LBJ Stubbs quite happy to follow Austin Gray round, and he will follow him across the line in second place. Austin Gray still in the lead.
This has been the first time all day that LBJ Stubbs has been in this situation, i.e. second, sitting behind the leader at the start of lap number 3. So he's thinking to himself, well, you know, I've given myself a load of work to do to get to this point. Why am I going to make my life harder by engaging in battle with Austin at this stage, which will only invite Page, Krajčković, Mitrokin, Schutzman, and maybe more in. So I will quite happily push away so that I can keep Austin all to myself later in the race, where the rest of them haven't got an opportunity to catch me up.
That is very, very intelligent driving from that young man. And I think you are absolutely spot on, because once again, we do not see any kind of attempt, not even to show himself to Austin Gray. Austin Gray undoubtedly knows he's there. Into turn 1 then, for the 4th time. And once again, LBJ Stubbs happy to sit there. The gap to Charlie Page is 0.7 of a second to Charlie Page in third. Benjamin Krajčković is there in 4th, and these two, little bit of a gap between them, but they're working together because, Henry, we are very shortly going to have a 4-kart train for the lead of this Minimax race.
Yeah, LBJ Stubbs may have his hand forced by that purple sector lap from Charlie Page. And there's another purple sector lap, and that means the fastest lap of the race incoming from Page. He's now done 5 consecutive purple sectors. 3 on the last lap, first 2 sectors of this lap are also purple. You know, is this going to be 6 consecutive purple sectors for Page? Yes.
He's took 3/10 out of the gap between LBJ Stubbs. He can feel that suction of the slipstream pulling him towards LBJ Stubbs. He's going to pick up the slipstream. Benjamin Kracikovic is there as well. He's trying to hang on and get into that slipstream. But very shortly, we're going to have that science taking over in the aerodynamics of these 3 karts. And it's happening now.
Because Page has just put in a 7th consecutive purple sector. Stubbs senses the danger, and he has to go. That was 2.5 laps of perfection from Page. And by that, I mean the ideal lap, and Page now goes to the lead. That's outstanding. 7 straight purple sectors from Charlie Page.
That momentum, Henry, that momentum was coming, and there the cartshop.me replay shows the momentum. And Charlie Page, that's what I talk about. When you can't stifle that momentum.
No, you can't.
The momentum brought him up towards the back of the 2 karts in the lead, and he continued that momentum, didn't stifle it, and made that move. And here he is leading the race at the important bit at the end.
Yes, but of course, what has that perfect set of laps done for Page? Well, it's got him the lead, and it's now got him a huge defensive battle because Stubbs is still there. But, you know, when you look at the ideal lap, and that is the best 3 sectors out of any driver at any point in the race, it's very rare that you get the ideal lap belonging to the same driver on the same lap. Page has done it twice in one race.
Austin Gray seems to not have a card in the second half of this race because he's just lost out to Benjamin Kracikovic. There his GNKD teammate just basically caught him and just waltzed by him. He didn't have anything in the toolkit to stop that, and here we are already on the final lap of this 7-lap mini-max race. And it looks, dare I say it, I'm not going to curse this one, Charlie Page, if he stays composed, doesn't make any mistakes, he's got this in the bag. There's only a mechanical problem that can come into play now, because Charlie Page has been a very, very intelligent race driver about this.
Yeah, and these 4, look at the gap they've got. They have got a 5-second advantage over Schutzman, Rashid, and Mia, who battle over 5th, 6th, and 7th. Charlie Page, that is another outstanding drive. LBJ Stubbs did everything he could. He couldn't have done any more in that race, could have LBJ. He takes P2. Krajčkovic and Gray, 3rd and 4th. Who's going to get 5th on the line? It's Rihan Khan Rashid, just edging Paul Schutzman. Attica Mia 7th again. That will put Attica on it'll put her in the top 6 of the pre-final grid, I am certain, and then we will see how fast Attica, the Queen of Kashmir, is compared to the rest of the leaders, who you could see the most of them here on the results grid.
Yeah, Charlie Page, a very fine win from the XL driver there, with LBJ Stubbs from Sam Pollitt coming in 2nd. Benjamin Kracikovic in 3rd place. Austin Gray had to settle for 4th at the end, didn't he? Rihan Khan Rashid, great drive from him, with Paul Schutzman coming through into that 6th place. Just outside the top 6 then, Attica Mia continues her recovery drive for the day. Max Payton in 8th. Kurt Ivanov was 9th. Mikhail Mitrokin was 10th. We've got Mikhail Tverdoklibov. I hope I said that wrong. I said that right, I should say. I'm pretty sure I got it wrong. With Adam Fleury alongside in 12th place there. 13th, just behind is Turkey. Viko Pajamaki, Mubarak Mohammed finishes after 7 laps, and Rafael Sagati. All of our competitors, all 16, finished that race, Henry, so that bodes very well. It bodes very, very well for an intriguing finals process tomorrow.
Yes, it does indeed. Another 7 minutes to go before our next race, which is perfect opportunity to bring Faris Haroon back into proceedings. Faris, you've been back in the pit lane, down in the paddock since then. Did you get a chance to speak to any of the junior drivers after their last race? And if you did, apart from the swearing, which none of our drivers would do, I promise you, what did they say?
Yeah, some drivers had a really bad race, but mainly I got to talk to people like Aaron Mason and Flores, and Flores was just like really happy with his result, and Aaron, same with him, but he thinks that he should have defended a bit more, and that he should have been faster, and now hopefully he's going to be faster now.
You make an interesting point there. Aaron Mason feels he should have defended a bit more. How often is it that a driver will come off a track, and you've been in this position because I've watched you, and have just confessed, yep, I should have been a bit more defensive, or the usual racing driver excuse was, someone crowded me out, my tyres went off, there was something wrong with the engine. You know, how common is it for a driver to go, do you know what, that was all on me, I should have defended more?
Yeah, you know, of course, after the race, emotions are high, and sometimes drivers can say things that they don't really want to say. It's just that, you know, maybe they had a bad race. You know, most of the drivers are like that, you know, because we have so much adrenaline after the race. We might have not had a good race. But, yeah, some drivers, when they feel like, okay, they just want to admit so they can... The smart drivers do that, so they can just move on, find the problem, and improve for the next race.
Well, that's very, very, very insightful indeed. Aaron Mason sits on the right-hand side of your screen there, number 264. Jaden Hidding is next on the outside of the front row of the grid. As we look back down the order, a field of 21 drivers, the absence of Brando Londono, Ray Haber, and Saveli Kogai. Well, it would be 21 drivers, even with those three not here, if you were racing. When are you back in a go-kart? Will you be back for the next round of the championship at the Dubai Kartdrome, or are we looking at maybe the O-Plate or even the following round at Yas Marina?
You know, really every day I'm working harder and harder that I can get my arm better, so I can, you know, the thing I just want to do, I want to get on the track today, but, you know, every day I'm doing my best to, like, get on the track as soon as I can. Hopefully I'll be back in January, but I'm not sure if I'll do Dubai, since it's a really technical track, and I still have to heal after they remove the rods. So for sure I'm doing Yas as my comeback race, but hopefully O-Play as my first.
Now, you mentioned Yas. You are sponsored by Yas Heat. You want to be there at the Yas Marina. Explain, what is Yas Heat?
So basically Yas Heat is a Formula 4 team that does the Formula 4 UAE Championship, and they like to sponsor nationals so we can do more races, and not just races in UAE, and like races in Europe and whatnot.
How many drivers are currently on the Yas Heat program, not in the Formula 4, in karting?
In karting, we only have one in Rotax.
And that's you?
Yeah, and then the other ones are in other series, and some of them are doing racing in Europe.
Fair enough. Now, the Yas Heat colour, it is a electric blue, isn't it? So you are very, very visible any time you are on circuit. How proud are you to represent Yas, which of course is from the Emirate of Abu Dhabi, the same as you?
Yeah, of course. Every time I get on the track, I'm representing my family, my team, my country, and yes, it's a really special team because not every driver gets sponsored by an F4 team, and it's really an honor to to represent them, and I'm really grateful, and I can't wait for since last time in Mini I won there.
Exactly, winning on home soil. Well, we are still several minutes away. The track temperature since Heat 2, has it got a little bit cooler outside, Faris?
Yeah, I think it's gone a bit cooler. So now they can change the setups,
How would they change the setup? I mean, not giving out too much away, but what would a team do as the air temperature cools and the track cools a little bit? What areas would the teams start looking at to improve the setups of the cars?
1 minute to go.
Okay, 1 minute to go, but we'll get Nick to get. But what would they be doing?
So basically, they could do the carburation, for cooler weather. Yeah, they could make it a bit more lean.
By that means you mean the carb, the jets, yes?
Yeah, the jets and the air screws.
Okay.
And they could also change the setup on the chassis.
The front end of the chassis, the front end,
caster.
The caster. Okay.
Yeah.
Camber.
Yeah, camber too.
Okay. Tire pressures.
Of course, tire pressures is the main thing. As the grip improves and gets worse, they adjust the tire pressure to the track.
Well, as you can see, the setting sun casting a shadow over the circuit, the reflection of 21 junior Rotax karts hit our screens. Aaron Mason, Jaden Hidding via Chopra, Mitan Shaheen on the front 2 rows of the grid. Shaheen looking for a really good result after DNF in race 2. Look at Angelina Simmons, P9.
First.
She came through to win heat number 2. Lots of hard luck stories on this couple of pages. Abdul Razak Al Quraishi, however, from 16th into the top 10. Alfie Ward, he'll be looking a bit of a top gear from the rear.
Here we go then, with the front row being brought around by Aaron Mason, Jin hitting alongside. Can we see another outstanding drive from Angelina Simmons? She made up a load of places in first 2 laps. She was right there in the top 3 and then went on to take the win. Here we go then. We're nice and controlled, heading towards the start gantry. The lights go out now, and we are racing towards turn 1, and it looks like Aaron Mason has got this under control. It's a George Gibbons Motorsport 1-2 into the corner, but certainly not out of the corner, as we've got carnage there, Henry.
Yep, that's the first time all day that we've had an incident like that, and it looked as though it was the drivers at about P5 and P6 all coming together, some drivers moving up the track, other drivers having nowhere to go because they were already on the outside, and then there was a big collision. We've got another kart facing backwards coming out of turn number 3. Now, Faris, it was a little bit tricky to see what happened. However, if you were one of the drivers that escaped that, you would have seen the incident. Suddenly, you realise maybe your tactics for the entire race have changed, haven't they?
Yeah, of course. Also, when something like this happens, your mind goes upside down, As a driver, emotions can get really high, and you have to change from maybe if you're starting in the front to be a bit more calm, save your tires, you have to drive aggressive. And now Leo Ayna's into the lead.
Exactly. Leo Ayna, from where was that on the grid?
Did that look like cold tyres to you?
From who?
At the turn 1.
Yes.
I mean, everybody just didn't have any grip. They just went wide, and everybody just piled in.
I think because people on the inside, they tried to defend the inside and go around the inside, and they didn't have enough grip, and that's why they lost positions.
Well, the first driver that was a victim was Jaden Hidding, who started on the outside of row number 1. And there's a little bit of pushing and shoving going on, and now this is where things could boil over. The leaders, or the surviving, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, the top 10, including the likes of, Alfie Ward, 21st to 4th. Abdul Razak Al-Qureshi, 16th to 6th. Giuseppe Montanari, 15th to 7th. Barricodi and Turner started well outside the top 15. They're now in the top 10. Somehow, Angelina Simmons, from 9th, from being involved in that incident, is now back into the top 10. Ari Kallenberg, Derek Rivera and Murad Beyravmov are out of the race.
Yeah, absolute carnage there on cold tyres, it looked like. Johansa Senanyake is in the lead, though, and it's whether it's a matter of time for Aaron Mason to regain what he feels is rightfully his. He's got his George Gibbons Motorsport teammate leading this race. Plenty of time, though. We're only into half distance here on this lap. By the time we've completed this fourth lap, that will be the half distance mark. So plenty of time for Aaron Mason to then regain this lead. But it's a big ask, isn't it? It's one to catch another driver. It's a completely big ask to then overtake, especially when it's your teammate.
Yes, half distance. What have you noticed, Faris?
I've noticed that, like what I said earlier, compared to the second heat, I said there's going to be chaos. I said that there was going to be chaos in the third heat because we saw, I said that since the weather's going down, some teams, they might have the same setup and maybe they haven't changed it. So then it was all chaos in the first corner. We saw people going, sliding out of the corner, people hitting each other. It was just chaos.
And there's a good move there. Thank you, Faris. That is the two of the JNKD teammates on each other. This is for third position. This is Ward to the inside on Aina. Now look at the rear bumper of Leo Aina. You can see in the sun the actual yellow number plate is caved in. So Aina was obviously in the mix and involved in that. He was just lucky that he got hit from behind, not at the front. Sometimes, Faris, you can be inches away, a couple of inches this way, a couple of inches that way, can either make the difference between being eliminated and gaining 10 places.
Yeah, obviously, racing doesn't always go your way. There's a lot of accidents. It's not always about, if you deserved it or not. Anything can happen. And as you can see, people that came from all the way in the back are in the front.
Yeah, well, driver who's leading is Aaron Mason. Now, you spoke to Aaron at the end of race number 2. He said he felt he should have defended more in the second race. He's got his teammate behind him, but he is in the lead. How can Aaron Mason defend more in this race?
Yeah, I think Aaron Mason's main threat is Alfie Ward. Since Johansa, he doesn't have as much pace as Aaron, and if Alfie catches up, overtakes, and that's going to be Aaron's main threat in the end of this race. And I think Alfie, by the end of the next lap, is going to be on Johansa's bumper.
Okay, so Johansa is the teammate to Aaron Mason. Mason looking over his shoulder. This is lap 7 out of 8, so we're running out of time. When does Mason start to hug the inside line?
For me as a driver in the last few laps, if I feel like a guy is catching me, I just defend like crazy and back up the ball and they start to fight each other.
Okay, well, let's see if Aaron Mason does that.
Well, he's got time running out because when we cross the line here, he's got one more lap. And he's not needing to defend as Johansa Senanyaki just cannot get on terms with Aaron Mason. Now, remember, Mason started on the pole, so we know how quick he is around here. Alfie Ward is not gaining any real ground as well, Henry. It's not quite... I'm not sure that this is going to change on this final lap.
Well, I mean, consider this. Senanyake, like Faris said, doesn't generally have the race-winning pace that we've seen from Mason. Ward, from 23rd, why would he want to throw a third place away with a crazy move on the last lap, Faris?
Yeah, I think if I was starting from 21st, I'd also drive like It's a big difference starting from the front spot on the grid and starting from back, you know. You'd want to get as much ground as possible. And also I feel like when you're starting from the back, your pressures aren't really that low. You want to set them high. And that's why I feel like Alfie's not going to catch behind
Well,
him.
you're right, he's not, because the checkered flag is out. Aaron Mason doesn't need to defend on the last lap. He takes the win, and what an upside-down order we have got here. Johansa Senanayake second, Alfie Ward third, Gabriele Barricordi in P4, Leo Aina fifth, Oliver Spencer, Via Chopra, Angelina Simmons, and we're looking down. There are lots of drivers there, Faris, who, okay, Jaden Hinning will be disappointed. Mitan Shaheen gets the end. Hard to believe. A lot of these drivers were involved in the first lap accident. It means there's probably going to be quite a few nose cone penalties, isn't there, Faris?
Yeah, of course. I know that Mitanch and Jaden are both fighting for the championship, and Mitanch just had a DNF the last race. So in his head, all he wants to do is just gain as much ground as possible. So we saw that he was driving a bit too aggressive into the first corner, and he had an incident. And yeah, so many people might have nose cones penalties, so we don't know what's going to happen for tomorrow on the pre-final.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Faris Haroon, for joining us. Joe has a question. I have one final question. Have you enjoyed yourself up here? Have you enjoyed yourself up here in the commentary box?
Ever?
Have you enjoyed it?
Oh, I've enjoyed it a lot.
Okay,
Yeah.
Joe's got a question.
Does it make you have to watch a race with a different mind where you can't just relax, can you? You're looking for things to talk about.
You know, always when I'm watching a race, since I'm a driver, I always want to see where a person is losing. When I'm racing that day, like maybe I'm watching seniors or something, I always see everything because I really want to know where one guy is really fast. So it can I'm basically teaching myself by watching other people.
Yeah. So I've got a question. You've heard me say that there is a different dynamic between drivers when they come to overtake one another when they are teammates. So give me your thoughts on that. If you've got a driver in front of you who you can overtake from another team, is it an easier job to do than when it's your own teammate? You really don't want to get that wrong, do you?
Yeah, it's a really tough question. But the thing is, if it's another guy in front of you, and really depends where you are on the grid, where you are in the race, actually. If you're starting...
All right, it's for the lead.
For the lead.
What are you going to do?
If it's my teammate, and if they're the same pace as me or they're really slow.
Well, you're in the lead, so they're going to be pretty quick, but you feel like you can get by. How does your mind change because it's your teammate? If it was another team, I think you would have a different mindset, yeah?
If it was another team, I think I'd probably just overtake him and then back the whole grid up. And if he was my teammate and if he was really that fast, I'd just push him the whole way into the last lap. And then we really get to decide it then.
And then rob him.
Yeah.
Or her. Yeah. Faris, it's been an absolute pleasure. And
Thank you for
you know
having
what?
me.
I tell you, I'll give you this, right? Your comments have added a lot of colour and depth to our commentary. So you've done a really great job. Perhaps too good a job, actually.
Thank you.
No, great stuff, mate. I really
And also,
appreciate you coming up here.
A lot of people have been happy with me for going there and saying, I know they said more people have joined because I've came and it's really been a pleasure, to see from up here and can I come tomorrow again?
I don't know. We're going to have to see because maybe the pre-final, maybe one of the pre-finals, whichever one you want to do. Okay, because it's really important stuff for everybody, the finals. But
Sure.
I'd love to have you. I'd love to have you. You come and see us in the morning for it's one. Is it one pre-final or two? It's one pre-final, then into the final, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
So come up for the pre-final. Yeah. Will you do that?
Yeah.
Brilliant, Faris. Thank you very much. Give Nick the.
Thank you so much.
Give me a high five with the good arm. That is. I don't want to do a high. No, that's your bad arm, man. What are you doing, you crazy fool? Right. Brilliant. Faris was. Yes, as I say, absolute great colour and insight.
I still want to know if he's cheap or not.
He's really good, isn't he? He's really good. He absolutely is. Too good, Nick. Why are we letting these people in this booth?
Have you seen how old we are?
yeah, we are going to need a continuation plan, aren't we? And just before Faris went there, Happy Hat 454 says hi, Faris. He can hear us on the PA, of course. And Happy Hat is waiting for number 315, who is in the senior road tax class, and that is Abdullah Al Carter is the driver that Happy Hat is supporting.
Well, it's DD2's next, of course.
But it is DD2's. You're going to have to wait for one more, aren't you? So it's 8 laps.
And I'm going to say this now. First 2 races, a bit, so we were due a good one.
Well, I think Henry and I were speculating that the DD2 drivers, because of the small grid, it's not going to affect massively the start grid for the pre-final. And whether or not we're keeping our cards close to our chest remains to be seen.
I was just signing a contract, management terms and contracts with Faris Haroon for any future public appearances.
You get him before loudspeaker do, absolutely.
And I'm also making sure that I'm pricing him out of the market so he can't replace me full time. But seriously, it is great to have drivers up here. I do really appreciate a lot of other drivers commenting and saying, can they come and commentate? It's not an easy gig. It's not something that we take lightly, having drivers up here, because you have to be insightful, and also you have to be in the Rotax paddock to do it.
You do kind of need to be in the Rotax paddock, because this is the Rotax champions.
Yes. So drivers who have left the Rotax paddock, I'm sorry, you can't just suddenly swan in.
I don't suppose there's many Lamborghini Super Trofeo drivers commentating on the Ferrari Challenge.
No. There's another thing you have to learn, and that is, the corporate world of branding and brand protection. But there we go. DD2 will be up next. And, I have to say, I'll say it again, that, you don't get these kids, and they are kids, you forget that sometimes, that from the age of 8, 9 and 10, we do thrust cameras upon them and microphones at them when they are either very excited, very upset, very angry. Their dreams are fluctuating on a daily basis, and yet they have to put up with the media. And it does teach them from very early to be confident, professional.
There is a very hidden benefit of taking part in any sport.
Yes.
In your youth, not just fitness, it does make you, it helps in socialisation, which sounds like I'm training a puppy, but it actually helps in confidence. It helps in your confidence, and certainly when you're dealing, I think specifically in karting, because you end up being equals with adults very quickly. The driver has an adult or a much older, mechanic and team, and you have to speak as equals to get the most out of the relationship.
Yes. Now going back to our Bollywood conversation.
Oh, okay, let's go for that one. Yeah.
Earlier, it's Tamil cinema superstar Ajith Kumar.
Ajit
Kumar, a Collywood, which is a Tamil industry, according to Chris Simpson.
We have spoken
expert.
to Ajit on a number of occasions the last year. As Joe was saying, we have seen in person his massive fan club in Dubai. And when I say, basically, you kind of I never really understood. I now understand Beatlemania by having Ajit there.
Yeah, it was incredible.
Well, apparently, according to Chris Simpson, who's BAP-man in the UK, BAPs around Britain, he makes in between.
Sorry, I mean he makes rolls.
Yes, he makes rolls.
BAPs, I like him already.
Yes, yeah.
Can you do cake as well?
Apparently, Ajit Kumar's son, Ardvik Kumar, is about 10 years old and is involved in karting.
In India, I take it.
In India. Yeah. Ardvik is often seen accompanying his father.
Well, we'll see Ajit at Abu Dhabi in January.
Ask him about joining this championship.
Need to ask. Well, I'll tell you what we're going
to do. We'll ask him.
We're going to invite him across.
We'll ask him.
We're going to invite him across.
Well, actually, he'll be racing.
He'll be
in
the
Dubai
24 hours.
Because that the Dubai 24-hour race is the same weekend as our two-day meeting. So actually, if you are listening and you're in the region, one of the little things you know is the Dubai 24-hour is free entry.
Really?
And the Dubai 24-hour goes on after this is finished. So you can watch a whole day of the UAE RMC round 4, and then you can go and watch a few hours of the 24-hour. and then you can watch the second day of our event.
What I want to say, I don't think I finished what I was saying about.
Well, that's rare.
And he's got, every time his car went past the pits, literally for 24 hours, the crowd went wild.
When he wasn't in it.
When he wasn't in it.
So.
And I tell you what, I was at the pit garage, and and his teammates, whenever his teammates stepped to the garage door and waved at the crowd, it was like someone scored a goal.
So do you know what I'd be doing right at this moment if I was, say, the team boss of the Mumbai Falcons?
I'm sure you're a long way behind.
And that would be getting many leaflets and flyers printed and placing them on the seats of the main grandstand of the Dubai race circuit, saying, come and watch India's #1 karting stars next door at the Kartdrome.
It's not a bad call.
Not a bad idea.
Yeah.
It's the Dubai Autodrome, to give it a
Dubai
full time.
Autodrome.
Yeah.
Come to the Kartdrome across the road and watch India's rising stars in India's #1 karting team.
Absolutely.
And yes, that was what I would be doing
the team.
You should
have a job in marketing.
Well, you never know. I mean, as event procurement director for Karting Live TV, I'm expanding my repertoire.
We have now given Henry some official jobs. There'll be some official. I am thinking. I think you may get inundated with your new business cards next time we meet in Dubai in a few weeks' time. I can think of several titles for you.
Obviously, some of them you can even say on air.
Yes,
a commentary and presenter agency.
That's right. Yes.
For under 10s.
He's signing up the youngsters for the chatting. Absolutely.
Yes.
Well, I mean. Yeah, it's
obviously Chief Bailiff Dodger as well, apparently.
Chief Bailiff Dodger. Thank you very much, Chris Simpson, for that information about Ardvik Kumar, who hopefully...
That's great, Chris. Thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, because I think what may happen, therefore, is as we will be seeing Ajit the week beforehand, I think we'll have a chat with him ourselves.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, we just want to say, Ajit, he is a superstar, but he's a lovely guy. He's
he
a
is,
really lovely guy.
Yeah, and he loves his racing. And he certainly learnt the hard way. I mean, the amount of chassis he rode off
I'll tell you one
finding
thing,
his feet.
He's not afraid.
Because
he's done some big uns and has got straight back in again.
Straight back in, yeah. And he's a lovely guy.
They love him at the Stuttgart Spares department.
He is really a lovely. For someone who, we as Nick said, we kind of got a feeling for what it must be like to be a Brad Pitt, like a Hollywood actor. This Hollywood actor had thousands and thousands and 2 million additional views on our Dubai 24 hours.
Yeah, no, that's
was what he brought along.
That is very impressive indeed. And, of course, the Dubai Kartdrome is the circuit where, every time I look on Facebook, there's another Formula One driver just popping in to have a blast around the circuit in the car.
It's literally over the road to the Autodrome.
Yes. And
it's in Motor City.
Yes, it's pretty much...
Does what it says on the tin.
And there could be, at the Dubai O-Plates, there could be a driver entering that who has won their drive courtesy of the Mumbai Falcons for £2. Now, they have to be a British driver from the UK with a Motorsport UK karting licence. But there's a website called Kart Competitions.
Right, if I enter that... right, here's the thing.
Yes.
If I enter that competition and win it,
yes.
Can I then nominate a driver?
No, you could get... Instead, you get a 4-night holiday in Dubai. Airfare transfer.
At the time
of the same weekend as the O-Plate, yes.
I'm already there, though.
Well, you're already there.
Yeah.
So, but there could be a driver...
£2.
Racing at the Dubai O-Plate from the UK who has won that prize. They're with the Mumbai Falcons for £2.17, courtesy of Kart Comps.
I'm just going to enter that.
Well, I mean,
I can't nominate now, can I?
Your other half can enter it and come and have a 4-day holiday in Dubai.
She's already coming out.
Kids, grandkids,
No, I don't want them there.
No, that's fair enough.
No.
Two of them already there.
Actually, my oldest daughter's going to be there with her 2 kids.
Oh, look, there's go-karts on track.
Oh, we've got the DD2s coming out.
Let's have a go at that, shall we?
Let's have a look at the grid then for our DD2 third and final heat of the weekend. Saad Al-Hababi. Can he hang on to that pole position and lead at least for just a lap, please? Theo Kakati alongside. He's going to make sure he doesn't. Tyler Harris wants to spoil the party as well. He's on the second row with Hamza Rashisho. Third row of the grid is Mark Bassier with Adam Malik alongside. We've then got Moritz Canopes, who had a retirement from E2. He's alongside Kyle Blockley. Sami Al-Assad is on row 5 with Greg Watt. And Nicolo Cacciatore is rounding off the 11 kart field. Nicolo on the novice plate, just finding what this karting malarkey is all about, no doubt.
And I've got to say, he was much closer to the pack in Heat 2 than in Heat 1. The NI racing team that Nicolo Cacciatore is driving for, doing a great job in gradually bringing him up to speed. Here we go.
Here we go then, as the DD2s in first gear. They'll go up the box to the second ratio available to before they get to the braking area. Over the bump and into turn 1. It's Al-Hababi who leads on the inside. He leads into and out of turn 1. It's won by Falklands Ants leads, but who's that round the outside? It's that chap, Theo Kakati, who wants that lead desperately. Has to settle for second so far. They're already out of the hairpin at turn 3 and onto that backstretch through the kink at turn number 5 and into the hairpin at 6.
This is Al-Hababi's best start of the day. He is being defensive. The fact that he has not led a lap from pole position in 2 races will be weighing on his mind. And yeah, he's going to make sure, look, I want to prove that I can at least lead. It's my first time out on a DD2. That's irrelevant. Can't use that excuse anymore. Third time of asking. Al-Hababi retains top spot. And yes, he could get it done.
And he's hanging on to it into turn 1 for lap 2 with Kakati now coming out of turn 1, pulling alongside before the braking area into 2. And now he loses the lead to Kakati. And all of the DD2 runners, Tyler Harris, Mark Bassier, Hamza Rashisho, Moritz Canopes, they're all queuing up behind Al-Hababi, who did a great job there on that first lap, Henry.
He did, and to show the maturity, when Kakati got alongside him, coming out of turn number 4, Al-Hababi must have been thinking to himself, oh, fiddlesticks. But did he squeeze him and try and drive him off the track? No. He accepted, look, okay, I'm still not quite there in terms of race pace. I'm not going to try and just block for the entire 8-lap distance because that will make me extremely unpopular.
He did exactly the same mental attitude there with Mark Bassier as Bassier made the move. Bassier now up to second. It's the independent privateer, Theo Kakati, that leads. Behind him, he's got the Mumbai Falcon team absolutely queuing up behind him. Mark Bassier, Tyler Harris now ahead of Al-Hababi. Tyler Harris hasn't been as dominant in this class as we've seen him in the first few rounds of this UAE RMC, but he's wanting to now get back on terms with his Mumbai Falcon teammate Mark Bassier and then get by him. Bassier's been on fire today, by the way, hasn't he?
He has indeed. Kakati now has a trio of Mumbai Falcons. What's the collective term for Falcons? A nest of Falcons? A claw of Falcons? Well, whatever it is, Theo Kakati has got one of them behind him and bearing down. Harris not able to get on terms with Bassier. Bassier, don't forget, looking to take championship points off Harris. We don't know how many rounds Theo Kakati is able to do because of his educational commitments out in California. So Bassier will be thinking, okay, I missed the first weekend, and now is my chance to just chip away at Harris's lead.
What's Theo studying then?
Superstardom and facial hair arrangements.
You don't know?
No, I have no idea.
All
no,
right, we'll ask him.
No, I thought he was in UCLA, and he looked at me and went, "You're not quite. I had to go to junior college first of all."
Okay, we'll ask him.
Yes,
he's leading. He's completed 4 laps. That's half distance complete. We're now heading towards the checkered flag. We're halfway there. Theo Kakati, Mark Bassier, Tyler Harris, Saad Al-Hababi, Hamza Shisho, Adam Malik, Moritz Canopes, Kyle Blockley, Sami Al-Assad, Greg Watt in 10th and 11th Nicola Cacciatore, who is not dropping away. Look at that, he's only 1.4 off Greg Watt, so he is, as you say, picking up that pace and learning every time he goes out there, is Nicolo.
And it is difficult when you first start out, you're the only novice in a class, because you might spend the first 2 laps hanging on, and then you get dropped. So the only person that you're fighting, or the only thing that you're fighting, is your Alfano lap timer on your steering wheel. That's what you're racing against, is just consistency, improving lap times. That was a different line from Harris, and he's going to get a very good run coming out of turn number 1 with that alternative line. Bassier, though, is still just a little bit too quick.
Well, we're about to have the battle of the Falcons here for second and third place here. That's Bassier, who's leading that other orange kart, the Mumbai Falcons, the kind of the orange and white livery of their karts. Very easy to pick out in this field of DD2s. They have not got anything pace-wise to get on terms with Theo Kakati. He will complete 6 laps here, and we're heading back towards us in the commentary box. They'll turn left, just come underneath our position here, and then turn right. Oh, and there's the move from Harris. Harris was stalking, and then he just plunged at that. The Kartshop.me replay will show this. This is textbook Alain karting here. Just dodges out and then uses his tin opener a bit there. Didn't need to force the move, but he did indeed make it stick, and he's off now in second place. However, Mark Bassier is not done, is he?
Well, he's not, and far be it from me to poke any sort of criticism at Tyler Harris. That's the second time he has pulled off that exact same move at the exact same corner on a teammate. He doesn't want to give his secrets away too early in the heat races, because rest assured that every one of the 106 drivers here today will be watching this live stream back at the various hotels, the Danats and other hotels around the circuit that host the drivers. And the DD2 competitors will be thinking, right, that's where Tyler likes to make the move. How can I position my kart, if I'm ever battling with Tyler, to make sure he can't make that move on me?
The problem is, Henry, if you defend into that final turn and the kart behind you doesn't, they can have an optimised run all the way down this curving straight here at Alain.
Yes, and Harris is back under pressure.
He is.
Bassier's not through with Tyler Harris yet. Out towards the top end of the circuit. This is great news for Kakati, who can stretch his legs and now turn the wick down a little bit. 2 corners to go. Clean sweep for Kakati, and Harris holds on for second place. From Bassier, Malik, Al-Hababi, Hashisho, Morris Kinyopas takes the victory in Masters by 9/10 of a second over Kyle Blockley. Sami Al-Assad, there's Greg Watt, and look at Cacciatore.
Yeah, not that far behind.
2 seconds behind Watt, but he was 7 seconds behind Watt in heat number 1.
He's less than 2, he's 1.7.
5 seconds behind in heat number 2, and now, like you say, Joe, less than 2 seconds behind in heat number 3.
Well done, Nicolo. Theo Kakati, though, that's, you know what, that's your front row of the grid, I think.
I believe so,
By my head calculations. Tyler Harris in second there. Mark Bassier in third. Fourth place was Adam Malek. Saad Al-Hababi from pole to fifth. Hamza Shisho, not having the pace we expected of young Hamza this weekend.
No.
But seventh place is our E20 World Finals winner there, the World Finals champion in the form of Moritz Gnobjes. Kyle Blockley finishes 8th. Sami Al-Assad, Greg Watt, who keeps on smiling, doesn't he? He just loves driving that kart. And well done, Nicolo Cacciatore. You are gaining all the time. Before you know it, you're going to be challenging Greg Watt soon.
Well, I've got to say, of course Greg Watt keeps smiling. It's a photo. And I'd be very concerned if he started not smiling in the same photo. But if you notice on that grid graphic, you've got Theo Kakati in the latest Team UAE race suit. You've got Adam Malik in a Team UAE race suit from 2 years ago. Maurice Knopper's in this year's Team UAE race suit. And then Kyle Blockley, that's the 2015 Team UAE race suit. So for the eagle-eyed among, for those what care, have a look back at our grid graphics for DD2 and you can see the development of the black and gold Falcons, of Team UAE. I've got a confession to make. When
is this in context?
It is
or
in
completely
context.
digressing?
No. It is in context. 2 years ago, Team UAE changed from a pure gold, like you saw on Kyle Blockley's, to the bright luminous yellow that you see. And I said to Tony Kakati and Guy Sheffield that I wasn't sure I liked it quite as much as the old one. When I woke up, no. They said, okay, that's fair enough. We disagree. I have to say, I will now officially, on the record, go back on that statement and say that I prefer the bright yellow.
Do you know why I like
it? It's so distinctive.
You can see it out on track.
It's even more distinctive than the black and gold.
It is.
And they've got the claw
as much as I'm
marks.
a massive black and gold fan because I'm old enough to remember JPS.
Oh yes, of course. Even the yellow and black transition, it almost looks like claw marks.
I've got the old one.
I've got the old one as well. I've got the old T-shirt.
I've got the brand new one.
Oh, yeah, we know, Henry.
Of course, yeah. We've noted that, Henry.
I wasn't going to mention it, but I got the last year's one and this year's one.
Was there any mediums I could have?
What for each leg?
What to see into the future?
But yes, so there is the evolution of there. Now that's the 2023 one that BAM has got there at the front of the grid. So not BAM.
BAM's our grid official, is that right?
Yes. And you can see the wing. It's the Falcon's wing, which on this year's one is not as prevalent. It's now more like the Falcon has taken a claw mark, a talon down the side of it.
That's the term, talon.
Talon.
The Falcon's talon.
Yes.
Isn't there a Falcon?
Yes, there's a Falcon Research Centre about a mile from here.
Falcon Research Centre, yes.
I thought there was a Falcon Rehab Centre.
No, research.
For Falcons that are in the bottle too much.
If you spend some time in Abu Dhabi, there is a Falcon hospital you can visit. Oh. And I have visited it, and it's cracking.
Is it?
They've got all the little Falcons. They're mending their wings. They've got broken wings. They've got owls as well. And they all sit there like they're in an A&E waiting room with little hoods on. They can't. They've got these rows of Falcons who've all got little injuries.
Oh,
but also, in fairness, there's some of them because they're properly expensive hunting falcons. You know how falconry is so popular here.
Yeah.
Some of them are getting tune-ups. They're getting things sorted out. For example, if a falcon damages itself,
tune up a falcon?
If a falcon damages itself, they can lose some important flight feathers. They will put in flight feathers and they'll super glue them in.
Oh, really?
It's much more accurate than this. So they actually put in extra flight feathers. If it's lost them, reattach them
to make them harder to poach, capture.
No, the falcons are the hunters. They're trying to catch, so they can fly better.
I thought you meant that people hunt them.
No, they hunt.
Yes,
the falconry in this region is massive.
Yes,
people will buy a first-class seat for their falcon on a plane.
I mean, I wouldn't want to be next to a first-class falcon on a plane.
No,
if said falcon
they're in a
didn't
cage.
like the in-flight meal.
They're in a little cage.
Oh, right, okay.
They've got hoods on, but they're amazing animals.
Oh, yeah.
And they're properly flown. They're properly hunting, and it's a massive, massive thing
You
here in
don't
the UAE
need,
and the whole of the Arab area.
You don't need much TV selection for them. Alfred Hitchcock's The Birds.
Yeah.
Birds of a Feather.
You know.
That horrible sitcom.
Anything by any music by the Birds.
Wait a second. Surely they want to see their rivals and watch Where Eagles Dare.
Where Eagles Dare is another one. Yeah, absolutely.
And if they fancy a snack, they just watch that British cartoon Pigeon Street.
Well, no, they obviously watch the classic Pigeon Catch the Pigeon.
Yes,
Catch the Pigeon. Yes,
absolutely.
Dick Dastardly.
Yes,
and Muttley. Yes.
Luckily for
you, we've digressed. We've got the 30-second board.
Luckily, the 30-second board is about to go out for the last heat race of the
yeah,
day. Where has time gone,
well,
ladies and gentlemen?
You know what? It's been an absolutely outstanding day's racing. We've got the pre-finals and the finals coming tomorrow. Coverage on Karting Live TV and the UAE RMC YouTube channels will begin at 10 a.m. in the morning. So don't forget to join us after you've watched this, what is undoubtedly going to be one of the best races of the weekend. There's no question, because the pressure's beginning to mount for George Nasser, Rian Darmadasa on the front row, Oscar Lambert and Andrea Remy, Enzo Tesluk and Jules Dumont share row 3. We've then got Connor Clancy, Eloy Gonzalez, Jeremy Montgomery Swan, Alessandro Bigi, Nathan Kaplan and Amani Kinua. We then move on, 13th and 14th, Zaid El Homasani, Arav Duwan, Kian Karayanbol, Rayan Qureshi, Antonius Haddad, Adish Mehta. 19th is Lewis Hartman, Shivan Kartik, Oscar Backhouse, Rain Caruso. Alicia was there. We've got Kai Hunter in 29th again. Let's see how many overtakes he can make. And then rounding off this 34 kart field is Mohammed Menemene and Jordan Schultz.
Jordan Schultz used to race motocross, only came across to karting about a year ago from originally Durban in South Africa. He's a very tall driver. I think maybe more suited to DD2 as the lights don't
the red
go
lights
out.
don't go out, so you can continue your South African motocross story.
Well, I mean, South African motocross, I think that Jordan Schultz is far more suited to DD2 than he is to
because of his weight and height.
His height. You have a look. The majority of the DD2 drivers are taller because with 2 gears, taller drivers are at less of a disadvantage. I mean, in racing, you know, being tall is a disadvantage, full stop, pretty much, although Gerhard Berger would disagree. However, the disadvantage is mitigated by the front brakes, by the 2-speed gearbox, and I think that we will see Jordan Schultz move in to DD2 in, you know, maybe at the end of this year and start of next year.
That's your fact-finding mission then.
I'll find out.
Right, here we go then. It's the last race of the day then. Round 3 of the Al-Ain round of the UAE RMC, the 25-26 season, is very much underway with the championships beginning to form very readily, and that man there, George Nasser, he was absolutely dominant in the previous heat 2. He'll want to emulate that again. Not so much in heat 1, so he is charging for championship points and position in tomorrow morning's pre-final. Nicely controlled. They'll get their foot in here. We go towards the red lights, and this time the lights go out, and we are racing towards turn 1, and Nasser's got a very comfortable lead. Remember what happened last time? Oh, that was the juniors, wasn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, we had carnage there. The tyres have been heated adequately, though, with that additional warm-up lap.
Yeah, there's a couple of drivers running very wide, and, in the middle of the pack, there's chaos at turn number 3. We follow the leaders, and behind the leaders, behind the top 10, there is an aching gap, and several drivers out of the race, a couple of others, including the luckless Kai Hunter, actually having to take to the grand final circuit layout to avoid to get back on the track without cutting the circuit. I noticed Kai Hunter Kai Hunter had to jig to avoid a photographer who I will say was not standing in an ideal position.
Wow.
Meanwhile, back at the front, Nasser leads the survivors, I think it's best to say.
And he's not leading by very much because he's got... and there's the move from Oscar Lambert. Connor Clancy's now right on his bumper. But Oscar Lambert, he's been sandwiched by the Mumbai Falcons. Here's the kartshop.me replay. And here we thought this would happen at turn 3, didn't we? Jinx out to the right, down the inside. He's going to absolutely destroy his exit speed from that, but not too much of a disadvantage. And already Nasser coming back at him and taking Connor Clancy with him. But that driver there, Oscar Lambert, just ended up on the dirty offline, and he just didn't have any grip to turn in.
It'd be interesting. Obviously, our camera angle there didn't see whether Nasser helped Lambert onto the dusty track, or whether Lambert just moved late to defend and then outbroke himself. We shall see, I am sure. Top 4, Nasser, Clancy, Damadasa, and the CRG of Enzo Tesluk, who now jumps over the back of Damadasa. What an end to a fantastic start of the race. And look at that, they all back each other up. I think Tesluk just got caught out. He bunny hops over the back of Damadasa. Damadasa continues losing less time than Tesluk. And now Conor Clancy has George Nassar all to himself.
Now, Conor Clancy's got a bit of a backstory coming into this third round. He's already competed as a junior Rotax driver and leads the Junior Rotax Championship, coming here this morning to start round 3. He's made the jump into seniors, and look at that. Duck to water comes to mind.
Yep.
He's very much at home with the older drivers here, and it's looking, and he's worked out that mathematically with dropped scores, etc., if he scores well in the remainder of this season, he could actually still be in contention for the championship.
Yes.
So here he is showing that was not arrogance at all coming from him, but actual reality. Because here he is, this man that he's on the bumper of, the orange helmet there, is George Nassar. And George has been absolutely the man to beat, or one of the drivers to beat, I should say. And it looks to me, Henry, it's only going to be a matter of time. Conor Clancy, I think, just choosing not to show his cards, maybe. Just happy to sit behind George and maybe just pull a gap, an even bigger gap than what they've already got, I should say.
Conor Clancy has 2 separate elements to his title bid. The first element is to try and score as many points as he possibly can in every single qualifying, heat, pre-final and final. That's goal number 1. Goal number 2 is, in every race, to try and take points off whoever is the championship leader at the time. So he is not only gaining points himself, he's reducing the deficits that he has to the title leader. At the moment, title leader, George Nassar.
And here he goes. No, not this time. He is playing a waiting game. He's like a falcon. He's like a Mumbai falcon, just circulating above, just looking at his prey, just weighing it up there. Wow. The prey being M&M's George Nassar, and he's just waiting for his moment. Again, not even a hint of an overtake there. They're on lap 6. There's going to be 2 more laps, and surely we're going to see what deck of cards that young man, Conor Clancy, has in his hand very soon.
Sadly, Damadasa has retired alongside Amani Kanua, Namara Kokrasia, Louis Hartmann, Oscar Backhouse. We've also just lost Ryan Cairuz from proceedings. You mentioned that Clancy is more like a falcon. I would liken him to a vulture circling
well, I wouldn't have
potential dinner.
Yeah, I wouldn't have said George Nassar was like a carcass waiting to be devoured.
No, but is he a wounded animal?
Well, he's not. I don't think he's wounded at all. And in fact, if anything, I think George can actually defend now going into the final 2 laps. There he is. He's defending already. And look at that beautiful switchback from Conor Clancy. Is he going to hang on to this into the hairpin? Oh, sorry, the left-hander at 2, now into the hairpin at 3. And Conor Clancy has took the lead. Yep. Are we about to see history in the making here in the UAE RMC?
Win on debut for Conor Clancy? Let's find out. Andrea Remy doing a fantastic job in 3rd position. Then Eloy Gonzalez, followed by El Homassani, the notorious BIGI. Alessandro Bigi is up in the P6. Lambert, 7th, trying to recover. Kaplan, 8th. Antonio Sadat, 9th. Kian Krahenbull, the Swiss driver, up into the top 10. Now, Clancy has learnt to race with the seniors. The seniors now have to learn how to race with Clancy.
Well, here we go, Henry, into the final lap of this race. Conor Clancy over the bump and into turn 1. He takes the inside, and here he is. George Nassar just didn't have the punch out of the corner to emulate Conor Clancy there. Into the left-hander, now into the hairpin. Now Conor Clancy's going to really stifle his momentum. And Nassar around the outside. That is a great move out of 4. And Nassar, I think, has got this done. Absolutely clever racing there. Conor Clancy absolutely stifled his momentum out of the hairpin at 3, and that's what we were talking about. Defending into 3 is an absolute nightmare. And now Conor Clancy has Andrea Remy about to snatch second place. George Nasser, Henry, is heading down the back straight, and he's got another heat win in sight.
The two moves of the day so far have both been from drivers underneath the Matthias Legem Motorsport awning. Because as George Nasser takes the checkered flag, that round the outside move, the move itself wasn't spectacular. The setup was brilliant.
Yeah.
The setup began coming out of turn number 1 when Clancy slammed the door in Nasser's face. Nasser was like, okay, that's how we want to play things. I'm going to make you defend your line into 3, and that leaves you easy prey coming around the outside of 4. Great execution. Fair play to Conor Clancy, showing a lot of maturity because he could have held it. He could have fought that and forced Nasser off. There is your results grid. And it's good to see 4 teams in the top 4. Nasser, Matthias Legem, Conor Clancy, Mumbai Falcons, Andrea Remy, George Gibbons Motorsport, and Eloy Gonzalez Motorscape. El Homasani and Lambert, who will... A good recovery for Oscar. You won't be happy with it. Biji, Kappen, Haddad, Krahenbull, Mohamed Menaim there. He started 32nd, finished 11th. Faisal Nashko from Jordan up a lot of places to P14. Manaf Al-Balushi from Oman up to 16th position. Good drive from Manaf. Montgomery Swan, well, you know, he was caught up in that incident on lap number 1, along with a lot of these drivers, including Kai Hunter, who I believe walked in front of a black cat or under a ladder on his way to the airports to get out here. Yeah, he hasn't had a great weekend. The remaining drivers there just rounding off the 34 kart field. Lewis Hartman, Oscar Backhouse for XL and Motorscape round off that 34 kart field. Well, everybody, I hope you've enjoyed the racing. Just before we go, I want to say hello to Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort, who's made a rude comment about Henry. I expect nothing less from Brandon.
Nothing less, absolutely. Great racing today. You know what? The intensity is going to go sky high tomorrow going into the pre-finals. We start again at 10 a.m. live, all live on the UAE RMC YouTube channel and also on Karting Live TV.
It's 10 a.m. local time, which is 3 hours in front of Central European time,
right, yes.
4 hours in front of UK time. So it's quite simple. You just get up nice and early. I know a lot of you are going to be watching John Cena's last ever WWE wrestling match on Saturday night. That's Cena's last ride. Our next ride happens just a few hours later.
There's only Henry Baudet would have a connection to WWE.
Well, I just know a lot of people will be watching it.
All right, okay.
Yeah, so stay up afterwards, you know, because you can see us.
Big thank you to our cameramen out there bringing you those beautiful pictures from here at the Allen International Raceway. Big thank you to Nick Damon, who's had a bit of a chit-chat and also cutting the pictures for us. Henry Baudet, my colleague. My name is still Joe Bradley. Henry and I will be back to bring you all of the action in the morning. We'll see you then. Good night. Have a lovely evening. We'll see you at dinner.